Chapter 12:13. That roar spread far and wide. The sound waves spread out, and the entire empty space seemed to take on a specific shape. It was covered with cracks, as if it were a piece of porcelain that had shattered. Yen Zhaoge frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he calmed his mind and didn't make any move. Almost at the same time, a light suddenly shone from another direction. Under the flickering golden light, it flew far away. Feeling the aura of the enlightened wisdom, Yen Zhaoge suddenly understood. The people of the blessed land of Buddhism are equivalent to the Taoist who had pushed open the immortal door. Judging from his appearance, he should be a venerable revealing truth. The division of Buddhist cultivation was quite different from that of Taoism. Titles like Buddha, Bodhisattva, and Arhat were actually honorifics instead of referring to realms. It was hard to judge their cultivation based on their names. Therefore, since ancient times, the powerhouses of the Taoism inheritance had simply used these titles to refer to the level of the Buddhist powerhouses and corresponded with the realm of the Taoism. The so-called Venerable Revealing Truth referred to the Buddhist experts who were equivalent to the Taoist true immortal emperors. At this moment, the Venerable Revealing Truth's whereabouts were exposed. He immediately turned into a Buddhist light and flew far away. However, a fiery light instantly lit up and flew across the void, chasing after him. The concept contained within it belonged to the person who had spoken just now. Yen Zhaoge fixed his eyes on it and saw a sparrow flying high in the fiery light. The secret inheritance of the hill, light, flying immortal scripture. After careful observation, Yen Zhaoge understood. The former vermilion bird was named Hill Light. The Hill Light Lord was another title for the vermilion bird in Taoism. Before the Great Calamity, there was a supreme art named Hill Light, flying immortal scripture. It inherited the concept of the Hill Light Lord's orthodoxy and was extraordinary. The supreme art that the immortal court expert in front of him cultivated was the Hill Light, flying immortal scripture. The tyrannical aura showed that he was a profound immortal sovereign who had already cultivated the immortal aura. Even if he came from the immortal court, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Tranquil and worry-free, undisturbed by the human world. The Hill Light, flying immortal scripture was good at moving space. It was one of the supreme arts that had a deep understanding of time and space. This celestial court emperor's cultivation was suppressing others. At this moment, he was chasing after Buddhism, sect's unveiling truth. He continued to run without looking back. However, the emperor of the immortal court, who had transformed into a vermilion bird, had already arrived ahead of him and intercepted him. Then a palm stretched out from the flames. It looked ordinary, but it seemed to be able to capture the sky and the moon. It was about to grab the Buddhist light in the palm. The Buddhist light twisted and turned, trying to escape, but the world in front of it had already turned into a ball of fiery red. Where was the way out? At this moment, in another direction, in the distant void, a Buddhist chant rang out. Namo shall come and give birth to Maitreya Buddha. The Buddha's name resounded, and the dark void suddenly shone with Buddha's light. At the same time, a golden palm reached out from the void and grabbed toward the fiery vermilion bird. It's just as I expected. Aside from the one scouting ahead, Big Head is at the back. The vermilion bird's shadow shrouded the figure of a man. He sneered. The man looked to be in his 30s. He had an aquiline nose and deep wrinkles on both sides of his nose. His eyes were extremely sharp. Facing the golden Buddhist light palm, he was not afraid at all. His 5 fingers formed a claw and went up to it. The Buddhist light palm changed its hand seal, which transformed into the image of a furious Vajra. It collided with the flying vermilion bird, formed by the opponent's immortal aura. On one side, there was the sturdy and unbreakable Vajra, and on the other side there was the flying vermilion bird that could travel through space and burn the sky. One was vigorous and fierce, while the other was agile and fierce. Neither of them gave way to the other. Neither of them had the intention to defend. They just attacked each other and exchanged thousands of rounds in an instant. In the entire void of the universe, the Buddhist Vajra and the Taoist divine bird were constantly flying and intertwining. Rays of Buddhist light scattered, and streams of fire exploded. The whole world was turned upside down. A Buddhist Bhante at the Arhat level. Yen Zhaoge was enjoying the battle. He didn't move his body, and his aura was disdainful. He was watching everything calmly. At this moment, he seemed to have integrated with the universe. He didn't have a physical body, and even the thoughts in his mind couldn't cause any fluctuations. The surrounding void of the universe seemed to have turned into a river, and Yen Zhaoge himself was like a drop of water. After falling into the river, he became one with the river water. The aftermath of the battle between the two experts even affected the void of the universe. Fortunately, Yen Zhaoge was far away from them. When the aftermath reached him, it was already weak and didn't make him show himself. However, the battle between the two sides was gradually becoming more and more intense. On one side, there was a sovereign of the immortal court, and on the other side, there was an Arhat of the blessed land. The two sides were mortal enemies who fought against each other for countless years. Now that they met each other, there was no reason for them to hold back. Compared to them, the sovereign of the immortal court, who cultivated the hail light, flying immortal scripture, was more active and fearless. In this void, in order to chase after exalted fire luminary, Sua Mingzhang, the immortal court, had gathered countless experts and magnates. Now, they were at the outermost edge of the encirclement. However, the battle here would alert other experts of the immortal court nearby soon. Although the main purpose was to surround Sua Mingzhang, since the bald donkey of the blessed land was involved, the experts of the immortal court wouldn't hesitate to take action together. Therefore, not only the sovereign of the immortal court took action, but other experts of the immortal court who had led the way for Yen Zhaoge before, one of whom was at the true immortal emperor level, also took action against the Buddhist revelation and wouldn't let the Buddhist revelation get away. The two sides immediately got into a fight. Yen Zhaoge watched with great interest. His understanding of the Buddhist martial arts was relatively limited. He could only recognize the origin of the martial arts of the Buddhist revelation, but didn't know much about the details. However, most of them had a rough idea of the secret arts displayed by the immortal court's martial practitioners after seeing it. Most of them are supreme martial arts that had been lost in the three clear lineages Tao universe after the Great Calamity. Yen Zhaoge pondered. However, I haven't seen the three clear lineage until now. They were all supreme martial arts that were born after the Great Calamity reached the flourishing age of martial arts after years of development in the Great Thousand Worlds before the Great Calamity. The three clear lineage was always the root and main branch of the Taoism martial arts. However, in the flourishing age of martial arts before the Great Calamity, many experts and geniuses had emerged after years of accumulation and polishing. They had created their own way and opened up their own path. Although their roots were more or less related to the three clear lineage, they had opened up a new path after years of development. Or it could be said that the later generations had unearthed treasures from the rich treasures of the three clear lineage, and then polished them carefully, which made them look different. Of course, for the world after the Great Calamity, these were all history. However, Yen Zhaoge now felt that such supreme martial arts might be preserved and restored to a certain extent in the immortal court, and they seemed to be avoiding the supreme martial arts of the three clear lineage. Huh? As Yen Zhaoge was thinking, his mind suddenly trembled. He looked far away, and there seemed to be someone else approaching the battlefield. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge clearly felt that a treasure that he carried with him suddenly moved. The dim radiant wheel. Chapter 1214. The sudden movement of the dim radiant wheel made Yen Zhaoge slightly shocked. Fortunately, his control of the dim radiant wheel was improving day by day. As his mind moved, the peerless universe appeared, and a piece of chaos covered the restless, dim radiant wheel, so that the sudden power fluctuation wouldn't spread to the outside world. There were 12 holes on the black iron wheel. At this moment, 11 of them had become dim. Only the last hole was emitting misty light. It wasn't dim, but it wasn't dazzling either. It looked blurry and chaotic. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge suddenly felt that his mind and the dim radiant wheel were more closely connected than ever. Then, as the power of chaos and peerless universe touched each other, many pictures appeared in his mind. For a moment, Yen Zhaoge felt that his mind was going to sink into the long river of time shown by those pictures. He forcefully stabilized his mind, and in a relatively detached state, he jumped out of the fray and watched the scene from the sidelines. Because of this, Yen Zhaoge still had the energy to pay attention to what was happening in the outside world. Because of exalted fire, a large number of experts of the Immortal Court gathered in this area. The conflict between the Buddhism martial artists and the Immortal Court martial artists here attracted other experts of the Immortal Court to come over as soon as the time was delayed. The one coming from afar was another emperor of the Immortal Court who had already reached the profound immortal realm. His majestic and lofty aura seemed to be even more powerful than that of the emperor of the Immortal Court who had cultivated the hill-light flying immortal book. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Seeing that, the Buddhist Arhat immediately chanted the name of Buddha again. Then he pushed away the opponent in front of him with all his strength and called the other Buddhist martial artists to leave the battlefield together. If the battle continued, more and more experts of the Immortal Court would come. However, even if they wanted to leave, the experts of the Immortal Court on the spot wouldn't let them go. The hill-light flying immortal book had a unique understanding and profundity on the movement of time and space. The emperor of the Immortal Court had an advantage over his opponent in terms of speed, so he immediately rushed forward. However, a tiny golden light suddenly flashed in the distance. The golden light was as small as a speck of dust, but it instantly turned into a towering mountain, which was so huge and tall that it seemed to fill the universe. The mustard seed turned into Mount Meru, suppressing the vermilion bird. The sparrow that stirred up the sea of flames, carrying Mount Meru on its back, immediately sank and slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Buddhist Arhat that had transformed into an angry Vajra immediately fled far away. The other emperor of the Immortal Court, who came later, was a step late and couldn't stop him in time. There's another expert from the pure land of Buddhism. Yen Zhaoge could see it clearly, however, that's all. It's impossible for them to turn around and counterattack. After all, there are many people of the Immortal Court in this area. If these monks get entangled, they will inevitably be besieged. By then, it would be too late for them to run away. He withdrew his gaze from the faraway Buddhist light and focused his attention on the other side. A woman in her 30s or 40s appeared in the air. Her face was expressionless and her eyes were cold. Shumi Jian, Jingang Duan, since you dared to come, why did you leave so quickly? The woman asked indifferently. In the distant void, a Buddhist voice came. Snow Sovereign, we heard that you and the others gathered here to plan something big, so we naturally came to take a look. Since we are not welcome, we can only leave first. 2 thieving baldies, you're really quick to act. As the woman spoke, she came to the side of the other martial artists of the Immortal Court. Yen Zhaoge looked at the woman who was respectfully called Snow Sovereign, and his mind didn't fluctuate. However, he could clearly feel that the restlessness of the dim, radiant wheel became more intense, and the scenes transmitted from the dim, radiant wheel to his mind became more urgent. In those scenes, Yen Zhaoge clearly saw the figure of Snow Sovereign. Her face was as calm as water, and her eyes were full of killing intent. However, compared with her in front of Yen Zhaoge, she was more flustered and exasperated, because as a profound immortal, she couldn't deal with a true immortal. Not only could she not deal with this true immortal, but she might even be at a disadvantage if her immortal chi was not able to hurt her, who had passed the pure profound tribulation. It was only because she wasn't afraid of her opponent's attack that she managed to maintain a tie. The figure of Snow Sovereign appeared in Yen Zhaoge's mind. He had a feeling that his sight now belonged to another person. It was that person's memory, and the person who the Emperor of the Immortal Court couldn't deal with was the former owner of the dim, radiant wheel. Dim Radiant Emperor, In Tianxia. This is the last battle of the dim, radiant emperor's life. Yan Zhaoge realized. The woman who scared away the 2 Buddhist arhats was one of the opponents of the dim, radiant emperor In Tianxia in the last battle. Part of the materials of the dim, radiant wheel were the remains of In Tianxia after his death, which contained fragments of In Tianxia's memories. Because he felt the familiar aura of his opponent, he reacted and made a move. Scenes flashed in Yan Zhaoge's mind. Many enemies rushed towards his direction. 6 emperors of the Immortal Court joined hands and displayed all kinds of supreme arts which shocked the sky and earth. But as a palm stretched out, a palm covered in a layer of dim radiance, a palm that was neither bright nor dark, everything vanished into thin air. The seemingly majestic and domineering attacks of the 6 Immortal Court emperors crumbled the moment they came into contact with the palm. Later, one after another emperors of the Immortal Court died under this illusory palm. Then, the opponent became the Snow Sovereign. The whole sky was covered with ice and snow, which froze the universe, but couldn't freeze the dim light. The light wasn't hot, but it was like the rolling snow and the scorching sun, which completely melted the ice and snow. Then another opponent appeared, another tranquil, profound immortal. The Emperor of the Immortal Court held a sword in his hand. Wherever the sword light went, the whole world was cut apart like a painting. The dim light was flickering. Sometimes it was like boundless darkness. Sometimes it was like infinite light. Sometimes it was like a blur, and sometimes it was neither bright nor dark. This light battled the heavens and fought the earth with a fearless momentum, fighting the 2 emperors to a stalemate. Then the 3rd and the 4th emperor of the Immortal Court appeared. More and more experts rushed over, surrounding and obstructing the path of that dim radiance. In Tianxia, I've heard of your name. You're the most outstanding figure in this generation of heretics. It's a pity that you're seeking your own death. Someone said coldly, convert to the immeasurable heavenly Lord and find the heavenly essence stone fragment that was lost because of you. This is your last chance of survival. Don't make a mistake. Yan Zhaoge heard a familiar yet strange voice resounding in the depth of his mind. Since fate has brought us together, I've already put my personal gains and losses out of consideration. As the successor of the 3 clear lineages, I'll give up my life today and protect our orthodox Taoism. In Tianxia, your death won't be regretted. An emperor of the Immortal Court roared angrily, I'll let you know what it means to die without a burial place. The dim light didn't retreat. Instead, it rushed up to the sky and confronted the emperor. My home is at peace. So what if I die without a burial place? Chapter 1215. In the end, In Tianxia did not die without a burial. This dim, radiant emperor who had reigned supreme for many years had forcibly rushed out of the cosmos of the Immortal Court and returned to the world beyond worlds, despite being besieged by 4 sovereigns of the Immortal Court. However, when Yan Zhaoge saw the 4th emperor of the Immortal Court taking action, he knew that the result was already determined. Even though he was from the Immortal Court, the immortal energy, refined by that mysterious immortal realm expert, wasn't just the combination of 2 types of immortal energy. But even then, In Tianxia still killed his way out of the encirclement in the end. Yan Zhaoge believed that if he possessed a tranquil level immortal artifact, he might be able to drag 1 or 2 more opponents down with him. Not long ago, through his conversation with his mother, Shui Chuqing, Yan Zhaoge had gradually come to know the truth of many things that had happened that year. In Tianxia had indeed led the many experts of the dim radiant sect into outer space with the intention of merely exploring outer space and suppressing and subduing a powerful local demon race. However, during this process, Shui Chuqing's Grandmaster, the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin contacted Yin Tianxia and informed him about the heavenly essence stone fragments. Because Hu Yuexin received the news late, time was running out. As a result, she did not have the time to contact many other Taoist experts. Those who could be contacted were mostly dubious, but Yin Tianxia believed it. Thus, in the end, the dim radiant sex expedition changed course. Other than Yin Tianxia, there were other experts in the cult. Most of them were martial artists who had yet to reach the supremacy stage. When they stepped into the immortal court together, perhaps they already had the thought of sacrificing themselves for a righteous cause. This time, he did not think about how he would return. Yan Zhaoge did not know whether it was because the disciples of the dim radiant sect had all possessed such great resolve, or whether it was because Yin Tianxia's personal prestige had been so high. But the final result was so tragic. As a descendant, Yan Zhaoge was unable to calm his emotions for a long time. The only consolation for the heroic spirits was that they had succeeded in the end. Yin Tianxia and Hu Yuexin made use of the gap between the battle between the immortal court heretics and the blessed land of Buddhism to successfully snatch back a heavenly essence stone fragment. Yan Zhaoge felt that there might be the shadows of other major figures of orthodox Taoism behind this. For example, the legendary Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Otherwise, Hu Yuexin might not have been able to obtain such crucial and valuable information. Moreover, the experts of the immortal court who besieged them at the end were probably not at the profound immortal realm. The information that Yan Zhaoge currently had on hand was still relatively limited. He could only guess, unable to verify it. However, there was no doubt that after the great calamity, the path of the three clear lineages revival was filled with twists and turns. Who knew how many battles had taken place in the dark? However, the incident related to the heavenly origin stone fragments all those years ago was especially eye-catching, and it caused enormous waves that hadn't subsided even until today. Instead, it had even become intense once more. And he, Yan Zhaoge, was the one who stood at the head of the great waves of the current era. Immeasurable heavenly lord, heavenly essence stone fragment. Yan Zhaoge pondered silently. While he was thinking, the aura around his body was still locked, not leaking out at all. Even though the dim radiant wheel had acted strangely due to the snow sovereign's appearance, with Yan Zhaoge's concealment, it had not been detected by the other party. Back in the 9 underworlds, with the encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor by his side, Yan Zhaoge had not fully unleashed the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture. Therefore, as soon as those 2 sovereigns of the immortal court had approached, they had sensed the existence of the dim radiant wheel. Now, not only had Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base risen, he had also fully unleashed the profundities of the peerless heavenly scripture, seemingly having merged as one with the infinite space itself. Not only had he concealed himself, but he had also concealed the dim radiant wheel. However, if the other party started to search everywhere, Yan Zhaoge would inevitably be exposed. Fortunately, those Buddhist experts had already retreated, and the battle had already calmed down. Damn, Baldy's nose is really sharp. He has detected it so quickly. The snow sovereign stood in the void with her hands behind her back. She coldly stared at the direction where the Buddhist experts had left. Let's not care about them for now. Let's deal with the matter in front of us first. Otherwise, we will be a laughingstock in front of those damn Baldy. The man who cultivated the hill light flying immortal scripture and was known as the Hill Sovereign said, "We should also report to the immortal court about the movements of the blessed land's evil devils. Then we should send people to pay close attention to prevent those damn Baldy from sending more experts to interfere in our affairs. At the same time, we should also prevent them from taking advantage of the situation and offending our immortal court." That's right. The Snow Sovereign nodded. Then she turned around and looked at the other immortal court martial artists beside her. "Don't worry about the matter here. Divide into several groups and report to the immortal court as soon as possible. Except for the emperor of the immortal court in the true immortal realm, The other immortal court-martial artists all bowed to her. As you command, Snow Sovereign and Hill Sovereign. After they all left, the 3 immortal realm experts of the immortal court walked towards the direction where the Snow Sovereign had come from. In the distance, there was clearly a strong fluctuation of aura. However, as the Buddhist experts had retreated, the fluctuation had already calmed down. After a long time, Yenjiaoga showed up again. He stared at the void in front of him, silently. After pondering for a while, he moved again. The enemy had spread an inescapable net again and gathered countless experts. Although it was to block the exalted fire luminary, Yenjiaoga also had a lot of difficulties if he wanted to enter from the periphery. Just now, the reason why he had avoided the enemy's perception was that the Buddhist experts had drawn their attention. However, no matter whether the Buddhist experts would come back again or not, he knew that the deeper he went, the tighter the encirclement would be, and the more experts of the immortal court there would be. How to go deeper had become the most important problem. Senior apprentice uncle you might have also come. Yenjiaoga was cautiously wandering in the void, trying to find the sword sovereign, Yujinbei. Although he had already left the immortal court, the exalted fire luminary had caused such a huge commotion this time. Before the matter was settled, the earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign might still pay attention to it till the end. Because of Yenjiaoga and Yendi, Yujinbei was definitely not trusted and might even be monitored. However, if he could find Yujinbei in this vast void, Yenjiaoga would be able to move much more freely under his protection and concealment. Along the way, Yenjiaoga had been ruthless and didn't leave anyone alive. Until now, no one should have noticed that he had already circled around the immortal court and even arrived at this void. As such, it was impossible for them to ambush Yujinbei and wait for him to fall into the trap. As a result, the more dangerous the place was, the safer it would be. Instead, it might be the darkest place under the light. Yenjiaoga did the opposite and tried to find out the whereabouts of the sword sovereign. Oh, that's... Yenjiaoga fixed his eyes on that direction. In the dark void far away, there was a flickering mirror light which shone upon the surroundings. This mirror light, Yenjiaoga pondered. Could it be that the Candle Sunlight Emperor is here? The Candle Sunlight Emperor, also known as the Sunlight Emperor, was on the same level as the female emperor, the Brocade Emperor, the Encompassing Emperor, and the Heaven Emperor. One of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Chapter 1216. Yenjiaoga had already met 4 of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Sunlight Emperor was the only one he hadn't met yet. Like Earthly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign, this emperor had always been in the outer space and hadn't returned to the world beyond worlds. It should be a joyous thing to meet an old friend in a foreign place. However, Yenjiaoga didn't blindly greet him. As far as he knew, among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, Sunlight Emperor supported the Qilin Cliff and had a good relationship with Heaven Emperor. Not to mention Chen Qianhua, who had pushed open the immortal door. Female Emperor and Heaven Emperor had reached the Tao a little later among the true immortal emperors of the world beyond worlds. Sunlight Emperor and Brocade Emperor were in the same generation. They had pushed open the immortal door thousands of years ago. Back then, they had all interacted with the dim, radiant emperor Yin Tianxia as one of the 5 emperors. Myriad Emperor had pushed open the immortal door earlier. He was the oldest among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. It was said that Sunlight Emperor's foundation originated from the lineage of the clear illusory virtue Lord of the Jade, clear lineage. He was proficient in the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture and the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture. Later, it was said that Earthly Sovereign had imparted the cyclic heavenly scripture to him. In the royal reed sea of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, when the great Xian dynasty had just established itself, it had imitated the 5-fire 7-fowl fan of the clear illusory virtue lord. Therefore, it was said that the one behind the great Xian dynasty was the Candle Sunlight Emperor. After that, the disciples of the candle's sunlight, great emperor, denied it, and the matter was left unsettled. However, it didn't seem so surprising considering that Sunlight Emperor and Heaven Emperor had always been on good terms. After all, according to the conversation between Wang Pu and Yen Zhaoge in the Jade Capital Crag, Sunlight Emperor had helped Heaven Emperor a little when he pushed open the immortal door, although they are both from the Three Clear lineage, but Yen Zhaoge looked at it from afar and stopped. In the mirror light far away, he could vaguely see the flickering candlelight. Yen Zhaoge thought, is that the legendary mirror light? Among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, female Emperor Jie Mingkong and Heaven Emperor Qian Yuanzi hadn't refined their own immortal weapons yet because they didn't have enough time and materials. Although the Water Empress was Astro Sovereign's disciple, the leakless level celestial weapon that Astro Sovereign had made when he was a true immortal had been destroyed in a battle. Besides the female emperor and the Heaven Emperor, the encompassing emperor, the Brocade Emperor, and the Sunlight Emperor all had leakless immortal artifacts. The lamp in the mirror was the legendary leakless fairy weapon that illuminated the world in the hands of Yang Di. It had been with him for many years and was very famous. That is, Yen Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly as he saw the light within the mirror abruptly brighten. A scarlet glow suddenly appeared in the originally pale golden flames. Then, a scarlet flame flew out from the light in the mirror and drew a red line in the void. Yen Zhaoge only felt that the crimson fiery light looked extremely familiar. Mars halberd? His eyes flashed. From the looks of it, when exalted fire luminary wreaked havoc in the immortal court, Mars halberd did not follow him. Later, he noticed that the situation had changed, or perhaps Sua Mingzhang had informed him, so he came to this area. However, there were too many experts of the immortal court gathered here, so it was not convenient for Mars halberd to go deeper. He could only stay at the periphery and try to find an opportunity. However, he didn't know how he met Candle's Sunlight Emperor. I don't know what they talked about, Yen Zhaoge thought, but from the looks of it, it seems that they didn't go the same way. While thinking, Yen Zhaoge observed the surrounding environment and chased after Mars halberd. Mars halberd's attacks were sharp, but he was not good at hiding himself. It was more difficult for him to wander in this area than Yen Zhaoge. He might be discovered by the experts of the immortal court at any time. Obviously, he also knew this problem, so he was very alert. When Yen Zhaoge just wanted to let out some aura for him, he immediately noticed it. However, when he saw it was Yen Zhaoge, Mars halberd immediately relaxed a lot. Of course, he was also a little embarrassed. Now, he already knew that his attack had sent Yen Zhaoge and Fu Ting to the universe, controlled by the immortal court by mistake. Should I call you Senior Yi? Yen Zhaoge smiled and cupped his hands as if nothing had happened. Hearing that, the flame giant that Mars halberd incarnated shook his head after a short silence and said, Yi Yang is already dead. Now there is only the leakless fairy weapon Mars halberd in the world. It's not suitable to talk here. How about we talk somewhere else? Yen Zhaoge waved his hand and said, People of the immortal court are all around. I don't get along with them. Mars halberd immediately nodded and said, That's exactly what I want. The two fled to the void together and temporarily kept a distance from the encirclement of the immortal court. After they stood still, Mars halberd said first, Although I didn't mean to do it that day, I was quite regretful when I knew it. I'm sorry to you and that little friend Fu. Although I have a grudge against the successor of Taoist Xuanzhong, I don't want to see the successor of orthodox Taoism being harmed by the evil heretics. Yen Zhaoge looked at him and said with a little playfulness, Even if the Brocade Emperor made use of the heretics of the immortal court in the 9 underworlds and almost killed you, I won't vent my anger on you juniors. If I have a grudge against them, I'll settle it with Fu Jinxiu. Mars halberd answered without hesitation. Besides, even if I have a grudge against Fu Jinxiu, I don't want to involve the evil heretics. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, So you didn't have a good talk with the Sunlight Emperor? The face of the flame giant was covered by the raging fire, so people couldn't see his expression clearly. However, his tone was full of admiration. When I met with candle sunlight just now, you were beside me? I didn't notice it at all. So, it seems that the reason why I could notice your trace was also the result of you deliberately hinting to me? Senior, you flatter me. I just saw you leave. Yen Zhaoga answered with a smile. The flame giant nodded slowly and then shook his head. Candle sunlight and I separated. That's the result of our discussion. It's easy to be discovered by the evil heretics if we travel together. So we agreed that he would inquire about the news first and then contact me. Then we'll make further plans. Yen Zhaoga was well aware that Mars Halberd didn't completely trust the Sunlight Emperor. The Sunlight Emperor had always been the supporter of the earthly sovereign. This time, Exalted Fire Luminary made a mess in the immortal court, and the world beyond worlds was stuck in the middle, which was quite embarrassing. It was hard to predict what would happen in the end. By the way, little friend Yen, what's your purpose of coming here? Mars Halberd in the form of a flame giant asked. Coincidentally, or did you come here specifically to find Ming Zhang? Yen Zhaoga said, when the matter of the dim, radiant sect happened, you were in the ancient cold abyss. Now that you've come out, how much do you know about it? I've heard someone mention it. Mars Halberd said, but I don't know the details. Yen Zhaoga picked out some important things and told him. In the end, he said, because of the dim, radiant wheel and my mother, I became a thorn in the eyes of the heretics of the immortal court. In the end, I killed Wang Zhengqing. Chapter 1217. Mars Halberd hadn't returned to the world beyond worlds for a long time. Hearing Yen Zhaoga's words, the flames around the giant's body kept shaking and jumping. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Mars Halberd shook his head and didn't doubt Yen Zhaoga's words. Although he wasn't good at sensing, he was still a leakless immortal weapon, which was almost equal to a true immortal emperor of Taoism. How many martial saints could hide from his senses? Not to mention that Yen Zhaoga was not even a human immortal, but a martial saint in the 9th level, the late immortal bridge realm. Based on this, it was enough to prove that the young man in front of him wasn't simple. They were totally different from the first time they met in the minor, no-hatred Dao field. He and Wang Zhengqing were old acquaintances. Wang Zhengqing was the witness of the battle against the Brocade Emperor. Although they didn't know each other well, and they had different opinions on many things, Mars Halberd still sighed when he heard that Wang Zhengqing had died. I've heard that you are the descendant of Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian, he sighed. But I didn't expect that your mother was the descendant of Hu Yuexin and did such a great thing. Wang Zhengqing was the disciple of the exalted earth luminary Jiangxin. Hu Yuexin was the disciple of the exalted with luminary Shao Junhuang. Mars Halberd knew them before he was sealed in the ancient cold abyss. No wonder you came to find Ming Zhang, Mars Halberd said with a complicated tone. He may not be in the mood to care about other things now, but since you and your mother are the descendants of Shao Junhuang, something might happen. Hearing that, Yen Zhaoga became spirited. You mean, I'm also an outsider. It's hard to say what happened between Ming Zhang and Shao Junhuang. Maybe even they can't explain it clearly. The fiery giant transformed by Mars Halberd turned around and looked into the distance. Ming Zhang didn't listen to my advice and insisted on going to the land of the heretics to kill the 2 profound immortals. I was grateful for that, but also worried about him. Later, I heard that he suddenly retreated after killing 1 person. Although I was relieved, I was also confused, because the Sua Ming Zhang I knew wouldn't give up easily. The face of the flame giant was hidden behind the firelight, looking somewhat ethereal. Something else must have happened that made him change his mind. So you also followed the trail here. After pausing for a while, Yen Zhaoga asked, Forgive me for being presumptuous. Do you know why Exalted Fire Luminary came here? There's only one thing that can make him put everything aside. Mars Halberd replied softly. It's about Xiao Junhuang. Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath. Previously, he had a similar guess as well. It was just an intuition. After all, Exalted Fire Luminary had been searching for Exalted Wood Luminary for more than 2,000 years. Now, Mars Halberd, who knew the Exalted Fire Luminary very well, also made the same guess. Therefore, the probability of his guess being correct was more than 80%. Senior, are Exalted Fire and Exalted Wood Tao companions? Yan Zhaoge asked tentatively. Taoist companion? Mars Halberd's voice sounded a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he said, Once was. Yan Zhaoge's heart instantly thumped as an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or to cry appeared on his face. Once. Anyway, it's a long story. The flame giant shook his head. His eyes were still looking into the distance. Mingzhang came here regardless of everything. Xiao Junhuang might be here. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples gently. Exalted Fire Luminary might have learned this place from the expert of the Immortal Court who had been captured by him. Then there was a question. Since they knew or suspected that Xiao Junhuang was here, why didn't the Immortal Court take any action before? Compared to Sua Mingzhang, who had a neutral attitude, Xiao Junhuang, who was on the side of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, was much more against the Immortal Court. Her disciple, Yuexin, who was the successor of the Bright Connection Emperor, could tell what kind of person Exalted Wood Luminary was in the past. If her position could be located, the experts of the Immortal Court would have already besieged her. Therefore, this void was probably not the place where Xiao Junhuang was hiding, but the place where she was buried after being reminded by Astro Sovereign. Yan Zhaoge had been mentally prepared, but he still couldn't help feeling pity. Just at this moment, the flames surrounding Mars Halberd swayed slightly. The other side didn't hide anything from Yan Zhaoge. He said, I got a message from the communication channel left by Candle Sunlight. He meant that he would try to lead me to the inside of the circle. Yan Zhaoge asked, I wonder if Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu and Earthly Sovereign have also arrived here. They should be. Mars Halberd answered. But Candle Sunlight couldn't get in touch with them. I don't know where they are either. It was said that a lot of experts had gathered in this void to surround Exalted Fire Luminary. It seemed that they were going to catch a turtle in a jar. Still, this region of space was actually extremely vast, much larger than even the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. The Immortal Court could only block this area for the time being, and then slowly compress it inwards to find the specific location of Sua Mingzhang. Senior, what are you going to do now? Yan Zhaoge looked at Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd said, It's unlikely that it's a trap. Otherwise, Sunlight Emperor could have tried to entangle Mars Halberd just now. He didn't want to win, but just entangle Mars Halberd in a short time. At that time, the people of the Immortal Court would be alerted, and someone would come to help soon. If so, can you allow me to go with you? Yan Zhaoge said after thinking for a while. As time passed, he still couldn't find Sword Sovereign Nyezhenbei. The longer he delayed, the more variables there would be. If Sword Sovereign Nyezhenbei had already reached the inside of the circle, Yan Zhaoge would just be wasting time by wandering outside. Although the current method was risky, it was still feasible. Yan Zhaoge liked the feeling of having everything under control, but he never lacked the courage and decisiveness to take risks when it was necessary. However, if possible, I can't meet Sunlight Emperor face to face now. Otherwise, it might be embarrassing. If Sunlight Emperor really wanted to take Mars Halberd inside, he could hide it from the people of the Immortal Court. If Mars Halberd helped Yan Zhaoge to hide it from Sunlight Emperor, it would be another layer of cover. In this way, Yan Zhaoge didn't need to use the profound of the peerless heavenly scripture too much. He only needed to display the peerless arts of the dim, radiant 12 arts, and Mars Halberd wouldn't find anything strange about it. There are so many experts in this area. You might die if you go inside. Have you thought about it? Mars Halberd asked. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, I don't need to think about it. I'm just worried that you won't help me. Mars Halberd said, Previously I failed and caused you to wander in the outer Tao's territory. I should repay you. Since you have made up your mind, I will do it for you. Chapter 12:18. Don't mention what happened before. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands and said, Today, I have to rely on you, Senior. Please take care of me. After saying that, he turned into a flowing light and flew up. On the surface of the light, light and darkness intertwined, and finally turned into a dim light that was neither bright nor dark. I heard that the dim, radiant sect broke the old and established the new, and touched the secret of peerless infinity. Today I see it with my own eyes. It's really unique. Mars Halberd reached out his hand and held up the dim, radiant light that Yan Zhaoge had turned into. Then, layers of flames wrapped it up. Then he turned into a firelight and flew to the faraway space. Yan Zhaoge was immersed in the dim, radiant 12 arts, and his mind was clear and sharp. Mars Halberd didn't mean to cover his perception. So, with the help of Mars Halberd, Yan Zhaoge could receive the information from the outside world without being affected. Mars Halberd stopped after avoiding the attention of some martial artists of the immortal court along the way. The red fire light was extinguished, and the universe returned to darkness. Mars Halberd also concealed his aura and hid his trace, although he wasn't good at this. As a leakless immortal weapon, if he really wanted to hide, it would be hard to find his trace unless it was an expert who had pushed open the door to immortality. Time passed quietly. Yan Zhaoge and Mars Halberd didn't say anything or communicate with each other. They just waited patiently. After a long time, a golden light suddenly flashed in the void on the other side. When it was near, Yan Zhaoge could see a figure in the golden light. It was a Taoist who looked about 50 years old. He wore a red robe, on which patterns of yin and yang were intertwined. The Taoist's face was like a jujube, and he had a 3-foot-long beard. He looked majestic, and his eyes were threatening. His eyes were like a hanging mirror in the middle of the sky, which could illuminate the whole world. They were majestic and seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, which made people's good and evil thoughts. Bright and dark thoughts have no place to hide. Yan Zhaoge had already seen his portrait, so he could recognize his identity at first glance. He was one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, the lord of the Purple Sun Cave of the Twin Hearts Peak of the Kunlun Mountain, Candle Sunlight Emperor, also known as the Sunlight Emperor. It was said that he had reappeared and inherited the lineage of the clear, illusory Tao, Lord's lineage before the Great Calamity. Perfected Lord Qing Su's legendary cave abode was Qingfeng Mountain's Purple Yang Cave. Therefore, when Yang Di achieved the Tao and ascended to immortality, he used the name of Purple Yang Cave when he opened up a dojo on Kunlun Mountain's Twin Heart Peak. Sunlight Emperor looked solemn and looked straight ahead. He came from the void in the distance. A mirror of eminence hung high above his head, emitting a bright mirror light that illuminated all directions. The reflection in the mirror vaguely showed the shape of a lamp, gently swaying. Sunlight Emperor passed by the place where Yan Zhaoge and Mars Halberd were hiding. He didn't slow down or stop. But Mars Halberd had already taken this opportunity to turn into a flame and fly into the mirror, merging with the candle in the mirror. The light swayed even more violently, flashed, and then returned to its original state. Then this mirror light turned into a stream of light, disappearing without a trace, put away. Sunlight Emperor acted as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't noticed anything, and continued to walk forward. However, a voice rang in Mars Halberd's ears. Sorry, fellow Taoist. Please stay in my lamp for the time being. It's not a big deal to avoid the eyes and ears of the heretics. Mars Halberd answered, I should thank fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight for helping me and taking this risk. Sunlight Emperor said, Fellow Taoist, you are too polite. Exalted Fire Luminary has not been in the world beyond worlds for a long time. Due to some special reasons, his name has not been spread in the world beyond worlds. But for me, he has been famous for a long time, and I have always been looking forward to seeing him. However, there are some unpleasant words that I still have to speak frankly. Sunlight Emperor paused for a while, and then said seriously, "Our orthodox Taoism has encountered a great tribulation, and there are a lot of things waiting to be done. Now, we have just seen some progress, so we need to act cautiously." Exalted Fire Luminary was too impulsive to make such a mess in the immortal court this time. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. So I will say these words first, but it doesn't affect our agreement. Sunlight Emperor said frankly, "We might have different opinions on some things, but after all, we are all from the Three Clear lineage. I don't want to see such an outstanding hero of our Haotian Taoism fall into the hands of the outsiders. I only hope that fellow Taoist can persuade Exalted Fire Luminary if you can meet him." Except when facing the dragon race, Mars Halberd's temperament was not tyrannical. He said calmly, "Fellow Taoist has the same opinion as Exalted Earth Luminary, so it's not strange for you to have such an opinion. But you should also understand that it's very easy for you to lose control of yourself if you just stay in a corner. It's precisely because of who Yuexin, Yin Tianxia, and other people who have the same opinion as them exist outside that the world beyond worlds has become more stable. As far as I know, Mingzhang doesn't have any obvious inclination towards the differences between you two. This time he just did it casually. But Mingzhang's existence is the same as Hu Yuexin's," Mars Halberd said. "Although you two have opposite opinions and even have conflicts, I believe fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight can understand it. Fellow Taoist's words are not unreasonable," Sunlight Emperor said slowly. "However, the trouble caused by Exalted Fire Luminary this time is too big, and it's very hard to clean it up." Mars Halberd asked, "Is this what fellow Taoist Jiangshin wants?" "I'm not sure what Earthly Sovereign thinks." Sunlight Emperor shook his head. "I haven't met him before, but I've heard people of the Immortal Court mention that Earthly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign have come to this area, hoping to solve the problem. But it's very difficult. The best result is to find a way to help Exalted Fire Luminary escape secretly, so that he won't be besieged by those heretics. But as far as I know, the number and strength of the experts of the Immortal Court gathered here is not optimistic." Sunlight Emperor sighed slightly. Mars Halberd answered after a short silence, "Let's talk about it when we meet Mingzhang. If we can get in touch with each other and cooperate with each other, we'll have a better chance. That's the only thing we can do now." Sunlight Emperor nodded. While they were talking, Sunlight Emperor was shuttling in the void. Soon, a flowing light appeared in the distance, and a strong wave of aura shook the void without any concealment. There is no doubt that it was the experts of the Immortal Court. Sunlight Emperor and Mars Halberd stopped talking when they saw that. Mars Halberd hid his aura, and Sunlight Emperor helped him to hide, facing the martial artists of the Immortal Court. Even if they were tranquil, profound immortals, Sunlight Emperor and his own immortal weapon, light in the mirror, could still hide them. However, when they were close, they found that they were all true immortals, and there was no risk anymore. Sunlight Emperor could even let Mars Halberd receive the messages from the outside world without being affected, just like how Mars Halberd treated Yen Zhaoga. However, after seeing those people clearly, Sunlight Emperor's eyes flashed with a bit of surprise. Mars Halberd had mixed feelings in his heart. Among the people opposite them, there was one that they were all very familiar with. It was Brocade Emperor Fu Yinqi, who was also one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Chapter 1219. He was still as handsome as ever, as elegant as ever, and as powerful as ever. Standing with the emperors of the Immortal Court, Brocade Emperor was still the most attractive one. However, Sunlight Emperor's sight and Mars Halberd's perception both turned to look at him, black-clothed. The man and the weapon both murmured in their hearts. Although Mars Halberd was not in the world beyond worlds, he didn't get the news about what happened in the world beyond worlds. However, he could still get the news about some things that had a great impact. but the news might be delayed. Of course, the situation of Brocade Emperor was one of the things that Mars Halberd cared about most. In the past few years, he already knew that Brocade Emperor was divided into two, and he also knew the situation of black-clothed Brocade Emperor and white-clothed Brocade Emperor. Sunlight Emperor stayed in the outer space all these years and never returned to the world beyond worlds. Although the news was delayed, the disciples of the Purple Sun Cave would try to report the big things in the world beyond worlds. He also knew clearly what was going on with black-clothed Brocade Emperor in front of him. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Sunlight Emperor stopped in front of the people in front of him. Besides black-clothed Brocade Emperor, there were 3 true immortal emperors of the immortal court. Seeing Sunlight Emperor, they didn't show a good face, but they didn't lose their manners either. They reluctantly cupped their hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight, what are you doing here?" "I want to see if I can help you," Sunlight Emperor said calmly without changing his expression. One of the emperors of the immortal court snorted. "You heretics!" He glanced at Sunlight Emperor and black-clothed Brocade Emperor with an unfriendly look. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor's expression didn't change at all. He just stood there indifferently. When he saw Sunlight Emperor coming, he cupped his hands and greeted. Another emperor of the immortal court stared at Sunlight Emperor and said in a deep voice, "Sua Mingzhang is extremely audacious and reckless. His crime is unforgivable. This time, the immortal court has mobilized troops to kill him. You better not. You'd better not have any improper thoughts. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstood me. I came here because I felt uneasy. So I came to see if I can help you." Sunlight Emperor didn't get angry, although Exalted Fire Luminary is a senior of the Taoism in the world beyond worlds. But we have already parted ways. I was also surprised by his sudden attack. The 3rd Emperor of the Immortal Court tried to smooth things over. If Taoist Candle Sunlight really wants to do so, that would be great. However, this place has been sealed. Don't move around recklessly, lest there be any misunderstanding. Thank you for your reminder. I will be careful. Sunlight Emperor nodded and then looked at the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. "Fellow Taoist Fu, it has been many years since we last met." This humble Taoist had not thought that something like this would actually happen to you. After hearing about it in extra-dimensional space, I was preoccupied with many matters and was unable to return to the world beyond worlds. I didn't expect to meet you here today. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor said calmly, "I had never thought that I would end up like this." "Fellow Taoists, where are you going now?" Sunlight Emperor looked at the 3 emperors of the immortal court. Then he said to Fang Yen, "We've received orders to go and await further orders. Since fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight doesn't want to stay out of this, then come with us." They were naturally unwilling to see a true immortal of the world beyond worlds roaming freely in this region. "That's my wish." Sunlight Emperor nodded and went on the road with him. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor accompanied them as well. The Sunlight Emperor looked at him and wanted to say something. After a long journey, they passed through layers of void. After a long time, they stopped. In the distance, many powerful auras emerged, which made people's heart palpitate. However, what attracted people's attention was a huge nebula, which was like a whirlpool. The size of this nebula was far bigger than the space of the world beyond worlds and the immortal court. Inside the nebula, there were infinite space folds, which were complicated. If it was unfolded, it would be even bigger and immeasurable. Original nebula. Seeing it, Yen Zhaoge gradually understood. There might be a space-time whirlpool inside this nebula, which leads to an unknown place far away. If Exalted Fire Luminary entered it, it would be really difficult for the people of the Immortal Court to find him. For a moment, Yen Zhaoge even suspected that Sua Mingzhang came here just to get rid of the pursuers, and this place was actually not his destination. However, if that was the case, the Immortal Court wouldn't be so stupid to invest such a huge amount of manpower and resources. They must have judged that Sua Mingzhang wouldn't leave easily through some factors. Thinking of the expert of the immortal court who was captured by Sua Mingjiang, Yan Zhaoge guessed that he might not be the only one who knew the information from him. Through others, the immortal court judged the purpose of Sua Mingjiang's great effort. What is hidden in this original nebula? Yan Zhaoge thought. Exalted with luminary, no matter whether she is alive or dead. This may be the last place where she disappeared. Therefore, before searching this original nebula thoroughly and confirming the whereabouts of Xiao Junhuang, exalted fire luminary, Sua Mingjiang wouldn't leave even if he had a way to go. And this time, the immortal court might have made up their mind to search this original nebula. They must stop Sua Mingjiang before he left, and also confirm Xiao Junhuang's life or death. This time they had sent enough experts here and spent a lot of manpower and resources. They wouldn't give up until they reached their goal. When he was thinking, the universe in front of him suddenly changed. That immeasurably huge original nebula suddenly began to expand outwards. Layers of void folds unfolded in the expanding nebula, which devoured and occupied the surrounding space. That whirlpool seemed to become a giant beast that devoured the universe in an instant, sweeping all the space-time. What happened inside? Is there a war? Yan Zhaoge was thinking, and then he saw the surging tide had already swept towards them outside. Mars Halberd contacted Sunlight Emperor secretly. Our chance. That's right. Sunlight Emperor agreed deeply. He pretended to retreat to avoid the space-time tide, but he still couldn't avoid it and was involved in it. However, even if he really wanted to avoid it, he was afraid that he couldn't. The space-time tide was so fierce that even those true immortal emperors who had already pushed open the immortal door couldn't avoid it. Although they weren't injured, they were still swept away. Not only Sunlight Emperor, but also Brocade Emperor and those emperors of the immortal court beside him were also swallowed by the space-time tide. Not knowing how long it had been, when the space-time tide was relatively calm, Sunlight Emperor could finally stabilize his body. Mars Halberd and Yan Zhaoge also had the time to look at the situation in front of them. Everything within his field of vision was covered in a layer of fog. Generally speaking, when the space folds overlapped and compressed to a certain extent, it would be like a tangible solid, like a sparkling crystal. But in front of them, in the original nebula, everything was like a thin mist. However, with Sunlight Emperor's cultivation, he didn't dare to touch that thin mist easily. Otherwise, he might be directly squeezed into dregs. Walking through it, he could only try his best to avoid it. It was also very difficult to distinguish the way. However, after walking for a while, Sunlight Emperor's expression suddenly changed slightly. Then he saw a man in black appear in his sight. It was black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor also raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Sunlight Emperor. He didn't feel surprised, but it could be seen that meeting again was also beyond his expectation. However, this time Sunlight Emperor was not as casual as before. He asked slowly, "Fellow Taoist Fu, why do you also come to this area of the void?" Chapter 1220. I got the news about Exalted Fire Luminary. That's why I came here. Sunlight Emperor stared at black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Why did you come here? In the boundless outer space, the time and space were chaotic. One could be teleported to another world at any time, but it would be too much of a coincidence to say that he came here by accident. I came here specifically. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor said calmly, not for Exalted Fire Luminary. I'm looking for someone else. Sunlight Emperor frowned. Someone else? Mars Halberd and Yan Zhaoge, who were hidden by Mars Halberd, were both slightly moved after hearing that. Fellow Taoist Fu, forgive me for being so bold. Are you going to join the immortal court? Sunlight Emperor's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor shook his head. Not yet. Not yet. The meaning behind these 3 words was truly profound. On the other hand, I do have such a plan. but I haven't put it into practice yet. Yen Zhaoga thought. Did we give him too much pressure? Not necessarily. Sunlight Emperor stared at black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Forgive me for being so bold. Fellow Taoist Fu, what you did was a little inappropriate. I don't want to be killed by my other self. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor said calmly he could get the 4 grands earlier heaven flag with the help of others, so I had to find other helpers. Sunlight Emperor continued. The other fellow Taoist Fu in white, is he also looking for the helpers of the Immortal Court? Or has he found the blessed land of Buddhism? He attacked secretly and retreated after one attack, but he chose the most critical moment. So I failed to get the 4 grands earlier heaven flag, and the immortal weapon fell into the hands of the white-clothed man. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor didn't hide anything. He said frankly, it happened so suddenly that I'm not sure about his identity. But since I couldn't see through him, he should be above the true immortal realm and not a heretic. Sunlight Emperor said in a deep voice, If so, why did you come to ask for help from the heretics? I'm already aware of the conflict between you and the other Taoist Fu, as well as the conflict between you and the descendant of the exalted gold luminary. However, all of these are conflicts between our Taoism's 3 clear lineage. We shouldn't allow the heretics to get involved in it. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor said calmly, Fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight, aren't you also working with the Immortal Court heretics now? It's just a temporary expedient. Sunlight Emperor said frankly. He didn't care whether the other party would lie to him or not. The same goes for me, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor said indifferently. Sunlight Emperor looked at him, as if he was thinking about how credible his words were. Yen Zhaoga felt that this was indeed the true thoughts of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. However, that was only for now. Joining the Immortal Court meant accepting the Immortal Court's purification, giving birth to the treasured light imbued with faith power and worshipping the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. In this way, it was very likely that the black-clothed Brocade Emperor wouldn't have to scheme for the Grand Simplicity, Splendor Cloud, and the Tai Fist. He wouldn't have to kill Mengwan and Fu Ting, and he wouldn't even have to fight with the white-clothed Brocade Emperor. He would have the hope of advancing a step further and ascending to the profound immortal realm. It didn't take much effort, it wasn't dangerous, and it looked perfect. It seemed to fit the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's usual style. However, it might not be the best for him. Being purified by the Immortal Court meant that his life and death would be in the hands of the Immortal Court in the future. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor wouldn't take this step unless he had no other choice. The best result would be to tangle with the Immortal Court and try to borrow their strength to help him defeat the white-clothed Brocade Emperor and even obtain the Grand Simplicity, Splendor Cloud. Yen Zhaoga and his son were also the thorn in the side of the Immortal Court. It was still hard to say which one would be more beneficial to the Immortal Court. One more emperor who was purified and one more emperor who was inclined to the Immortal Court and had the hope of ascending to the profound immortal realm and becoming one of the dominators of the world beyond worlds. This was the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's bargaining chip. Of course, it wasn't enough to make the situation develop as he planned. The Immortal Court wouldn't work for him for free. How to weigh the pros and cons and how to compromise were still entangled. Taoist Fu, listen to my advice. Sunlight Emperor looked at the black-clothed Brocade Emperor and said, I've already known about your affairs. It's not impossible for you to defeat the white-clothed Taoist Fu and obtain the Grand Simplicity, Splendor Cloud of the exalted gold luminary's descendant. The descendant of the exalted gold luminary had messed with Een Dim Radiance and the Bright Connection, who they shouldn't be tolerated in the world beyond worlds. They killed Taoist Wang Zhenqing, and the earthly sovereign wouldn't ignore it. After the matter of the exalted fire luminary is settled, the earthly sovereign will return to the world beyond worlds. With him and the concealed sovereign working together, nothing will go wrong. I haven't had any dealings with the white-robed fellow Taoist Fu, but I've heard others mention that it's difficult for fellow Taoist Fu to make progress. He's lost, and his path isn't as clear as yours. Although it's a little cruel, I support you more. Sunlight Emperor said in a deep voice. However, it's like asking a tiger for its skin to cooperate with the immortal court. The affairs of the world beyond worlds should be settled by the three clear lineage. Don't involve the heretics. However, the reason why I ended up like this is that I'm also a member of the three clear lineage. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor said lightly. Sunlight Emperor frowned. You mean the former Southern Exalt Zhuangxin? Black-clothed Brocade Emperor shook his head. Zhuangxin is nothing. He just took advantage of the situation at the end. The source is one of the three sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, or the missing Astro Sovereign. If the profound immortal didn't take action, how could I be affected? Sunlight Emperor looked surprised and said, You mean, if it's the Sword Sovereign, it's fine. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor said indifferently, If it's not the Sword Sovereign, but the others, how can I count on them? At that time, Yan Zhaoge and his son didn't come out, and the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud was also missing. After what happened today, the white-clothed Brocade Emperor would definitely take care of the aftermath, not me. Sunlight Emperor was silent. If the person who caused all this really had a way to help the white-clothed Brocade Emperor to make progress, it would be a bargaining chip to rope in the white-clothed Brocade Emperor. The white-clothed Brocade Emperor was on the side of the Broad Creed Mountain, while the black-clothed Brocade Emperor had conflicts with the Broad Creed Mountain. It was self-evident which one was more necessary to rope in and fight for. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor had already lost the upper hand in the fight between the white-clothed Brocade Emperor and the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. White-clothed Brocade Emperor had the Four Grands Earlier Heaven flag and the Tai Fist. Facing the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, he had an overwhelming advantage. Earthly Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign naturally had conflicts with the Broad Creed Mountain. Earthly Sovereign had to go back to the world beyond worlds to settle things. However, it didn't mean that they would definitely stand on the side of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, who also had conflicts with the Broad Creed Mountain. Those were two different things. It's related to life and death. I can't say anything. Sunlight Emperor said seriously while looking at the black-clothed Brocade Emperor after being silent for a while. But fellow Taoist Fu, please reconsider. It's definitely not a good choice for life and death. Destiny and the Tao if you join the Immortal Court. Chapter 1221. Joining the Immortal Court is indeed not a good choice, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor said mildly, but at least it is not the worst choice. Although it's only slightly better than the worst, it's still better than the worst. Hearing the words of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, Sunlight Emperor slightly frowned. Mars Halberd just listened quietly. Between the black-clothed and white-clothed Brocade Emperors, Mars Halberd undoubtedly hated the black-clothed Brocade Emperor more. After learning about the Brocade Emperor's situation, Mars Halberd could easily figure out that the Brocade Emperor, who had not been divided at that time, had used the emperors of the Immortal Court to kill him in the 9 underworlds, mainly because the Brocade Emperor was heartless at that time. It was precisely this heartless side that had transformed into the black-clothed Brocade Emperor after splitting apart. Even so, Mars Halberd still felt complicated when he saw the black-clothed Brocade Emperor being forced to join the Immortal Court. Be it black or white, be it emotional or unfeeling, these were the most outstanding figures of the world beyond worlds' grand clear lineage to the legacies of Taoism's 3 clear lineage. As one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, he had once been a bigwig with the greatest authority in the world beyond worlds. Now he actually vaguely had no place to stay in the world beyond worlds. Due to the matters of Yin Tianxia and Hu Yuexin that year and Yan Zhaoge's recent slaying of the earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, the world beyond worlds now vaguely seemed to be in a stalemate between the two sides. A huge conflict was bound to break out between the two sides. The ironic thing was that no matter who won, it seemed to be disadvantageous to the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Even if the two sides were in a deadlock, There was no room for him to take advantage of the situation. Mars Halberd was not his friend, so he sighed inwardly at the moment. Yen Zhaoga, however, felt nothing at all. His understanding of the black-clothed brocade emperor was deeper than that of Mars Halberd. As Yen Zhaoga saw it, the most likely thing that the black-clothed brocade emperor would do was to force the earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign of the world beyond worlds to choose him over the white-clothed brocade emperor in the name of joining the immortal court. While he had been split into two, both the black-clothed and white-clothed brocade emperor's memories had been completely inherited. As a peak expert of the world beyond worlds, the brocade emperor knew many things about the world beyond worlds. Perhaps this information was what the immortal court valued. In secretly assisting the brocade emperor to ascend to immortality that year, it was not without the thought of planting a spy within. Did the black-clothed brocade emperor want to join the immortal court? Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to. Therefore, the black-clothed brocade emperor's true intentions were to wait for a good price. This was something that black-clothed brocade emperor would do, even if he had already noticed the shadow of the immortal court behind him when he pushed open the immortal door. However, this did not affect him from taking the most beneficial approach to the current situation. If he really had no other way out in the end, and it was a matter of life and death, he might just convert to the immortal court. On the contrary, these were things that the white-clothed brocade emperor would never have done. In fact, the white-clothed brocade emperor hated the immortal court even more than before. Because of his style, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign did not have to worry about the white-clothed brocade emperor joining the immortal court. As Yen Zhaoga saw it, this was the most ironic part. Fellow Taoist Fu, please reconsider. After a while, Sunlight Emperor said slowly, there is no turning back for some choices. Please be careful. Fellow Taoist Candle, Sunlight, wants to kill me? The black-clothed brocade emperor had a calm expression on his face. This king's current strength cannot be compared to before. You also have the mirror light with you. If you make a move, it is not impossible for you to succeed. Sunlight Emperor looked at him. Fellow Taoist Fu, do you want to convert to the immortal court this time? I'm just looking for an old acquaintance to have a chat. The black-clothed brocade emperor shook his head. If I want to convert to the heretics immediately, I can go to the immortal court directly. There is no need for me to come here. Then I still say the same thing. Sunlight Emperor nodded, and his eyes were not so sharp and threatening anymore. Fellow Taoist Fu, please reconsider. The black-clothed brocade emperor didn't say anything. He passed by Sunlight Emperor and said, since fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight doesn't want to make a move, I will leave first. The environment here is complicated, and there are many experts of the immortal court. Why don't we go together? Sunlight Emperor said, my purpose here is different from yours. Let's say goodbye here. The black-clothed brocade emperor didn't look back. He just walked in the hazy nebulous space and gradually went away. Sunlight Emperor looked at the back of the black-clothed brocade emperor and remained silent. After a long time, Sunlight Emperor opened his mouth again and said, now the situation in the world beyond worlds is delicate. The heretics of the immortal court are eyeing us covetously. Fellow Taoist, please don't make trouble for fellow Taoist Fu for the time being. You can make a decision after everything is settled, in case the heretics take advantage of you. That depends on what he will do. Mars Halberd answered slowly. Sunlight Emperor nodded. That's good to hear. After saying that, he continued his journey. However, in the original nebula, the space was not only vast, but also complicated and unpredictable. Even if one was proficient in the Tao of time and space and had a high cultivation, it was more difficult to move freely here and find another person. It's not a good way to go on like this. Sunlight Emperor stopped and sighed. The bright mirror above his head was hanging in the air. The reflection of lights in the mirror was shaking slightly. Then the voice of Mars Halberd came out. Indeed. Fellow Taoist Candle Sunlight, can you contact other people in the world beyond worlds? Sunlight Emperor answered. I don't know whether the earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign have entered the original nebula. I just tried to contact them, but I haven't received any reply yet." After a moment of silence, Mars Halberd said, "If so, I'll try to contact Mingzhang." Exalted Fire luminary Sua Mingzhang had been moving in the boundless outer space for thousands of years, looking for the whereabouts of Exalted with luminary Xiao Junhuang. His whereabouts were also hard to be found. However, he still kept in touch with Mars Halberd. Because of the long distance between them, it was hard to maintain the timeliness of the contact, and there would inevitably be lag and delay. However, Mars Halberd had never contacted Sua Mingzhang in these years. He didn't contact him when he was suppressed by the dragon race and the Grand Clear lineage. He didn't contact him when he broke the seal and took revenge on the dragon race and the Grand Clear lineage. He also didn't contact him when he was seriously injured by the experts of the Immortal Court. This time, Sua Mingzhang happened to return to the Dao universe by accident, so he got to know about it by chance. Then, he went to the Immortal Court. However, being in such an environment, I'm not sure. I can only try my best. Mars Halberd said. Sunlight Emperor looked serious. After observing the surroundings carefully, he said, "There should be no activity of the heretics in this area. Fellow Daoist, don't worry about it. I'll protect you, but you need to act as soon as possible, so as not to attract the attention of the heretics. The experts of the heretics gathered here are not only profound immortals." After the light in the mirror shook for a while, a red flame flew out of the golden candle and landed in the void, turning into a flame giant. Mars Halberd stood still for a while and tried to feel the chaotic space in front of him. Chapter 1222. In the original nebula, the time and space were unpredictable, which was quite different from the outside world. Mars Halberd also needed to put himself in the shoes of others for a while to fine-tune his ritual. When he had a plan in mind and everything was well calculated, he could take action. Flames intertwined and burned in the void and turned into formation patterns. The flame giant that Mars Halberd incarnated also flew up. The firestorm swept over, and then a double crescent Halberd appeared in the fire. Mars Halberd showed his real body and waved in the air. It was as if a vast energy concept that could split the heavens and earth apart broke through the chaotic time and space to write another seal. It was a pale golden seal. The golden seal fell in the formation patterns formed by the intertwining flames. The two combined, and suddenly there were circles of brilliance spreading around. Sunlight Emperor stood aside and guarded Mars Halberd, vigilantly paying attention to the surrounding environment. However, when he saw the circles of brilliance spread out, which seemed to fix the whole chaotic time and space, Sunlight Emperor also showed a look of admiration in his eyes. Exquisite and extraordinary. Mars Halberd showed the appearance of the flame giant again, standing in the void, and began to wait patiently. It was difficult to measure the time here. After a long time, the frozen time and space suddenly fluctuated violently. A strange flame appeared out of nowhere, instantly penetrated the void, and condensed into a seal in front of Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd stared at it attentively, and the flame disappeared in a flash. But Mars Halberd already had a plan, so he said to Sunlight Emperor, "Let's go." In the original nebula, the time and space are unpredictable. It may take a long time. Sunlight Emperor nodded. It is expected. It is already a surprise that we can contact Exalted Fire Luminary. It is a pity that Earthly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign still haven't replied. While talking, the two continued their journey together. They needed to hurry up, otherwise the previous clues would be less and less helpful when the time and space of the original nebula changed too fast. However, they needed to be more careful to avoid running into the people of the Immortal Court. Because Mars Halberd needed to identify the way, it was not suitable for him to continue hiding in the candle light of Sunlight Emperor's mirror light. In this way, if they walked in the original nebula openly and met the people of the Immortal Court, things would immediately get complicated. Not only did they have to hurry on with their journey, but they also had to conceal their tracks. The difficulty was self-evident. Moreover, the changes of time and space in the original nebula were dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause even an immortal realm expert to be crushed to death by the disordered space. Fortunately, the two of them were traveling together, so they could work together and help each other. Suddenly, Mars Halberd stopped and said, "Here we are." Hearing that, Sunlight Emperor became spirited. Mars Halberd reappeared in the original form of a crimson halberd, and then once again waved it in the void. The scarlet flames left traces in the void, lingering for a long time. They condensed into a huge talisman that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, like a sea of fire. Then rays of golden light rose from the fiery red talisman and gathered at a single point. In the space-time, a spire seemed to appear, but it also looked like a path. At the top, the void began to crack open. Then, streaks of fire gushed out from the crack in the wall. The heat, which far exceeded that of Mars Halberd, was exuding from it, which was shocking. Even Sunlight Emperor, who was a true immortal of Taoism, felt that his internal organs were burning, and the heat was unbearable when the fire gushed out from the crack before he got close to it. His own perception ability seemed to have completely disappeared at this moment. After the initial heat, everything seemed to become numb. He didn't feel the heat, but he also lost all other senses. Exalted fire, luminary. Sunlight Emperor realized it and murmured to himself. Mars Halberd nodded. Yes. Before he finished his words, a strange wave suddenly appeared in the original nebula where the two of them were, from far to near. It seemed that some powerful beings were approaching quickly. That was a speed that was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. In such a complicated space-time environment like the original nebula, it could travel quickly. If it was in the normal void, Mars Halberd wouldn't have time to react, and the other party would have already arrived in front of him. People of the immortal court. Mars Halberd understood it immediately. He waved the double crescent halberd in the air, intending to cut off the passage paved with golden light and seal the crack again. But at this moment, an ancient mirror appeared in front of him and blocked the sharp light of the red halberd. The reflection of the candlelight in the mirror changed its appearance after shaking for a while. A red sky halberd, which was exactly the same as the red sky halberd, seemed to break out of the mirror and rush to Mars Halberd. The two halberds collided with each other. Candle sunlight. A low voice came from Mars Halberd, who was suppressing his anger. In that moment of delay, streams of light streaked across the sky, shuttling through time and space to arrive in front of him. Every one of them was extremely powerful. When they gathered together, it was even more suffocating. It seemed that people couldn't even move their soul thoughts at all. These flowing lights didn't stop for a moment. They all rushed to the crack where the golden light passed and the flowing fire scattered in all directions at the first moment. The powerful force tore the crack apart and enlarged it in an instant, and then rushed into it together. Mars Halberd was blocked by the light in the mirror. Behind the ancient mirror, Sunlight Emperor reached out his hand to hold the mirror with a calm look. Everything was planned by you. Mars Halberd said angrily, you colluded with the immortal court from the very beginning. What you said to the black-robed Fujinshio was just a lie that you used to deceive me. Sunlight Emperor said calmly, it was not a lie. What I said was from the bottom of my heart. Everything I did now was for our orthodox Taoism. Fellow Taoist, I understand that you are angry now, but you will understand my painstaking efforts in the future. Now you'd better not make a mistake. If you leave this place with me, you still have a chance to save yourself. Good, good, good. Mars Halberd was so angry that he laughed and then suddenly shouted. Then the red halberd suddenly changed its direction and waved to the other side of the void. Sunlight Emperor followed up with a calm look, but soon his face suddenly changed. He had thought that Mars Halberd was going to turn around and try to escape, but he didn't expect that after the red halberd passed through the void, another crack appeared in the space. In the new crack, there were even more intense flames gushing out. The aura coming out of it was even more powerful than that of the first crack, where Exalted Fire Luminary was suspected to be opposite. "I've been fooled." Sunlight Emperor reacted immediately and sped up to catch up with Mars Halberd. He wanted to entangle Mars Halberd so that he couldn't hide in the second crack. At the same time, angry roars came out of the first crack in the void in another direction. Then streaks of light turned around and flew out again, chasing after the second fissure. Chapter 1223. Fellow Taoist, don't make the same mistake again. Sunlight Emperor showed a painful expression on his face and tried his best to catch up with Mars Halberd, as long as he could stop Mars Halberd before he entered the second crack. Even if it was just for a moment, the lights rushing out from the first crack in the sky could catch up with him. Fellow Taoist, you will only harm others, and yourself if you don't come to your senses. Sunlight Emperor also turned into a flowing light and integrated with his immortal weapon, Mirror Light. Then a ray of light shot out from the mirror light and chased Mars Halberd. The speed of the light was so fast that it came to the back of Mars Halberd. Sunlight Emperor's figure appeared again, and then he waved his hand backward. The mirror light seemed to turn into a rope and pulled the ancient mirror back to his hand quickly. At the same time, Sunlight Emperor's other hand had already grabbed Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd didn't turn around. He just swung the tail of the halberd in the air and whipped on Sunlight Emperor's palm with raging flames. Both of them were shocked. Sunlight Emperor's figure stopped and Mars Halberd's speed also slowed down a little. After a while, Mars Halberd sped up again, but Sunlight Emperor was already close at this moment. He took back the mirror light and shone it at Mars Halberd. As the candlelight reflected in the mirror flickered, light golden flowing lights flew out from it and turned into ropes to bind Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd, who wanted to speed up, became even slower. Even if they could win, it would take more than 1 or 2 moves. Sunlight Emperor only wanted to stop Mars Halberd for a moment, which was not difficult for him. At this moment, in the void on the other side, the flowing lights rushed out of the first crack in an instant and then rushed to Sunlight Emperor and Mars Halberd. The vast space was so close to them as if there was no distance at all. In an instant, they were right in front of them. The horrible aura almost paralyzed them and made them unable to move. Although there were some twists and turns, they could still act according to the plan. Sunlight Emperor finally felt relieved. But suddenly, a ray of light flew out from Mars Halberd. The light was dim, hazy, not bright, not dazzling, and just blurry. But when Sunlight Emperor saw the light, he suddenly trembled. Dim, radiant 12 arts! A figure surfaced amidst the fusion of dim and radiant light. It was precisely Yen Zhaoga. Sunlight Emperor's heart is really cold and bitter. While laughing, Yen Zhaoga reached out his hand and held the Mars Halberd. Then he shook his hand. The essence of the heaven opening scripture that Yen Zhaoga had just comprehended was displayed by Yen Zhaoga, which immediately merged with the concept of power of Mars Halberd. Although there was a big difference between them, there was still an instant similarity. The power of both sides merged together, and a tyrannical yet bright heaven opening flame appeared. The Mars Halberd suddenly turned into a shape that looked like a banner and an axe, and then cut off all the golden lights wrapped around the halberd. As soon as the restraint was gone, Yen Zhaoga and Mars Halberd immediately sped up and turned into a streak of fiery light, rushing into the second crack instantly. Almost at the same time they rushed in, streams of light with extremely powerful auras had already chased them to the outside of the crack. However, after Yen Zhaoga and Mars Halberd rushed in, an extremely tyrannical flame immediately burst out from the second crack, which swept through the space and blocked those light streams. As the flames rose into the air, the second crack closed up and disappeared without a trace. The anger was fluctuating in the void, which made the space collapse. However, no matter how angry they were, they could only accept the reality. They had to start all over again to chase after Exalted Fire Luminary. Although there were some experts of the Immortal Court who were good at changing time and space, they still had to give up after trying for a long time and exploring the void in this area. The environment of the original nebula was too much of a hindrance for the pursuers. Candle's Sunlight Emperor retreated to the side and looked at the scene in front of him with a serious expression. As the void shook, a middle-aged man in black appeared beside him, saying, "It's a waste of effort." It was Brocade Emperor in black. Even if I was discovered, I could still hold him for a while. But I didn't notice that there was another person with him. Sunlight Emperor said in a deep voice, "It's my fault. Yen Zhaoga. I didn't expect that he was also here. Is he everywhere?" The red-faced Taoist looked at the void in front of him and said, "It's still too early to say whether we can catch them all or fail. Don't worry about it for now." Passing through the crack, Yen Zhaoga looked back and saw the crack closed and disappeared again. While the flowing fire was flying in front of them, there was a strong pulling force coming from afar, which pulled them forward quickly. If fallen deity didn't warn me, I might have made a big mistake. Mars' halberd changed into the appearance of the flame giant again. "Senior, you are too polite," Yen Zhaoga said with a smile. "Didn't you also have doubts?" Led by Sunlight Emperor, they just passed through the periphery of the immortal court and came to the inner part of the original nebula. When they were close to the edge of the original nebula suddenly changed. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed too coincidental. If the original nebula didn't change, which swallowed all the people around and made them separated because of the change of time and space, how could they get rid of the surveillance of the experts of the immortal court and act independently? That was the first problem they had to face. However, this problem soon disappeared. It seemed to be a coincidence, but it was actually the experts of the higher level of the immortal court who entered the original nebula and caused the change. In this way, Mars' halberd could be fooled. The original nebula might let Sua Mingzhang jump out of the encirclement of the immortal court. As long as he didn't find the target he was looking for, he might leave. If the immortal court wanted to encircle him, they had to hurry. He might not trust the experts of the world beyond worlds like earthly sovereign, but he trusted Mars' halberd. Therefore, the immortal court tried to let Mars' halberd lead the way and help them find exalted fire luminary as soon as possible. Under the urgency of time, it was inevitable to be a little impatient, which would easily arouse suspicion. However, the words of Candle Sunlight Z and the black-robed Fu Jinxiu made me less suspicious to a certain extent. Mars' halberd said with a complicated tone. Yen Zhaoga smiled slightly. Now the result is always good. Under the guidance of the flowing fire, which was like a big river, the two quickly passed through layers of time and space and didn't know how far they had gone. Finally, the flowing fire disappeared, and the scene in front of them changed. Before Yen Zhaoga stabilized his body, his eyes suddenly flashed. He could feel that his myriad dragon palace slightly shook. Or it should be said that the beams and doors of the heavenly court's divine palace in the past were slightly shaking. Yen Zhaoga fixed his eyes on it and found that there was something in the void in front of him, which was not empty like other places. There were actually some broken stones and soil here. It looked like the broken walls of some buildings that had collapsed. Under one of the broken walls, a man was sitting there. Chapter 1224. Under the broken wall, a young man was sitting there. One of his legs was straight forward, and the other one was bent in front of him. His arm was resting on the bent knee. The man was leaning against the wall, looking at Yen Zhaoga and Mars' halberd. "Old buddy, here you are." While saying that, the young man stood up from the ground. "I almost fell into someone's trap and brought you trouble." The flame giant that Mars' halberd transformed into said, while his body was descending. Yen Zhaoga descended with him and observed the young man in front of him at the same time. The young man had short hair, which was very rare. Yen Zhaoga's hair had been getting shorter and shorter under his own insistence, which was totally different from other men's hair in this ancient world. However, the hair of the man in front of him was even shorter than Yen Zhaoga's. It was exactly the short hair in Yen Zhaoga's memory. Although his hair was thick, it gave people a feeling of prickling when they stood up. He was very tall, but well-proportioned and perfect. He didn't look clumsy or fat. His short hair accentuated his masculine and firm facial features. When he opened and closed his eyes, there seemed to be the vast starry sky in his eyes. Not at all. Hearing Mars Halberd's words, the man shook his head. But I don't have the mood to pay attention to them now. He looked at Yen Zhaoga. What's the background of this young friend? Although it was the first time for Yen Zhaoga to see him in person, he could already confirm his identity. He was one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun together with his grandfather Yen Xintong, Astro, Sovereign Qin Xuanzong, Earthly Sovereign Jiangxin, and Exalted Solar Luminary Gaohan, Exalted Fire Luminary Suo Mingzhang. Compared with the image of Suo Mingzhang that Yen Zhaoga saw through the fan drawn by Exalted Wood Luminary in the Fire Dragon world, the real person in front of him was much more restrained. He was like a peerless divine weapon that was temporarily put into the sheath. However, Yen Zhaoga could still faintly feel the terrifying momentum that was roaring in the universe. For some unknown reason, at some unknown time, that overbearing flame dragon had become so quiet. However, no one would really think that the short-haired man in front of them had become harmless. Not long ago, in the territory of the Immortal Court, he purposely stepped into the trap that the other party had carefully planned. Despite being besieged by many experts, he still killed the bait and left. On the other hand, the bait itself was a profound immortal sovereign who had fused his immortal energy into energy. Yen Zhaoga pays his respects to the exalted fire. Yen Zhaoga was neither servile nor overbearing. He cupped his hands toward Suo Mingzhang in front of him. Last time we met, I told you that I'm the descendant of fellow Taoist Yen Xintong and fellow Taoist Di Qingyan, Mars Halberd said. After glancing at Yen Zhaoga, Suo Mingzhang slowly said, should I say that he is the descendant of a famous clan, or should I say that the pupil has surpassed the master? No need for formalities. He first nodded to Yen Zhaoga, and then turned to Mars Halberd and said, let's talk about it later. I won't entertain you for now, and I'll continue with my previous business. Mars Halberd said, there's one more thing that I've just learned. His mother is Hu Yuexin's grand disciple, that is, Xiao Juanhuang's 3rd-generation disciple. What? Suo Mingzhang suddenly turned his head. Yen Zhaoga cupped his hands toward Suo Mingzhang and said, did Senior Mars Halberd tell you what the dim, radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia and the bright connection Emperor Hu Yuexin had done? The karma of that day hasn't been completely cut off. Now my mother and I have inherited that karma, and we're trying to solve it. He didn't hide anything and said frankly, the reason why I left the world beyond worlds to travel in the void is to find my mother's great grandmaster, the Exalted Wood Luminary. At the same time, because I heard that you and the Exalted Wood Luminary were old friends, I also hope to find you. After hearing Yen Zhaoga's words, Suo Mingzhang simply said, I'm looking for Junhuang now. You come with me. Yen Zhaoga nodded, and then followed up with Mars Halberd. Suo Mingzhang walked in the front, and walked through the ruins in front of him. While walking, Yen Zhaoga felt the aura contained in the broken walls and ruins, and also contacted his myriad dragon palace. It's completely ruined. Its spirituality is almost gone. It's not as good as the pillars and beams of the divine palace, or the white jade door. Yen Zhaoga sighed in his heart. After the great calamity, the continuous erosion of time, and the brilliance of the original nebula, this place had become a real ruin. Not even a piece of good tile could be left. There was no need to absorb it into the myriad dragon palace. However, when Yen Zhaoga was feeling pity, he suddenly felt something in his heart. He felt that the treasure that he had never really controlled before seemed to have a slight reaction at this moment. The profound sky purple golden furnace. This place has something to do with the pill hall. Or is there a space-time tunnel in the original nebula that leads to the void where the pill hall is now? Yin Zhaoge was slightly shocked, but then he didn't feel so surprised. Xiao Junhuang, the exalted wood luminary, was famous for her alchemy skills. She was recognized as the #1 alchemist among the experts of Taoism after the Great Calamity. It was reasonable that she devoted herself to finding the pill hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, and even found some clues. But he didn't know what she had found. When Yin Zhaoge was thinking, he suddenly saw exalted fire luminary Suo Mingzhang stop in front of him. The three of them were in a ruin. The surrounding environment didn't seem to be special. After looking around, Suo Mingzhang raised his hand and stretched out his finger to write something in the air. The faint light left traces in the void and quickly condensed into a unique talisman. Yin Zhaoge looked at the talisman and his eyes flashed slightly. He had seen it before. It was the private seal of Xiao Junhuang, the exalted wood luminary. "Have you seen it before?" Suo Mingzhang asked casually without looking back. "Before, I went to the fire dragon world to look for your former residence, and saw a folding fan in the cottage." Yin Zhaoge knew that he was not asking Mars Halberd, so he didn't hide it and admitted it frankly. While saying that, Yin Zhaoge looked at Mars Halberd. Hearing the name of the fire dragon world, Mars Halberd nodded silently and said nothing. As expected, Suo Mingzhang didn't feel dissatisfied. "I haven't been back for 1,000 years. How is it?" "The local six-legged Fei takes care of the mausoleum very carefully," Yin Zhaoge answered. While asking and answering, along with the flash of that talisman, the void in front of them suddenly opened. The three of them stepped into it together and came to an independent world. The first thing that entered his sight was a tall spirit tree. It was tall and straight, exuding a heroic aura. Songhua tree. Seeing that big tree, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. If you see the Songhua tree, then I'm afraid it's transformed by the remains of the great Grand Master, which means that she has already died. His mother's words sounded in his memory, which made Yin Zhaoge fall into silence. He came back to himself and looked at exalted fire luminary Suo Mingzhang. He saw the short-haired man standing there silently for a long time. After a while, Suo Mingzhang stepped forward again and came to the spirit tree silently. With his arrival, the luxuriant branches and leaves moved without any wind. Then, without any sign, white flowers bloomed all over the Songhua tree. As the branches swayed, there seemed to be the sound of wind bells, which disappeared in a flash. Chapter 1225. In this space, there was a huge spirit tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. Its trunk covered the sky and filled up the entire void. The tall tree had been standing there silently for many years. When exalted fire luminary came to the tree, the spirit tree with a faint green luster suddenly blossomed with pure white flowers. The branches swayed without wind, and the petals fell like white snow. Suo Mingzhang looked up and didn't say anything for a long time. From Yin Zhaoge's point of view, Suo Mingzhang's clear face became blurred and couldn't be seen clearly. However, the huge pressure became clear at this moment. It was like the sharpness that had been suppressed in the sheath was going to burst out at this moment. For a moment, Yin Zhaoge even faintly felt that this vast original nebula was going to be destroyed. However, it was only for a moment. Then everything seemed to disappear, which made people think that it was just an illusion. But both Yin Zhaoge and Mars Halberd knew that it was not an illusion. Even with Yin Zhaoge's willpower, he also felt a strong sadness at this moment. Although exalted with luminary was Xue Chuqing's great grandmaster, even Xue Chuqing didn't really have contact with her. It was impossible for Yin Zhaoge to feel so sad because of the death of this senior. What he felt in his heart was more of pity, but at this moment he truly felt a deep sense of sorrow. It didn't come from himself, but his emotion was aroused by exalted fire luminary in front of him. It was not Suo Mingzhang's intention, but the silent sadness infected the whole world at this moment. Everything in the world moved according to Suo Mingzhang's will, and the whole world felt sad. The whole time and space had a feeling of withering. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes and operated his magic skill to stabilize his mind. Then his mind returned to normal. Looking at Sua Mingzhang under the tree in front of him, he didn't avoid it too much. He asked Mars Halberd beside him in a low voice, "Senior, why did Exalted Fire Luminary and Exalted would Luminary separate?" Mingzhang had been keen on martial arts since he was a child. He hoped that he could keep climbing the peak in his life and appreciate the endless great Tao in this world. In his eyes, those were the most beautiful scenery. Mars Halberd said, slowly after a moment of silence. Perhaps it was also because of this reason that Sua Mingzhang was less concerned about other things. As a mixed-race child, his childhood might not be as happy as Yang, who grew up with him. However, none of that mattered to Sua Mingzhang. With his fiery temper, he might have gotten into a conflict with someone at that time and ended up bleeding. But after that, he didn't really take it to heart. What truly made him put his mind and energy into it was still the advancement of the martial path. Not to prove to others, not to have the strength to take revenge in the future, not to use this opportunity to obtain something. Instead, it was because of their desire and zeal. It was because of their yearning and love for the great Tao itself and their curiosity towards the unknown. Mars Halberd didn't go into details, but Yan Zhaoge could roughly understand what he meant. And fellow Taoist Xiao Junhuang is also a sincere person. For the faith in her heart, she would die 100 times without regret. Mars Halberd said in a low voice, "Although I don't know fellow Taoist Xiao well, I know that her greatest wish in life is to revive the 3 clear Taoism, set things right, cleanse the evil atmosphere of the heretics, and purify the world." Hearing that, Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes gently. He had roughly guessed why a pair of people who loved each other couldn't stay together in the end. Although Exalted Fire Luminary had a fiery temper and always did things his own way, he was essentially a person who liked quietness. Or it should be said that he was a person who was passive. The experience of his youth still had an influence on him. He preferred to immerse himself in his own world, studying the martial path and exploring the unknown. In the process of studying, he who was unsociable and irascible could indeed calm down his mind. It seemed contradictory, but it was actually quite natural. In Yan Zhaoge's opinion, Sua Mingzhang was more like an eccentric and irascible scholar. No wonder Exalted Fire Luminary Sua Mingzhang was neutral among the Kunlu 9 luminaries. He neither sided with the North Star Emperor nor the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Unfortunately, although Exalted Wood Luminary was a woman, she was more like a revolutionary with a strong sense of responsibility and mission. Fellow Taoist Xiao hoped that Mingzhang could fight side by side with her, while Mingzhang hoped that they could concentrate on pursuing the Tao, or at least spend most of their energy on pursuing the Tao instead of running around. Mars Halberd tried his best to describe the differences between them in a neutral and objective way. They had gone through many hardships together, but in the end they couldn't stay together and chose to separate. Yan Zhaoge frowned. It's not contradictory, is it? Not to mention that the martial path is inseparable from actual combat. Even if Exalted Fire Luminary wholeheartedly pursues the Tao, they could still benefit from each other. People like Xiao Junhuang ran around to create a more stable environment for people like Sua Mingzhang to concentrate on cultivating. On the other hand, Xiao Junhuang bought time for people like Sua Mingzhang. If Sua Mingzhang and his companions succeeded in learning, it would mean the revival of the orthodox Taoism. If that's the case, of course. Mars Halberd turned his head and looked at Yan Zhaoge deeply. But the problem is that fellow Taoist Xiao is willing to sacrifice her life for the revival of the orthodox Taoism without any hesitation. And Mingzhang doesn't care about any danger in order to pursue the Tao. Hearing that, Yan Zhaoge sighed. But it's not the same the other way around, right? Mars Halberd nodded silently. Both Sua Mingzhang and Xiao Junhuang were willing to sacrifice their lives for each other's safety. But they might not be willing to sacrifice their lives for each other's ideals and wishes. Both of them were proud people. They didn't want to threaten each other with their own safety and fight for their own goals. They might have had a lot of cooperation and compromises, but in the end, they still let each other go. Yan Zhaoge recalled what his mother Xue Chuqing had mentioned about Xiao Junhuang before he left the mountain. Xue Chuqing had never met Xiao Junhuang. What she knew about Xiao Junhuang came from her own master, her grandmaster, Hu Yuexin, the Bright Connection Emperor. Stubborn. Even 8 dragons can't pull her back once she has made up her mind, let alone 8 bulls. She likes good wine, but she can't hold her liquor well. She gets drunk as soon as she drinks. Besides, she has a bad behavior when she is drunk. She acts like a drunkard when she is drunk. She likes to sleep, especially to take a nap at noon. She can't be disturbed by anything. She has to take a nap in the afternoon. She would rather have no wine than sleep. Once she is woken up, the consequences will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, the corner of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. The Bright Connection Emperor really doesn't have any intention of being a venerable. If it was any other disciple who criticized their master like this, their master would have expelled them long ago. However, Hu Yuexin also had such a comment about Xiao Junhuang. She's strong and domineering. She has a sharp tongue and a soft heart. Chapter 1226. Yan Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Maybe it was because Xiao Junhuang was a person who didn't care about trifles, so her disciple Hu Yuexin could mention her master so easily. But it was also because of her master's inspiration that Hu Yuexin could follow her master's teaching and aspiration unswervingly. She had no regrets, even if she had to die 100 times. Perhaps the most important thing that she had learned from Xiao Junhuang was her indomitable and consistent belief and style. Adhering to one's beliefs and persevering without wavering was a common characteristic of many outstanding heroes. But it was also because of this that when their different beliefs collided with each other, it was extremely tragic and made people sigh. Exalted Earth, luminary Jiangxin, and Xiao Junhuang, who used to be both master and friend, gradually became strangers. Then they fought against each other. Even Sua Mingzhang and Xiao Junhuang, who still loved each other deeply after separation, chose to let go of each other in the end. Yan Zhaoge looked at the short-haired man under the Canghua tree in the distance. Although Exalted Fire Luminary had separated from Xiao Junhuang, he started to look for her wholeheartedly when the news of her disappearance came. He had been looking for her for more than 2,400 years. Today he finally found her. But when he saw her again, she had already passed away. Yan Zhaoge sensed the circulation of spiritual qi and the degree of decay in this void world. He could roughly judge that this place had existed for more than 2,000 years. It was very likely that it didn't exist before Xiao Junhuang came. Instead, it appeared because of Xiao Junhuang's arrival. Based on the spiritual qi and vitality of the Canghua tree, he could get a conclusion by calculating its lifespan. Xiao Junhuang's death might be at the moment when she disappeared more than 2,400 years ago. Only her decayed body turned into the Canghua tree. But I can't feel the spirituality of the tree. It means that when Exalted with Luminary died, her spirit dispersed and only her decayed body was left. Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh. She was proficient in the river Luo pre-celestial divination. I'm afraid that she had exhausted all her efforts to find the pill hall. But with her cultivation and strength, it shouldn't be like this. Right? Exalted Fire Luminary only knew the location of the original nebula by capturing the people of the Immortal Court. I'm afraid that he was besieged by the people of the Immortal Court and suffered severe injuries. Coupled with excessive deduction, he finally exhausted his essence, qi, and spirit. Due to these 2 factors, he died. However, the people of the Immortal Court obviously didn't know that Xiao Junhuang was looking for the pill hall of the Heavenly Court's divine palace before the great calamity. In the end, Xiao Junhuang entered the original nebula. Thinking that the original nebula might lead to different spaces, she finally gave up. But they didn't know that what Xiao Junhuang was looking for was right here. For the people of the immortal court at that time, this was the last place where Xiao Junhuang disappeared. They couldn't tell whether she was dead or alive. But since Xiao Junhuang never showed up again, they suspected that she had died in this original nebula. The original nebula was too complicated and dangerous. If it was not necessary, the people of the immortal court would not come here to investigate Xiao Junhuang's whereabouts. Therefore, it was not until one of the people who participated in the siege fell into Sua Mingzhang's hands and revealed the news that the incident happened today. As Yan Zhaoge speculated on what had happened, he too felt a sense of loss. Xiao Junhuang, the exalted wood luminary, might not be the most powerful among the profound immortals who came from the orthodox Taoism after the Great Calamity, but she was one of the most precious ones. It was a pity that she didn't achieve her ambition. Otherwise, if she really found the Pill Hall, it would be of great help to the revival of the three clear lineage. After all, the clues in the past showed that the Pill Hall might be well preserved. However, Yan Zhaoge always felt that there was something strange about it. I wonder how far Exalted Wood Luminary has reached in finding the Pill Hall. Yan Zhaoge's intuition told him that Xiao Junhuang might be very close to success. Under the Canghua tree in the distance, Sua Mingzhang walked close to her without any expression and put his hand on the trunk. The branches and leaves of the Canghua tree all started to shake. He wrote Xiao Junhuang's private seal again. When the talisman was lit up, the Canghua tree in front of him suddenly shone brightly. In the light, a woman's figure was partly hidden and partly hidden. Yan Zhaoge looked from afar and found that the woman was about 20 years old. She was dressed in green clothes, tall and beautiful. Besides her elegant temperament, she also revealed a bit of indolence, as if she was born to be so. Yan Zhaoge, who had seen her image and knew her appearance, naturally recognized that this woman was Exalted Wood Luminary Xiao Junhuang. At this moment, in the traces of light and shadow, her expression was peaceful and tranquil. She didn't show the rumored power and dominance. Those who are able to see the final radiance of the setting sun before my death are those who possess my personal seal. You should be fated to hear my last words. The woman in green clothes smiled calmly and said, "Today I will die here. I have no regrets in my life, but I have 3 regrets. The third regret is that I failed on the verge of success. I couldn't find the legendary Pill Hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace before the Great Calamity. I couldn't see its true appearance. The second regret is that I couldn't see the day when the 3 clear lineage was revived and cleared the world. The first regret is the most regretful thing." Her voice gradually lowered and she closed her eyes. "There's nothing more sorrowful than a heart that doesn't give up, Mingzhang. How good it would be if we were born before the Great Calamity." So Mingzhang stood under the ancient splendid tree motionlessly like a stone statue, watching the light and shadow gradually disappearing. The tall, short-haired man stood there for a long time and then reached out his hand. The pure, white flower fell from the branch and fell on his palm. "Junhuang, I still haven't fulfilled my promise to you," he said softly as if he was sleep-talking. Yan Zhaoge turned his head and looked at Mars Halberd. Years ago, when they first met, before they even got together, Mingzhang promised to do 3 things for fellow Taoist Xiao, to the best of his ability. Mars Halberd said in a low voice, "As far as I know, he did 2 of the 3 things. Later, they got together and supported each other. Naturally, they didn't promise to do anything for each other. Although they had different opinions on many things, as far as I know, she never mentioned the old promise again. She just asked Mingzhang to listen to her in the name of fulfilling the promise to do the 3rd thing." Mars Halberd sighed slightly. As for the 3rd promise, he still owed it to her. After Taoist Xiao disappeared, Mingzhang kept looking for her. Then he mentioned it again. While saying that, Mars Halberd shook his head. He said that he owed Taoist Xiao a promise. If he didn't finish it, he would never feel at ease. Now, it seems that he can never finish it. But Yan Zhaoge fell into silence and looked at the tall figure under the tree. Both he and Mars Halberd knew that the third promise was just an excuse for someone to give himself away out of this embarrassing situation. Chapter 1227. Who knew it would be forever after we parted that year? Suo Mingjiang gradually recovered from the dreamlike state, and his eyes regained their vigor. But the oppressive atmosphere was still there, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Jun Huang, I've been waiting for you to mention the third thing. Suo Mingjiang's palm gently stroked the trunk of the Tsanghua tree. After a while, he stopped and said softly, "Others don't know you, but I know you very well. I believe you have found the pill hall, but you didn't have time to enter it." Suo Mingjiang said softly, "The pill hall will belong to our 3 clear lineage. I will take you there for sure." His palm didn't move, but the huge Tsanghua tree in front of him began to rise along with his body. The towering tree was uprooted, and the whole land below was also lifted up. As the Tsanghua tree left the earth, there seemed to be a huge hole in the world below. The land disappeared, and only a huge black hole was left in the middle of the void. Suo Mingjiang moved his palm, and the huge Tsanghua tree shrunk and disappeared in his palm at last. However, on the ground, rays of 7-colored light began to gush out of the huge black hole. Yan Zhaoge and Mars Halberd were standing aside. When they came in contact with the colorful lights, they were both confused. After calming down, Yan Zhaoge stabilized himself, and then he felt the faint fragrance of medicine filling the air. The fragrance wasn't strong, but it seemed to be everywhere. It wasn't Yan Zhaoge's sense of smell that smelled the medicine. Instead, the fragrance entered his body from all the pores all over his body. After smelling the medicine fragrance, Yan Zhaoge was sure that it was not only harmless, but also beneficial to his body. He didn't close his pores, but guided the medicine fragrance into his body with his own true essence, and then cleansed his whole body. All of a sudden, Yan Zhaoge felt warm all over his body. Being bathed in the colorful lights, Yan Zhaoge felt that his essence, qi, and spirit were all improving and becoming fuller. Although Mars Halberd was a weapon, he also felt that he had benefited a lot from it. Yan Zhaoge looked at the depth of the black hole carefully and saw the colorful lights gradually formed a long river, which was spreading far away in the void, as if it was connected to something. As expected, the exalted wood luminary is only a step away from finding the heavenly court's divine palace's pill hall. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded secretly. This mystical original nebula was connected to countless space-time. As expected, it could lead to the mysterious pill hall. Currently enveloped by the 7-colored radiance, Yan Zhaoge could feel his myriad dragon palace currently trembling intensely. Meanwhile, the profound sky purple gold furnace hidden within the myriad dragon palace was shaking incessantly as well. "I'll help you complete the last step," Suo Mingjiang, who was above the black hole, said slowly. He pressed his palm down, and Xiao Juanhuang's private seal appeared in his palm again. As the light circulated, rays of pale green light suddenly appeared in the chaotic space and time inside the black hole. The dark green light gathered together and intertwined with each other, wrapping around the 7-colored stream of light. Then the jade green light began to pull the 7-colored light with great force. "I have no request for the pill hall," Suo Mingjiang said calmly, "but after everything is done, I'm going to take Jun Huang to the Dan Palace that she has been looking for. You're the descendant of Yan Xintong, the direct disciple of our 3 clear lineage, and also related to Jun Huang's lineage. How much you can get from the pill hall depends on your capability. If it's really a chance that belongs to you, it's also a kind of fortune." Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands to Suo Mingjiang. Then he closed his eyes, calmed down his mind, and concentrated his attention. At this moment, he felt like his spirit had left his body and was following the river-like 7-colored light all the way down, passing through the endless space-time and reaching the far end. After a long time, he felt that his speed of moving forward slowed down at this moment. The surrounding 7-colored light seemed to be fading slowly. In his field of vision, there seemed to be a huge black shadow approaching him, and it was becoming clearer and clearer gradually. As the black shadow got closer, the black shadow in the void became clearer and clearer. Yen Zhaoge became spirited. The existence that appeared in his sight was the legendary pill hall of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. However, compared with the pill hall in his memory, the appearance of the building in front of him was a little different. The hall that was supposed to be flickering with a faint golden radiance, as if it was made up of flawless white jade, was now dim and even looked a little gray. At this moment, an ice-cold aura suddenly came out from the hall in front of him. The aura was cold and dry, as if it didn't have any fluctuation of emotions. However, it also seemed to contain strong emotions, conveying the fluctuation of anger and hatred. The two contradictory feelings intertwined together and were transmitted to Yen Zhaoge at the same time. This ice-cold aura almost froze Yen Zhaoge's spirit in an instant. It's so familiar, but not completely the same. Yen Zhaoge immediately recalled that when he had obtained the profound sky purple golden furnace, he had come in contact with a similar aura. The difference was that this time the emotions were more obvious and more active. Moreover, the other party was like a person who bore grudges. He clearly remembered that Yen Zhaoge was the one who took away the profound sky purple golden furnace. As a result, other than anger, the emotions that were transmitted to Yen Zhaoge this time also included surprise and hatred. As if it came from the faraway sky, Sua Mingzhang's voice suddenly came. After the strange and ice-cold aura fluctuated for a while, it disappeared. Yen Zhaoge retracted his consciousness and opened his eyes. Sua Mingzhang took a look at the black hole. There seems to be something mysterious over there. After I finish my work, I will go there and have a look. Yen Zhaoge nodded slightly. After that, most of the experts of the Immortal Court here would be lured away by Sua Mingzhang. If Sua Mingzhang's matter wasn't settled, the earthly sovereign wouldn't have the mood to return to the world beyond worlds. Now, it was the chance for him and the broad Creed Mountain. Yen Zhaoge stared at the black hole. After thinking for a while, he said to Mars Halberd, Sr., "Can you help me to go to the world beyond worlds and contact my father?" There seems to be something mysterious about this pill hole. In order to be prepared, I have a plan, but it needs 5 people. Besides you and me, 3 more people are needed. Mars Halberd nodded slowly. Okay. Then he turned his head to look at Sua Mingzhang. What you are busy with now? Mars Halberd obviously knew Sua Mingzhang well. Are you going to take revenge for Xiao Junhuang? That's right. In order to surround you in the original nebula, the Immortal Court will definitely send experts who are familiar with the environment here. Those who chased Xiao Junhuang here will definitely be sent here if they are still alive. On the one hand, they would be familiar with the environment here, and on the other hand, they would keep Sua Mingzhang from escaping. However, Sua Mingzhang didn't intend to escape at all. You have made a scene in the Immortal Court. They are prepared this time, Mars Halberd said. The Immortal Court? Sua Mingzhang said lightly. Those who are below the Heavenly Lord are all ants. Chapter 1228. After saying that, Sua Mingzhang did not say anything else, and his figure rose up. A gap appeared in the sky, and his figure disappeared into the gap. The next moment, the gap in the sky was closed, and the void world where Yen Zhaoge and Mars Halberd were in returned to its original state. Not long after, the two of them felt the world in front of them begin to tremble. At this moment, the illusory spatial domain rippled like water, like the surface of the sea being blown by a gale. Although the void was relatively stable, it was still in the original nebula. Since the original nebula was fluctuating, this part of the void would inevitably be affected as well. Apparently, Exalted Fire Luminary Sua Mingzhang had already fought against the experts of the Immortal Court, who were also in the original nebula. The waves caused by the battle between the two parties had caused a change in the original nebula. Since Suo Mingzhang had shown up, he had attracted the attention of most of the experts of the Immortal Court. Suo Mingzhang left and took the initiative to look for the people of the Immortal Court. He had the initiative. Therefore, he could conceal his previous actions and prevent them from finding Yan Zhaoge and the others by following his path. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge was completely immersed within the seven-colored light, bathing in its radiance. He was immersed in the radiance, and his fingers drew seal after seal in the air, engraving them in the seven-colored light. Although the radiance flowed ceaselessly, the runes remained in their fixed positions. A total of 5 talismans landed, one at the center and the other at the 4 corners. Yan Zhaoge sat within the air, a rune right below him. After looking around, he flicked his finger, and 4 streams of light flew out. They landed in 4 different directions and hovered above the 4 seals. There was a large golden seal, a long sword with a blade as clear as autumn water, a strange seal that was shaped like a short sword, and a huge black sword box. The cloud circulating heavenly light sword is still a little lacking compared to the light Yin sword seal. Still, I can temporarily make do with it. Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. The 4 high-grade sacred artifacts, the extreme yang seal, the cloud circulating heavenly light sword, the light Yin sword seal, and the evil sword Taotai, stood around Yan Zhaoge. 1 person and 4 treasures, suppressing the 5 talismans, hovered in midair. A faint golden glow appeared and fused with the 7-colored light that enveloped them. The 7-colored light swayed for a moment before gradually stabilizing. Yan Zhaoge continued to stay within the stream of light. The medicinal fragrance did not weaken in the slightest, instead growing denser as it unceasingly nourished Yan Zhaoge's body. Yan Zhaoge, whose accumulations had originally already been deep and vigorous, could only feel his essence, qi and spirit gradually reaching the point of overflowing. Looking inwardly at one's body was like looking at the real starry sky of the universe. The stars flowed ceaselessly and were born and extinguished without end. They had their own rules. Not only that, but Yan Zhaoge could even see that the universe within his body seemed to be experiencing the vicissitudes of fortune, from birth to destruction, and then to rebirth. He still had a few hidden acupoints that he had yet to cultivate to the point where he could break through the void and see the true gods. For many experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the late immortal Bridge Martial Saint Realm, the tempering of these final few obscure acupoints would be incomparably difficult, possibly even more difficult than what they had previously experienced. It could be said that taking a step forward was always the most difficult, but it could also be said that the qualitative change from imperfection to perfection was especially difficult. There were many experts of the world beyond worlds who had been stuck at this bottleneck for decades, centuries, or even centuries, their potential drying up as they slowly aged. However, Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel that as long as he was willing, he could complete the cultivation of these final few acupoints, crossing that bottleneck and achieving the human immortal body. From the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm to the 10th level of the Martial Saint Realm, Yan Zhaoge would need a brand new martial art of the 3 clear lineage. However, the martial arts of the 3 clear lineage that he currently grasped were already very abundant. One treasure trove after another was waiting for him to excavate, supporting his progress. It was also because of the numerous supreme martial arts that Yan Zhaoge felt that some of the profundities of the martial arts still needed to be analyzed, especially since he cultivated in the 3 clear lineage simultaneously. He had to think of a way to integrate all that he had learned. The newly obtained Heaven Opening Scripture and the Immortal Exterminating Sword Scripture were the supreme martial arts of the Jade, Clear, and Prime Clear lineages. While their might was limitless, their profundities were boundless as well, causing him to forget about returning home. Ever since Yan Zhaoge transcended mortality and entered sainthood, if he wanted to improve himself wholeheartedly, he would be able to save a lot of time compared to now. However, that wasn't what he wanted in the first place. It was like that in the past, and it was still the same now. Therefore, although Yen Zhaoge already had the confidence to achieve the human immortal body in the colorful lights, he didn't take that step blindly. Instead, he calmed his mind and started to analyze the principles of all kinds of supreme martial arts. Being bathed in the colorful lights, Yen Zhaoge's spirit, qi and spirit were overflowing. His mind was also the cleverest, and he could get twice the result with half the effort in analyzing the principles. Mars Halberd looked at Yen Zhaoge by the side and nodded secretly. It's really not a fluke that I can have today. He was entrusted by Yen Zhaoge to go back to the world beyond worlds to send a message. However, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He had to wait until exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang, led the people of the immortal court away, and the encirclement outside was gone. Then he could take action. What Mars Halberd cared more about was the 5 seals that Yen Zhaoge had set up. For the sake of safety, Yen Zhaoge planned to explore the pill hall after making some more preparations. However, if he delayed for too long, he might also lose his way to the pill hall under the change of time and space. The reason why Yen Zhaoge asked Mars Halberd to go back to look for people and Yen Zhaoge stayed behind was that he had a way to temporarily control the way to the pill hall. This method is very unique. It looks a little familiar, but it's hard to understand the deeper meaning. Mars Halberd said in his heart, he's really not simple. Besides martial arts, he also has a high attainment in formations. During the waiting process, the turbulence in the original nebula gradually subsided. The 2 parties who were fighting seemed to be gradually leaving the original nebula and going far away. However, because of the impact of the battle, this part of the void was gradually twisted and broken and cracks appeared. This was something that no one could avoid. Sua Mingzhang wouldn't leave his own power restriction to protect it. Otherwise, it would lead the way for the enemy. Seeing the colorful lights flashing, Yen Zhaoge's expression changed slightly, and the dim, radiant wheel appeared. As the black iron wheel was rotating, 11 of the 12 holes on the wheel were dim, and only one was flashing lights. In that light, there were many dark shadows, which covered the void and wrapped the colorful lights so that they wouldn't leak out. Let's go. Seeing that, Mars Halberd nodded, and then his body also rose up. After getting out of that part of the void, the ruins of the divine palace of the heavenly court appeared in front of Mars Halberd's eyes again. He fled to the faraway void and was ready to leave the original nebula. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw many figures flashing in the void. A light fell from the head of one of them and shone on the ruins of the ruins, forming attraction force. That is, Mars Halberd's eyes suddenly turned cold. Finally, someone came to find them. It wasn't because of Sua Mingzhang, nor was it because of the colorful lights that were restrained by Yen Zhaoge, but because of the ruins of the divine palace. Chapter 1229. Mars Halberd was not unfamiliar with the light that fell on the ruins. He was even quite familiar with it. He had just dealt with it not long ago. It was the light in the mirror of the candle Sunlight Emperor, one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. At this moment, the light in the mirror was like a rope leading Sunlight Emperor and others to the ruins of the heavenly court's divine palace. The reason why the people of the immortal court gathered in the original nebula was to besiege Exalted Fire Luminary, Sua Mingzhang. At the same time, they were trying to figure out the exact whereabouts of Exalted Wood Luminary. Sua Mingzhang, who was furious, took the initiative to search the original nebula to find the experts of the immortal court who had participated in the hunting of Shao Junhuang. In this way, the immortal court would know the answer. Exalted Wood Luminary didn't escape through the original nebula. She had indeed died in the original nebula. In this way, the people of the immortal court naturally focused all their attention on Sua Mingzhang. Although they knew that Yen Zhaoge was also here, they didn't know the existence of the pill hall. Therefore, they guessed that Yen Zhaoge had been taken by Sua Mingzhang to break out of the encirclement. No matter the experts of the immortal court in the original nebula, or those who were guarding outside the original nebula, they all surrounded Sua Mingzhang with the momentum of a thunderbolt. On the contrary, the original nebula became calm. However, some people were also interested in other things. For example, did Exalted with Luminary leave anything behind after her death? Although she might have been taken away by Sua Mingzhang, there might still be some valuable things left in this place, since it was her burial place. With this idea, Candle Sunlight Emperor stayed in the original nebula and continued to search. Anyway, with his cultivation, although he was stronger than the true immortal emperors of the heretical path, he was still far from being able to deal with Exalted Fire Luminary. Because of what had happened to Mars Halberd, if he bumped into Sua Mingzhang would not hesitate to vent his anger on him regardless of his background. Therefore, Sunlight Emperor didn't go with the group, but stayed to search for Xiao Junhuang's burial place. Beside him, a handsome but indifferent man in black was standing with his hands behind his back. He was Brocade Emperor in black. On the other side, there were several true immortal emperors of the immortal court with Sunlight Emperor and Brocade Emperor in black. Apart from them, there were also a few experts of the immortal court who stayed behind to continue searching for the original nebula. Since Xiao Junhuang was dead, the immortal court no longer paid so much attention to her. However, considering how Hu Yuexin and Yin Tianxia had caused a huge commotion regarding the heavenly essence stone fragments, as well as the relationship between Xue Chuqing and Yan Zhaoge, the immortal court had diverted some of its attention to search around this area. What is this place? The black-clothed Brocade Emperor sized it up. Sunlight Emperor replied, "If I'm not wrong, it should be the remains of the legendary Heavenly Court's Divine Palace before the Great Calamity." The Heavenly Court's Divine Palace? The black-clothed Brocade Emperor's gaze remained calm. "How can you be certain, fellow Taoist?" "I got a treasure years ago and refined it into my mirror light," Sunlight Emperor explained. "It was the mirror light that guided me to this place. However, this place is already in ruins. There isn't any spiritual qi left." Their strength was superior to the immortal court's martial practitioners, so they were not afraid of being heard by the immortal court martial practitioners. However, those emperors of the immortal court could vaguely sense that the two were talking in secret, so they all looked at them with dissatisfaction. Sunlight Emperor and the black-clothed Brocade Emperor looked calm. They just looked at the ruins below. Their arrival immediately made Mars Halberd frown secretly. Fortunately, he had seen the light of the mirror light at the first time, so he immediately restrained his breath and hid himself. Although Mars Halberd was not good at hiding, with the cover of the ruins of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, Sunlight Emperor and others didn't find his trace for a while. However, some other traces fell into their eyes. The boundary of the void world where Yan Zhaoge was already broken and full of desolation because of the space change of the original nebula. Although Yan Zhaoge had covered the colorful light and his own breath so that Sunlight Emperor and others couldn't find him for the time being, it was clear that the void where the ruins were located was closely connected to another independent space world. They hadn't found anything inside yet, but it didn't affect Sunlight Emperor and others to go in and have a look. They came here to try to find the traces that Xiao Junhuang might have left, so they naturally didn't hesitate to spend time to check every place. Sunlight Emperor and others stopped in the ruins for a while, and then began to approach the crack of the void, ready to enter the void world where Yan Zhaoge was. Mars Halberd's heart sank. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and stopped hiding. His body turned into a red fire and rushed out resolutely. Sunlight Emperor and the black-clothed Brocade Emperor immediately noticed his movement. Although Mars Halberd was relatively straightforward, he was also experienced, so he didn't make his movement too obvious. He still restrained his breath, as if he wanted to hide from Sunlight Emperor and others, and then look for a chance to escape secretly. However, it seemed that he was discovered by Sunlight Emperor and others because of a careless move. "Stop him!" Sunlight Emperor frowned. The light in the mirror above his head turned and immediately shone on Mars Halberd. The others all had the same idea as Sunlight Emperor. There might be something left by Exalted with Luminary here. Sua Mingzhang didn't take it away by himself, but asked Mars Halberd to secretly take it and escort it away. Thinking of this, everyone immediately turned into streams of flowing light and chased after that fire light together, seeing that the enemy had already discovered his whereabouts. Mars Halberd raised his speed to the highest, as if he didn't care about anything, and wanted to escape far away, although it seemed to be more advantageous to fight with Yen Zhaoge. Firstly, he didn't want the people of the Immortal Court to know the secret of the Pill Hull. Secondly, Yen Zhaoge seemed to be cultivating in seclusion, so Mars Halberd decided to lead the enemy away by himself. He had planned to leave the original nebula and return to the world beyond worlds. Now it was reasonable for him to escape. However, it was much more difficult and dangerous. "Fellow Taoist, please wait," Sunlight Emperor shouted from behind. "Candle Sunlight, now that things have come to this, just put away your fake face." Mars Halberd said coldly. Candle Sunlight Emperor's expression was calm. "I can understand that fellow Taoist has a grudge against me, but please listen to what I have to say. Exalted Fire Luminary always does things in his own way, and is lawless. He has always neglected others. Just because of his impulsiveness, he caused a great disaster, and implicated all the disciples of the Three Clear lineage. In order to protect the world beyond worlds, I had no choice but to do this. He is not the only one who has crossed the boundary. However, he has crossed too many boundaries, and it has already reached the point of no return. Now, the only thing I can do is not to cause more losses. I'm also very sad about this. P.S. There are 2 updates today and more updates tomorrow. Chapter 1230. Many years later, time will prove what I said today. Sunlight Emperor said seriously. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it now, but don't sink deeper and deeper. Otherwise, it will be too late for you to turn back. Leave this place with me. Don't get involved in the affairs of Exalted Fire Luminary and Exalted with Luminary anymore. Mars Halberd was surprised. Will you have the face to see your ancestors after many years? He didn't want to talk more with Sunlight Emperor. He kept running away. He is so stubborn. Why waste your breath? If he wants to die with Suo Mingzhang, let's fulfill his wish. A woman beside Sunlight Emperor said coldly. While chasing after Mars Halberd, this female emperor of the Immortal Court suddenly raised her hand. In her palm, a silver light flew out. The silver light broke out at an amazing speed, like a meteor crossing the void, and caught up with Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd shook his body and hit the silver light like a fire dragon, swinging its tail. The silver light suddenly exploded. It seemed that except for its fast speed, it didn't have any outstanding power. But the silver light didn't disperse. It expanded and formed an inescapable net, surrounding Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd felt the coldness, and it was aimed at him. He didn't slow down at all. He still rushed forward, showed the real appearance of the red halberd, and cut in the void. The large net formed by the interweaving silver lights was instantly torn apart. The surface of Mars Halberd's body seemed to be covered with a layer of silver frost, which was shining like ice crystals. The red halberd shook in the air, and the frost on the surface of his body was broken into dust, and then the raging fire appeared again. But because of this, Sunlight Emperor and others had already caught up with him, especially when Sunlight Emperor's mirror light shone on him. Mars Halberd's movement became a bit stiff. The magnificent conception of the creation of heaven and earth appeared again, and the red halberd broke the barrier of the mirror light again. But as the void flashed in front of him, a black figure floated by. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor had already performed the grand, beginning bright, emptiness body. The two were enemies on a narrow road. Now Mars Halberd was trying his best to break out of the encirclement, so he wouldn't be polite to him. As the air currents intertwined, the crimson halberd seemed to change shape. It looked like an axe, but not an axe, and a banner, but not a banner. Seeing this, black-clothed Brocade Emperor's expression remained unchanged. Then he attacked Mars Halberd with his left palm and his right fist. Yin and yang energy circulated in his left palm, containing the will of Taiji. His right fist seemed to be everywhere, indestructible and capable of striking the heavens. Streams of clear chi also intermingled on the black-clothed brocade emperor's right hand, transforming into the shape of a scepter. The grand clear direct lineages, pre-celestial supreme martial art, the Taiji yin-yang palm, and the post-celestial supreme martial art, the planar crutch technique, merged together at this moment. It was perfect and flawless, as if it was the profundities of creation. Mars Halberd's technique originated from the evolution of the heaven-opening scripture, which had once suppressed the brocade emperor's Taiji yin-yang palm to the point of being unable to speak. At this moment, however, the suppression of martial principles no longer existed, as the black-clothed brocade emperor was no longer at such a disadvantage. Both sides clashed head-on with a head-on clash. Black-clothed brocade emperor fell backward, while Mars Halberd's forward momentum was blocked and stopped for a moment. As a result, Mars Halberd was still the winner. Even though he was no longer at a disadvantage in terms of martial arts, black-clothed brocade emperor's strength was not as good as the unique brocade emperor before he split into two. However, he didn't intend to fight with Mars Halberd by himself. After blocking Mars Halberd's attack, it was enough for the others to catch up and surround Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd was not afraid at all. He didn't continue to talk. Instead, he suddenly changed his direction and directly attacked an emperor of the Immortal Court. Although he was angry with Sunlight Emperor and had old grudges with black-clothed brocade emperor, Mars Halberd didn't lose his calmness in the battle. He didn't choose Sunlight Emperor and black-clothed brocade emperor as his targets, not because he didn't want to fight with them, because they were all from the orthodox Taoism, but because the other opponents were weaker. He was besieged at this moment. If he wanted to break out of the encirclement, of course, he had to choose the enemy's weak point to attack. The heaven-opening fire, which was bright and cold, tyrannical and warm at the same time, lit up in front of the opponent, making the opponent feel trapped in a sea of fire. For an existence like Mars Halberd, who was good at attacking, facing an opponent weaker than himself, it was very easy for him to form a destructive momentum and quickly defeat the opponent. When the opponent was forced to retreat, there would be a gap in the encirclement. If the opponent didn't retreat, it was very likely that he would die within 2 or 3 moves. The Emperor of the Immortal Court, who was targeted by Mars Halberd, looked like a middle-aged scholar, who looked gentle and elegant. But facing Mars Halberd, his reaction was not gentle at all. Under the scholar's robe, he stretched out his hands and held them in a circle. Then he raised them high and smashed them down heavily, as if he was waving a giant hammer. Streams of immortal chi instantly formed a giant hammer as big as an ancient divine mountain, which smashed towards Mars Halberd fiercely. It was like 2 generals on an ancient battlefield, who were charging at each other. One was waving a giant hammer, and the other was waving a heavenly halberd. They were fighting in the air. Mars Halberd could even feel that the true immortal from the Immortal Court in front of him was cultivating the righteous chi, one of the 5 immortal chi, which was the most stubborn and persistent one. But he didn't care about it. The outer Tao was still the outer Tao after all. Mars Halberd waved his hand, and the fierce and invincible heaven-opening light instantly split the opponent's giant hammer into 2 halves. The red halberd didn't stop and continued to hack towards the opponent. The light of Yang de-mirror shone on Mars Halberd again, but Mars Halberd turned a blind eye to it. Even if he was blocked by the light of the mirror and couldn't kill the opponent in front of him, he was confident that he could severely injure the opponent and force him to withdraw from the battle and make way for him, so that he could tear a gap in the encirclement. But at this moment, a small khaki umbrella suddenly floated above the head of the middle-aged scholar. In the void, the patterns of the formation were lit up. A large formation showed its true appearance. The middle-aged scholar exhaled and shouted, and then immediately attacked Mars Halberd with his hammer again. Mars Halberd was shocked in his heart. Judging from the situation of the exchange just now, the opponent in front of him should not be able to reorganize his attack so quickly after suffering a setback. so that he could get out of danger. But the problem was the formation. Mars Halberd saw that in addition to the opponent in front of him, there were 4 emperors of the immortal court around, and each of them also had a small umbrella in the air above their heads. The 4 small umbrellas were white, red, black, and cyan, respectively. Battle formation. 5 elements. Mars Halberd, who was experienced, immediately understood. Actually, he didn't care about the battle formation of the emperors of the immortal court, but it would take more effort and time, and it wouldn't be so easy. But the problem was that there were also Candle Sunlight Emperor and Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor. As expected, Mars Halberd couldn't break out of the encirclement in a short time. The light of the mirror light became more and more intense, making Mars Halberd feel as if he was carrying an infinite burden. At the same time, Sunlight Emperor himself also approached him at this moment. Chapter 1231. Fellow Taoist, don't make the same mistake again. Sunlight Emperor sighed. Meanwhile, he held up the mirror light with one hand and grabbed Mars Halberd with the other hand. Mars Halberd didn't want to talk with him anymore. He swung the end of the halberd and hit Sunlight Emperor's palm. Sunlight Emperor's palm changed. As the light and shadow intertwined, a fiery long pole rushed out of his palm. That long pole looked exactly the same as Mars Halberd's pole. Even the power and conception were similar. When the collision happened, both of their bodies shook at the same time. Sunlight Emperor withdrew his palm. The fiery long pole and the light in his hand disappeared at the same time. After the light disappeared, there was a faint burn mark on his palm. Mars Halberd had been cultivating for thousands of years. Although he had been suppressed in the Dragon Tomb for a long time, he was still much more experienced than Sunlight Emperor. Sunlight Emperor was not discouraged. He held the mirror light with the other hand, and the candle reflected in the ancient mirror shook violently. Then many milky white flames flew out and fell on Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd turned around and chopped. The red flames broke the milky white fire rain. But at this moment the candle in the ancient mirror shook and reflected the red halberd. Then it broke out of the mirror and collided with Mars Halberd again. Sunlight Emperor looked solemn. His immortal aura came down and combined with the mirror light. He had cultivated the lineage of Lord Qing Su Dao. At the same time, he had mastered the Pale Book of Qing Su Dao, Cyclic Heavenly Book, Yin Yang Heavenly Book, Myriad Heavenly Book, and many other supreme arts. Therefore, he had cultivated a technique called Myriad Mirror and Candle Flame Universe, which had endless changes and was extremely graceful. The power and conception of his immortal weapon, Mirror Light, was of the same origin. Now he used this supreme art himself. Under the combination of the two arts, the power of the reflection in the mirror was not inferior to that of the real Mars Halberd. When they collided, Mars Halberd didn't gain any advantage. On the contrary, many milky white flames flew out and floated towards the real Mars Halberd. The flames seemed to be light and harmless, but Mars Halberd clearly knew its destructive power. He didn't dodge it. Even a true immortal of the three clear lineage would suffer if he got hit by it. What was more, a finger suddenly appeared on the side of Mars Halberd, as if it had crossed the boundary of time and space. Grand Primordial Divine Finger, Black-Clothed Brocade Emperor. On the surface of Mars Halberd, the flames suddenly converged. In the void, there was only a crimson halberd engraved with dragon patterns. A faint light flashed on the surface of the halberd. This bit of light finally landed on the tip of the great halberd. Then Mars Halberd drew a graceful arc in the air. At this moment, he was no longer as ferocious and violent as before. His movements could no longer be defined as firm or gentle, nor was it simply a combination of strength and gentleness. Instead, it surpassed it, drawing a fiery red curve as it first repelled the entanglement of the mirror light and then avoided the white rain of candlelight before finally accurately tapping the tip of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's index finger. Both of them shook at the same time and bounced back. After bouncing off, Mars Halberd moved gracefully again and narrowly dodged the following mirror light of Sunlight Emperor. With the help of this burst, Mars Halberd quickly traveled through time and space and escaped to the other side. His target was another true immortal emperor from the Immortal Court. There were 6 experts of the Immortal Court who came here. 5 of them joined hands and set up a battle formation to exchange each other's strength and coordinate with each other. The last one was left alone. It was the woman who first made a move and released the silver summer light to block Mars Halberd's way. Seeing Mars Halberd rushing towards her, the woman sneered. "Do you take me as a soft persimmon? You heretics are always proud of the small prophets in front of you. You are complacent and look down on everyone. But you must know that nothing is absolute." She suddenly lowered her body to avoid the sharp edge of Mars Halberd and then punched the body of Mars Halberd from the side. The silver light on her fist was shining like a bright silver long spear. She used the fist skill to display the spear skill and intercepted horizontally to hit the middle of Mars Halberd's waist, hitting the fulcrum of his strength. Her eyes were really sharp. Mars Halberd's sharp edge flashed, and the crimson flames inside burst out, forming rolling waves, which slowed down the woman's fist. But Mars Halberd's steps were also slightly slowed down. He turned his sharp edge and slashed towards the woman. "You think I'm afraid of you." The woman didn't dodge this time. She used her fist as a spear and directly collided with Mars Halberd's move. When the two collided, they both trembled and retreated. The woman lowered her head and looked at her hand. There was a red mark on it, but no blood could be seen. Mars Halberd was a pure killing weapon. Regardless of the other characteristics, the materials used to refine it were definitely better than the mirror light and the 4 Grand's earlier heaven flag in terms of hardness and sharpness. The woman used her own fist to collide with Mars Halberd, which was no different than a mortal using his flesh and blood to resist the cold swords, spears, and halberds. Just SOSO. She sneered. Mars Halberd had just fought with the Candle Sunlight Emperor and the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, who had the mirror light in his hand. He hadn't had time to relax and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. But he didn't care about this issue with the other party. He just asked calmly, "How should I address you?" The woman said indifferently, "Immortal Court, Ruan Mingyan, Emperor Title Hanlei. I enjoy the incense of Yuan Gong, Fong Qi, Ziyuan, Yuban, and Gaojin." Mars Halberd nodded. "You really can't be mentioned in the same breath as other heretic martial artists. For so many years, I have also seen geniuses like you, or even more outstanding than you, who ended up being delayed. It's really a pity for your talents." The Sunlight Emperor and black-clothed Brocade Emperor's expressions didn't change. They didn't comment on the conversation between Mars Halberd and the woman. Ruan Mingyan said coldly, "You're boasting shamelessly. There's no need to enlighten and refine someone like you who doesn't know when to stop or when to retreat. Being destroyed is your only end. I've long heard that you've died once in the past. You struggled at death's door and used the body of a weapon to survive until now. Today shall be your 2nd death anniversary." As she spoke, the other 5 emperors of the Immortal Court attacked together. The 5 true immortals didn't come from the same sect, and each of them cultivated different martial arts. But at this moment, under the impetus of the battle formation, their martial arts concepts were divided into 5 elements. The momentum was connected and flowed endlessly. In this way, the immortal chi of the various sects, which were originally unrelated, faintly united as if they had become one. The terrifying power attacked Mars Halberd from 5 directions at the same time. Mars Halberd responded calmly and made a series of attacks. Each attack was faster than the previous one. He specifically looked for the tiny gaps when the opponent's formation was operating to break the opponent's killing move. But the Sunlight Emperor and black-clothed Brocade Emperor had already attacked again. "Fellow Taoist, you have no chance to win. Leave with me." Sunlight Emperor still wanted to persuade, but halfway through his words he suddenly stopped. because he felt that in the distant void there was a sudden wave coming from the ruins of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. Chapter 1232. In the void where the ruins of the Heavenly Court's divine palace were located, because of the previous effect of the original nebula, a crack appeared. The void crack was not stable, and it was constantly shaking. However, this kind of shaking was disorderly but relatively stable, which was a normal phenomenon of the change of space in the original nebula. However, as time went by, the changes here became more and more obvious, more and more intense, and more chaotic. It seemed that there was an extremely powerful existence that was originally sleeping inside, and at this moment it finally gradually woke up. As it woke up, the void crack began to expand. The independent void world inside seemed to be collapsing and shattering. Under the cover of the dark shadows, Yen Zhaoge sat cross-legged, with one index finger pointing between his eyebrows and the other hand in front of his lower abdomen, pressing on his dantian. Then he closed his hands from top to bottom towards the center. With this action, light spots lit up one after another all over Yen Zhaoge's body like little stars. The starlight was bright, and it was getting brighter and brighter. In the end, the hidden acupoints that had been silent finally lit up one by one. The acupoints lit up the starlight, and then moved like other starlight, and then produced their own unique trajectory and rules, operating unceasingly. With the operation, the starlight became more and more prosperous. After reaching the peak, it declined to the extreme and finally died. However, after the complete death, there was a new star corresponding to this acupoint lit up from the beginning to the peak again. In this way, life and death never stopped, and the operation never stopped, until the last acupoint also completed this process. Yen Zhaoge's whole momentum changed. His internal universe was finally complete, as if there was no difference from the real universe, and it was completely a small real universe. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge's spirit seemed to have reached a new height. In fact, during this process, his flesh and blood were undergoing unprecedented changes. Every part of his body was full of martial arts' true essence. Even the most subtle blood, flesh, bones, and meridians were everywhere. If Yen Zhaoge was willing, he could even let himself be separated from the flesh and blood, and let a part of the flesh and blood of his body be replaced by the true essence. It was not a change in the shape of the flesh and blood stretching, shrinking, and twisting, but a qualitative change. With this step, the martial artist had already begun to bid farewell to the human world. To some extent, he had really entered the inhuman level, transcending the mortal and entering the saint, transcending the mortal and becoming a martial arts saint, but he was still a human after all. At this moment, the word immortal could already be added behind the word human. Human immortal. Martial saint 10th level perfection. Human exalt peak, human immortal body. Above mortals, below immortals. Only one step away from the immortal realm was the human immortal realm. Yen Zhaoge becoming a human immortal was different from other martial practitioners becoming human immortals. Yen Zhaoge was currently looking within his own body. Not only could he see the universe within his body that was no different from the real universe outside, he could also see this universe moving from its creation to its end. Within the limitless and indescribable, unfathomable, supreme point was born. Then this point began to expand. The primal chaos was split open, and the primordial chaos was born. Earth, water, fire, and wind rushed in all directions before stabilizing again. Heaven and earth opened up. Clear air floated up, turbid air sank down, and a world finally appeared. Following that, time changed, and the seas turned into mulberry fields. The world of creation moved towards prosperity, and all living beings grew. However, it slowly moved towards destruction and decay. The common people were plunged into misery and suffering. The grand Tao collapsed and all things withered. Time and space disintegrated along with it until everything returned to the void in the end. However, in the void, the creation of the primordial world opened up once again. Thus, everything began again, life and death ceaselessly. Yen Zhaoge opened his eyes and smiled. Martial Saint 10th level, human exalt, achieved. Bathed in the colorful brilliance, Yen Zhaoge's perception had reached a peak level that surpassed his own level at this moment. Mars Halberd is still nearby. He couldn't leave and is fighting with someone? Yen Zhaoge's eyes narrowed. Many people are besieging him, and I'm familiar with this feeling. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor and Candle Sunlight Emperor are also here? As time passed, Yen Zhaoge's perception sensitivity began to drop. However, what he had sensed just now was definitely not an illusion. Yen Zhaoge looked at the seals that were suppressed by the 4 high-grade sacred weapons in the surrounding 4 directions, and then looked at the seal that was suppressed by himself. He waved his hand lightly, and the dim radiant will fell down, replacing the seal that was suppressed in the center. The dark shadow that was spread out from the dim radiant will still shrouded the surrounding and covered the colorful lights. Then, Yen Zhaoge's figure rushed upwards. He directly broke through the spatial boundaries that were already full of cracks and arrived at the ruins of the Heavenly Court's divine palace outside. In the distant void, Sunlight Emperor and others also noticed that there was a strange change in the space of the ruins. Is Exalted with Luminary still alive? Everyone was shocked at first, but then they felt that something was wrong. It shouldn't be Exalted with Luminary, then is it that Yen Zhaoge? He didn't leave with Exalted Fire Luminary. Sunlight Emperor was thinking, and many thoughts instantly appeared in his mind. We can't let him join forces with Mars Halberd, Black-clothed Brocade Emperor said quietly. Otherwise, he has the ability to kill true immortals. Even Wang Zhengqing couldn't escape with the yin-yang Earth Mountain River diagram. As soon as he said that, Mars Halberd suddenly changed the direction of breaking out. He turned around and rushed to the ruins, ready to return there. Since Yen Zhaoge was ready to take the initiative to come out, he would certainly strive to join forces to fight against the enemy. As Black-clothed Brocade Emperor said, if they joined forces, Yen Zhaoge would use him as a weapon, which would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, Sunlight Emperor didn't slow down at all as he was thinking. Although he only fought with Yen Zhaoge for 1 round, he already knew that Yen Zhaoge was extraordinary. Naturally, he couldn't let Mars Halberd fall into Yen Zhaoge's hands. Without Black-clothed Brocade Emperor's reminder, Sunlight Emperor rushed forward with all his strength to stop Mars Halberd. Immortal Court Frigid Thunder Emperor Wan Mingyan's expression was cold. Yen Zhaoge? It doesn't take any effort at all. Sua Mingzhang had already left. The Immortal Court didn't want to capture or destroy Mars Halberd at all costs. However, for Yen Zhaoge, who had inherited the dim, radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia's mantle, the Immortal Court experts wanted to get rid of him quickly. Seeing Sua Mingzhang, who was blocking Mars Halberd, Wan Mingyan and the others didn't say anything. They rushed towards the ruins and rushed towards Yen Zhaoge, who was flying out of the ruins. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor did the same. It would be best for him to kill Yen Zhaoge. It didn't matter if he couldn't do it. With so many people besieging him, it was very likely to force Yen Zhaoge to use Tai Fist. That was his goal. He didn't believe that Yen Zhaoge brought the origin opening sword out of the world beyond worlds, other than Candle Sunlight Emperor, who was blocking Mars Halberd. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor and the other 6 people quickly spread out and surrounded Yen Zhaoge. However, when they got closer, Black-clothed Brocade Emperor and Wan Mingyan's heart moved at the same time. They felt that the Yen Zhaoge in front of them seemed to be a little different from what they remembered. Yen Zhaoge looked at Black-clothed Brocade Emperor and the people of the Immortal Court in front of him and raised his eyebrows. Hey, true immortal. P.S. Because of some unexpected things, this update came especially late. Actually, I was so tired that I couldn't stand it anymore. However, I remembered that I said yesterday that I would update more today. One must keep his promise, so I still tried my best to write it out. I really didn't want to update late. Please forgive me. Chapter 1233. With the frigid Thunder Emperor Wan Mingyan as the leader, there were a total of 6 immortal court emperors. Together with the 3 clear lineages black-clothed brocade emperor, there were a total of 7 true immortal emperors standing in front of Yen Zhaoge. The 5 experts of the immortal court, including the emperor who was dressed like a middle-aged scholar, immediately surrounded Yen Zhaoge. Although they were not as sharp as the black-clothed brocade emperor and Wan Mingyan, they could also feel how extraordinary Yen Zhaoge was. It was a feeling that was even more dangerous than Mars halberd. Yen Zhaoge, on the other hand, was very calm and composed, as though they were facing a great enemy. His gaze first swept across the 5 small umbrellas of different colors. The 5 elemental sun-devouring formation is a rather profound battle formation. Glancing at it, Yen Zhaoge immediately understood. Still, there are some differences from before the Great Calamity. It seems to have undergone some modifications. He chuckled and said, "That's true. If you don't improve it carefully, it would be very difficult for you to grasp it based on your style of practicing martial arts. However, it's really rare to be able to improve it to such an extent that it's easy to understand." When the 5 of them heard this, they were all enraged. "Frivolous, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Compared to the Sunlight Emperor and the black-clothed brocade emperor of the world beyond worlds, the experts of the immortal court rarely had direct contact with Yen Zhaoge. Their understanding of him was limited. Hearing Yen Zhaoge spouting such nonsense now, they were naturally dissatisfied. As the spirit patterns circulated, the 5 elements sun-devouring formation enveloped Yen Zhaoge. Under the support of the battle formation, the 5 emperors of the immortal court attacked at the same time. Their heads and tails were linked together as if they were one. The immortal gates, mountain-moving hammer. One moves a divine mountain to ascend the immortal path. 1 man and 1 mountain to become an immortal. Yen Zhaoge was calm and composed as he first looked at that middle-aged scholar who was clasping his fists, resembling raising a divine mountain as he swung a massive hammer towards him. Like the earth overturning seal, it is the legacy of the Earth Queen, the earthly deity. His gaze turned towards the emperor of the immortal court, who had a red umbrella on his head. Corresponding to the fire! Scorching yang divine art? Blazing sun divine art, not blazing sun divine art. The important thing was not the rise of the blazing sun, but the endless scorched earth under the scorching sun. The endless heat was like purgatory. Corresponding to water was an immortal court emperor who cultivated the Filiu 7 Sage Book. At this moment, he held one hand in front of his chest, accumulating power, while the other palm struck forward. The 2 techniques of the Filiu 7 Saints, dam, burst, and torrent, were combined into one, forming a monstrous momentum. The Kung Fu of the Filiu 7 Saint Book was known for its mighty and endless power. At this moment, when the great emperor made his move, not only was his power majestic, but it also blocked the flood. The water kept rising until it finally burst the dam and rushed down, forming a terrifying explosive force. Corresponding to wood is it the entangling waking finger of the withered with profound art. Besieged, Yen Zhaoge instead felt interested. Like the Filiu 7 Sage scripture, the immortal sect mountain-moving hammer, and the scorching yang divine art, the withered tree profound art was also a supreme martial art that had been passed down in pre-Great Calamity times, having already been lost in the world beyond worlds. In the history of the great 1,000 worlds of pre-Great Calamity times, he had once left behind his own words. The sting finger could cause lightning to explode and withered trees to come back to life. It was both offensive and defensive, and it could nourish one's body as well as injure the enemy. The 5th emperor of the immortal court, who had joined hands to set up the 5-element sun-devouring formation, was a sword cultivator. The sword lights flashed in the void and instantly divided into thousands of streaks, just like a sword rain. Shu mountain sword art. Yan Zhaoge rolled his eyes, and his expression became a little weird. In the era before the Great Calamity, Shu mountain sword art had a glorious period. During their golden period, many sword cultivators emerged, and they were only inferior to the prime clear lineage and the purple tenuity North Pole Grand Sovereign Emperor's lineage. Even after their golden period had passed, and they had entered the floating period, they were still famous in the world. They were known as the number one sword cultivator other than the three clear lineage. There were many outstanding sword cultivators, and they even surpassed many sword cultivators of the three clear lineage. In the eyes of the three clear lineage and the higher-ups of the heavenly court's divine palace, they could be considered as a sacred land in the human world. As long as their luck changed and the geniuses gathered again, there was hope for them to enter a new golden period. Unfortunately, after the Great Calamity, all of these could only be hypotheses. In the Tao universe, where the world beyond worlds, roving jade heavens, eight extremities world, and floating life world were located, the Shu Mountain sect's legacy was also lost, and only a few incomplete martial arts remained. Now, it had reappeared in the hands of the immortal court. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but feel a little emotional. However, after feeling emotional, he shook his head. Unfortunately, it's not practiced like this. When the enemies surrounded him, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm, and he raised both of his hands. He had also dabbled in the 5 elements sun-devouring formation. It was undoubtedly easier to break the enemy's formation first, and then defeat the enemies one by one. However, Yan Zhaoge didn't use this method. His internal universe suddenly sped up, and the stars shone together. Then Yan Zhaoge stretched out both of his palms and raised them towards the sky. Then he flipped them and slammed them down at the same time. Two-handed cyclic heavenly seal. Where the palm reached, the changes of creation were directly reversed. The heavens and the earth were healed, and everything returned to its original state. Where the palm reached, the primordial world appeared, the heavens and earth were split apart, and the seas and fields were transformed. The two processes were completely opposite, but they showed the majestic concept of the changes of the heavens and earth. At this moment, they converged together, forming a terrifying intertwining and twisting power. When Yan Zhaoge's 2 palms fell, the power brought by it directly twisted the space of the nearby original nebula, and it was deformed like a fried dough twist. Under the intense distortion, even the boundaries of space were torn apart. It was like a small piece of original nebula was torn out from the inside by Yan Zhaoge's hands. The 5 emperors of the immortal court joined hands and formed a battle formation. Even the true immortals of the orthodox Taoism's lineage had to be careful of the 5 elements sun-devouring formation. Along with the universe of time and space, was twisted into a ball by Yan Zhaoge, just like a piece of rag. The formation patterns collapsed one by one, and broke into countless flowing lights like fireflies. The divine mountain sledgehammer that fell from the sky was broken into pieces. The millions of miles of scorched land that was like purgatory instantly turned into flying ashes without any heat. Like the heavenly river bursting its dike, the flood of the human world was evaporated completely. The thunderous sound of the spring thunder disappeared, and there was only silence. The thousands of sword lights that covered the sky and the earth, pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks, disappeared like an illusion. The 5 elements sun devouring formation collapsed in such a short time. Yan Zhaoge's palm didn't stop, and his palms continued pushing forward. After returning to the original state, the cyclic heavenly seal of his palms turned the creation, and the 5 emperors of the immortal court were all sent flying backward. The terrifying power of distortion didn't dissipate for a long time. It shook and entangled their bodies, making them unable to move for a long time. Frigid Thunder Emperor Wan Mingyan and black-clothed Brocade Emperor's footsteps stopped abruptly. Wan Mingyan was stunned. This is a martial saint? This is someone who hasn't become an immortal yet? Black-clothed Brocade Emperor, who almost had no change of emotions, also stiffened at this moment and looked at Yan Zhaoge from head to toe. This was much stronger than the last time he fought with him in the world beyond worlds. Martial Saint 10th level human immortal. Black-clothed brocade emperor felt that Yan Zhaoge's acupoints saw divinity, and his body was like a real universe, so fast! This is even shorter than when he advanced from the 8th level to the 9th level. And this strength, Qin Qianhua, is far inferior to him. In black-clothed brocade emperor's memory, no matter if he witnessed it or heard it, the person in front of him might be the strongest person in the human world, the strongest martial saint he knew. Chapter 1234. Yan Zhaoge's footsteps did not cease as he strode forward. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you have immortal qi and I don't have an immortal weapon? Yan Zhaoge looked like he was smiling whilst also not. Indeed, with leakless true immortals, they are already in an invincible position. Even if they cannot win, they would still be able to protect themselves. At the very least, it would be a draw. Even if he really couldn't do anything to a mere human world martial saint, he could still fight to escape unscathed, even if he was a leakless true immortal from the immortal court heretics. Therefore, even if there was a martial saint that they could not do anything to, they could still find other pushovers to bully. This martial saint did not seem to be able to do anything to them. But is that really the case? Aren't you forgetting something? Yan Zhaoge stepped forward, traversed through space, and instantly arrived in front of the frigid Thunder Emperor, Wan Mingyan. He raised his palm again and hit Wan Mingyan's head. You're just a heretic, quenching thirst with poison. Why are you so arrogant? Wan Mingyan regained her senses and was furious. She turned sideways and raised both her hands as if she was holding a spear. Then he suddenly twisted his waist. Silver-white lightning surged in the void and exploded silently, following Wan Mingyan's punch. It was as if the thunder god in the heavens had thrown a long spear through the universe and pierced towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's expression didn't change. His palm that was slapping down spread open. He grabbed the blade with his bare hands and directly grabbed Wan Mingyan's spear. The violent yet soundless silvery white light of thunder leapt about and exploded madly between Yan Zhaoge's fingers. However, clenched by Yan Zhaoge, the silver thunder was all extinguished, transforming into insignificant arcs of electricity. Thunder scripture. It's quite impressive for an heretic martial artist to be able to cultivate it to this level. Yan Zhaoge clicked his tongue in admiration. Of all the martial practitioners of the heretic Tao that I have come into contact with and have some understanding of, only the Yin Shuyang of that year was stronger than you. While I indeed do not know how many of you heretics there shouldn't be many at your level of cultivation. Wan Mingyan glared at Yan Zhaoge, but she felt that her underworld thunder spear was being held by Yan Zhaoge and she couldn't move. He couldn't go in. He couldn't take it back even if he wanted to. Still, pulling out a general from a chess piece, what is pulled out is still a chess piece at the end of the day, Yan Zhaoge said mildly. It is just a pity that your talents would be wasted for nothing. He grabbed the lightning in his palm and retracted it. Wan Mingyan immediately moved towards him. His other hand was raised high, as if the sky was falling, and he slammed it down on Wan Mingyan again. Wan Mingyan suddenly realized that she couldn't disperse the silver-white lightning that she had previously condensed. Even if she was from the immortal court at her level of strength, she could already control her power freely. Now, however, with the thunder that she had unleashed having been caught by Yan Zhaoge's hand, she was no longer able to control it. The current owner of the silvery thunder spear was not her, but Yan Zhaoge. The heretics are greedy and reckless. When they fight at the same level, they are indeed better than us. But I've never heard of anyone who could be this strong. Wan Mingyan felt that the whole world was unreal. If the opponent was a true immortal great emperor from the 3 clear lineage, although Wan Mingyan would be proud to lose to the opponent in the same realm, it wasn't completely unacceptable. However, the person in front of him was a martial saint. Human immortal, After all, the word human had not been removed. He had not truly pushed open the immortal door. However, in front of such an opponent, she was as powerless as a child. How could Wan Mingyan remain calm? I can't underestimate him. I can't treat him as a martial saint. Wan Mingyan forcefully suppressed her pride, unwillingness, humiliation, anger, surprise, fear, and other negative emotions. After calming down, she let out a clear whistle and suddenly opened her mouth. Then another bolt of silvery white lightning shot out from her mouth. However, as this silver white lightning flickered, a spear's tip really extended out from the lightning. The bright silver spear whistled through the void and landed in Wan Mingyan's hand. Then all the silver light converged and attached to the spear. The tip of the spear trembled like a silver dragon coming out of the abyss. It rushed towards the 9 heavens and welcomed Yen Zhaoga's other palm. It was a leakless immortal artifact, the heavenly abyss underworld thunder spear. Yen Zhaoga's palm didn't stop. The cyclic heavenly seals, heaven and earth reversal power was displayed. With a flip of his palm, he had already grabbed the heavenly abyss underworld thunder spear's handle. Wan Mingyan's face was expressionless, but a cold light flickered in her eyes. Duo! She let out a soundless roar. It was like a muffled thunder explosion, but there was no sound. However, as this roar resounded, the heavenly abyss underworld thunder spear in her hand, which had yet to come into contact with Yen Zhaoga, suddenly shook. Then the immortal armament was blasted apart and exploded into pieces. A leakless immortal artifact directly exploded. Wan Mingyan's throat moved. Soundless thunderous sounds exploded one after another. The underworld thunder was continuous, and the power of her entire body surged. It combined with the explosive power of her heavenly abyss underworld thunder spear. With her cultivation, such an attack could already bring about a huge threat to many true immortal emperors of the 3 clear lineage. If they were careless and took this attack head-on, they might even have the risk of dying. However, Yen Zhaoga only smiled. His left hand continued to press the cyclic heavenly seal downwards, and his right hand's fingers closed together. His palm was like a saber, and he chopped down from the void. His palm extended from the darkness, and suddenly broke through the darkness, revealing a brilliance. Within the brilliance, an object that looked like an axe and a banner appeared. Heaven's splitting halberd. The sharpness and magnificence of splitting the heavens and splitting the earth broke through the surging underworld thunder first, causing the thunder to explode in all directions. Then the infinite power of reversing the universe suppressed the heavens and earth and shattered the scattered thunder. The sky-covering giant hand broke through the thunderlight and directly arrived above Wan Mingyan's head. Its 5 fingers opened wide and grabbed downwards. Isn't this too fierce? Even if a profound immortal suppresses his cultivation to the martial saint realm, he wouldn't be this strong. Wan Mingyan's eyes widened. She raised her arms and barely managed to block Yen Zhaoga's palm. Yen Zhaoga didn't change his move at all. He didn't try to avoid Wan Mingyan's defense. Instead, he directly slammed his palm downwards. The violent power instantly caused Wan Mingyan's entire body to tremble, and her entire body went limp. What made her even more terrified was that the surrounding space was completely locked by Yen Zhaoga's palm. She didn't fly down from the attack. The void beneath her feet was as solid as the boundless earth. Because of this, there was a heavy pressure above and a barrier below. All the power was firmly pressed on Wan Mingyan's body, causing her knees to go limp. She couldn't support it at all. A dignified, leakless true immortal was forced to kneel in the void by Yen Zhaoga. Wan Mingyan was furious. She wanted to stand up, but she couldn't move due to the pressure. Yen Zhaoga used one hand to force Wan Mingyan to kneel, and his other hand swept towards the other side again. Among the 5 emperors of the immortal court who formed the 5 elements sun swallowing formation, the middle-aged scholar who performed the Immortal Gate Mountain carrying hammer, was the strongest. At this moment, he barely broke free from the influence of Yen Zhaoge's remaining force. However, before he could regain his footing, he was once again hit by Yen Zhaoge's palm. Yen Zhaoge's horrifying true essence transformed into a huge divine mountain that was even more horrifying than his Immortal Gate Mountain carrying hammer. It directly sealed him within the mountain, and he couldn't struggle at all. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor, haven't you always been thinking about my Tai fist? Yen Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the black-clothed Brocade Emperor who was about to leave. Then he threw a punch from afar. Chapter 1235. After seeing Yen Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal shattering the 5 elements sun devouring formation, black-clothed Brocade Emperor knew that something was wrong. After confirming that Yen Zhaoge had successfully advanced to the Exalt Martial Saint realm, black-clothed Brocade Emperor didn't give up completely. After all, this battle wasn't only between him and Wang Zhengqing. Many people were participating in the battle. Although the Immortal Court's martial art practitioners were weaker, they were all experts who had pushed open the immortal door. They had immortal artifacts and powerful battle formations. However, after seeing Yen Zhaoge destroying the 5 elements sun devouring formation, and even suppressing the 5 emperors of the Immortal Court so that they couldn't continue their attacks, and he himself easily defeated Wan Mingyan, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor completely gave up on the idea. Not to mention the 7 of them. Even if the Candle Sunlight Emperor who had the mirror light joined the battle, they wouldn't be able to resist Yen Zhaoge even if the 8 of them joined forces. Since that was the case, black-clothed Brocade Emperor didn't intend to continue being entangled. Fight as you please and leave as you please. Hesitating and procrastinating would only delay you. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor immediately turned around and planned to leave this place. However, at this moment, a fist had already appeared in his vision. Yen Zhaoge's fist, the head of the Grand Clear Direct Lineages, Grand Cosmos, 5 manifestations, Tai fist. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor dreamed of comprehending the profoundness of the Tai fist. With his lifelong study of the Grand Clear Supreme Arts and the foundation of the other 4 Supreme Arts of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations, he was confident that he could comprehend the profoundness of the Tai fist with enough contact and time. In the past, he fought with Yen Zhaoge outside the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and fought with Yen Zhaoge just now were all for this purpose. However, at this moment, black-clothed Brocade Emperor's heart sank, because Yen Zhaoge's fist showed his attitude. It wasn't that he was sure that black-clothed Brocade Emperor couldn't comprehend the Tai fist through fighting. Instead, even if you could comprehend the profoundness of the Tai fist, I still have the confidence to make you stay here. Don't even think of leaving today. Yen Zhaoge's fist wasn't fast, nor was it as grand as the cyclic heavenly seal, nor was it as sharp as the heavens-splitting halberd. Yet this punch seemed to fill up all the space around the black-clothed Brocade Emperor as it encompassed the entire space of the universe. As the black-clothed Brocade Emperor expanded his spiritual sense, he could only feel Yen Zhaoge's fists coming towards him from every direction. That was not an illusion, nor was it a feint. Could it be that, in the end, the tens of thousands of phantoms converged into one, and in the end, only a single fist landed on the body, but it was difficult to determine where exactly it landed? Instead, a myriad of fists were a myriad of fists, coming from all directions as they landed on the black-clothed Brocade Emperor at the same time. At this moment, it was as if there were countless real Yen Zhaoge punching towards him at the same time, filling the entire universe and being omnipresent. The black-clothed Brocade Emperor was expressionless as his figure abruptly flashed. His body seemed to be still in the same place, but the place seemed to be empty. It was as if, after moving at an extremely high speed, only an afterimage was left on the spot. However, that figure was none other than the black-clothed Brocade Emperor himself. His entire person seemed to have turned illusory, no longer existing in the real world. At the same time, streaks of plain-colored cloud chi were born. Combining with the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, who was both tangible and intangible. With the grand beginning bright, emptiness form and the grand plainness, immeasurable body combining, the black-clothed brocade emperor's defenses were raised to the maximum, blocking Yen Zhaoge's omnipresent heavy fists. Wherever the fist intent passed, the plain-colored cloud qi dissipated unceasingly as the black-clothed brocade emperor's figure was about to turn from illusory to solid, forcibly reverting back to its original state. The black-clothed brocade emperor's gaze was focused as he used the powerful defenses created by his two supreme martial arts to temporarily block Yen Zhaoge's fist intent, pointing out with a finger. Where the grand commencement divine finger passed, time and space seemed to have lost all meaning to him. At this moment, the black-clothed brocade emperor seemed to have forcefully fought out a way out for himself, a chance of survival. His figure flickered as he charged forward. However, the next moment, the black-clothed brocade emperor helplessly saw countless iron fists still hurtling towards him. Yen Zhaoge's fist seemed to occupy the past, the future, and all time. No matter which node, which instant in the river of time, whether it was the past, the present, or the future, his fist was waiting for the black-clothed brocade emperor. This fist seemed to have originated from the beginning of everything, and was waiting for the black-clothed brocade emperor after everything had ended. The black-clothed brocade emperor's grand commencement, divine finger, vaguely broke away from the restraints of time. However, he couldn't jump out of time forever, and he still had to come back eventually. When he came back, Yen Zhaoge's fists were already waiting there, and were still hurtling towards him from all directions. The black-clothed brocade emperor had no choice but to use the grand beginning bright, emptiness form and the grand plainness, immeasurable body to protect his body together. Meanwhile, the Taiji Yin-Yang palm and the flat crutch art were launched at the same time. The fists and palms were used together, and the attack and the defense were combined to resist the iron fists coming from all directions at the same time. When Yen Zhaoge's fists hit his body, they couldn't hurt him, but they would block his way and make him unable to move. He could already see that Mars Halberd was trying to get rid of the Sunlight Emperor and was rushing to meet with Yen Zhaoge. Sunlight Emperor didn't just walk away without caring about his own safety. However, if Yen Zhaoge met with Mars Halberd, the black-clothed brocade emperor and the others would not only be unable to leave, but would also be in danger. Therefore, he had to get rid of Yen Zhaoge as soon as possible. Let the black-clothed brocade emperor capture a martial saint and fight against these heretic true immortals. I believe you won't be careless. While Yen Zhaoge was smiling, his left palm exerted more force and completely broke Wan Mingyan's stance. The infinite power that could overturn the universe formed a whirlpool-like, twisting whirlpool and locked Wan Mingyan within. Unfortunately, I can do the same. As Yen Zhaoge said that, he struck out another fist, and at the same time it enveloped the other 5 emperors of the immortal court. As they staggered, Yen Zhaoge flipped his palm again. In the middle of his palm, 12 light wheels rotated together and then combined. The bright radiance disappeared and became dim. Then the dim radiance was like a black hole, and it directly swallowed the middle-aged scholar who was suppressed by the divine mountain formed by his true essence. Dim radiant 12 arts. 11th art, wilderness devouring. 12th art, peerless. The 2 arts combined, and the divine mountain was immediately swallowed by the dim radiant chaos and disappeared. On Yen Zhaoge's other hand, yin and yang circulated in the middle of his palm, forming a huge suction force, and sucked the other 4 emperors of the immortal court towards his palm. Although the 4 of them tried their best to stabilize their bodies, they still slowly approached Yen Zhaoge. Then Yen Zhaoge's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the black-clothed brocade emperor. The Tai fist struck out again. It wasn't fierce, but it was infinitely profound. As if the universe and time were frozen, the black-clothed brocade emperor was forced to use this fist. The black-clothed brocade emperor's eyes flickered, and he seemed to have thought of something. However, facing Yen Zhaoge's iron fist, he could only use his finger to counter it. As the two sides collided, dim radiance surged on Yen Zhaoge's fist. In the dim radiance, the middle-aged scholar-dressed emperor of the immortal court appeared. He was hopelessly sandwiched between Yen Zhaoge and the black-clothed brocade emperor. Chapter 1236. Although he had already attained the true immortal physique and mastered the immortal door-mountain-carrying hammer, the middle-aged scholar was still suppressed by Yen Zhaoge's divine power and couldn't move at all. Landing between the attacks of Yen Zhaoge and the black-clothed brocade emperor, he could not even defend himself, let alone evade. All of their external defenses, just having been erected, had already been shattered by the force of Yen Zhaoge's fist. As a result, he could only watch helplessly as the black-clothed brocade emperor pointed over with a finger. The black-clothed brocade emperor's face was sunken as he released and retracted the grand commencement divine finger with boundless profundity. At the critical moment, he forcefully stopped his attack. He didn't care about the other party's life or death. However, even if he killed this immortal court emperor, it wouldn't help him leave this place. To him, it wouldn't benefit him at all. Instead, it would create trouble for him in the future. However, he had already been unable to defeat Yen Zhaoge in the first place. With this release and retraction, he had completely lost the initiative. Yen Zhaoge's fists were everywhere, most of them appearing behind the black-clothed brocade emperor. Under the collision of powerful forces, the black-clothed brocade emperor, who had just escaped a little distance, was immediately pushed back to where Wan Mingyan and the others were. The black-clothed brocade emperor was not discouraged as he tried to make use of this opportunity to flee in another direction. After cultivating the bright, beginning emptiness body, his speed had never been weak. However, Yen Zhaoge formed a sword seal, causing dark red sword lights to surge and slash through space, immediately pursuing after him. Prime Clear Direct Lineage, one of the numinous Treasure 4 swords, the immortal trapping sword. While this had yet to be verified, many people of the world beyond world suspected that Yen Zhaoge was actually proficient in supreme martial arts of the Prime Clear lineage, which was why he possessed the slaying Azure Dragon and slaying Xuanwu swords. However, he was the descendant of the Prime Clear Sword Emperor, Di Qinglian. His situation was special. Before falling out with Yen Zhaoge, Cliff could not make a big deal out of this. Most of the time they turned a blind eye to it. As long as Yen Zhaoge did not brazenly execute supreme martial arts of the Prime Clear lineage in the world beyond worlds, they would pretend not to know about it. Also, after Yen Zhaoge had slain Wang Zhengqing and completely fallen out with the earthly sovereign's lineage, the earthly sovereign's ban on descendants of the Prime Clear lineage would naturally be even less of a concern to him. Anyway, even if there was no such thing, the two sides would still have to settle things. Yen Zhaoge no longer had any reservations in executing the sword arts of the Prime Clear lineage now. The celestial trapping sword, which could destroy time and space, was also one of the best in its understanding of the mysteries of time and space. Yen Zhaoge's entire person transformed into a streak of red light, instantly piercing through the obstructions of space. Jade Clear Lineage, Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture, Dim Radiant 12 Arts, Fourth Art Illusory Light, Fuyao Art, other than the immortal trapping sword. Yen Zhaoge had fully comprehended and fused the concepts within the other supreme martial arts that specialized in speed. When his speed burst out, even the group of perfected immortals could not react in time. Yen Zhaoge instantly arrived beside the black-clothed brocade emperor before punching out once more. The omnipresent iron fists finally forced the brocade emperor to the point where he had no choice but to face them head-on. Looking at that despairing middle-aged scholar, the black-clothed brocade emperor was expressionless as he pushed out with a palm. While that middle-aged scholar had already pushed open the door to immortality, his power had been dispersed by Yen Zhaoge as he tried to resist the force of the brocade emperor's palm. He could only watch on as he was devoured by the terrifying yin and yang with his eyes wide open. Under the circulation of the yin-yang tai chi that could annihilate all things, the pitiful emperor of the immortal court was unable to dodge or evade, and was instantly killed on the spot, leaving not even his corpse behind. Ruan Mingyan and the others felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the scene. Candle, Sunlight Emperor, who was fighting with Mars, halberd furrowed his brows when he saw this. Both he and the black-clothed Brocade Emperor knew that Yen Zhaoge was proficient in the yin-yang heavenly scripture. The yin-yang heavenly scripture could guide yin and yang, shift the universe, and was not afraid of being surrounded. However, Yen Zhaoge was a human world martial saint after all, and his opponents were all immortal realm experts who had already pushed open the door to immortality. The miraculous effect of the yin-yang heavenly scripture couldn't be unleashed so easily. Therefore, they were not worried that Yen Zhaoge would use someone else to kill him. However, from the looks of it now, Yen Zhaoge really didn't use someone else's knife. He directly snatched it. When that middle-aged scholar of the immortal court emperor died, rays of treasured lights imbued with faith power flew out of his body and broke through the void to leave. The treasured lights didn't have any offensive capabilities, nor did they have any aura of power. They were just extremely abundant. This treasured lights, imbued with faith power, ignored the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's Taiji yin-yang palm, as if they were in different worlds, and they didn't touch or affect each other, just like an illusion. Yen Zhaoge didn't even lift his eyelids. His right hand was still clenched into a fist, and his fist intent spread out. The Tai fist enveloped the surrounding universe, and directly shattered the treasured lights imbued with faith power. It couldn't fly away, and it dissipated on the spot. Not only the Tai fist, he also knows the faceless devil scripture, and possibly the immortal exterminating sword. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor shook his head. Candle, Sunlight Emperor looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. He no longer tried to tangle with Mars halberd and wanted to turn around and leave. At this point, there was no need for him to persist anymore. However, at this moment he wanted to leave, but Mars halberd didn't let him. Seeing that Yen Zhaoge had completely controlled the situation, Mars halberd wasn't in a hurry to meet up with him. Instead, he turned around and launched a counterattack against the Sunlight Emperor. Yen Zhaoge's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ruan Mingyan. He clapped his palms together in the middle. Ruan Mingyan, who was in between Yen Zhaoge's palms, suddenly felt as if she had fallen into a muddy swamp from the air. It was difficult for her to move her limbs. Then, the muddy swamp became as hard as frozen soil again, and she was like a small bug sealed in amber and couldn't move at all. Yen Zhaoge's figure flashed again, and he punched the black-clothed Brocade Emperor who wanted to leave. In the void, the dark red light outlined lines one after another, as if it was cutting the time and space apart, and also as if it was sealing the time and space. Yen Zhaoge's figure suddenly appeared in front of the Emperor of the Immortal Court, who cultivated the scorching sun divine art. The other party didn't give up resisting. He punched out, and the void turned into a scorched earth purgatory. However, Yen Zhaoge's palm landed, and the purgatory turned into ashes. Then, a light that was neither dark nor bright flashed, and engulfed the Emperor of the Immortal Court. Where the dark red sword light flashed, Yen Zhaoge came in front of black-clothed Brocade Emperor again, and didn't give black-clothed Brocade Emperor any chance to escape. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor took a deep breath and let out a long roar. The lamp in the Sunlight Emperor's mirror turned, and the mirror light shone over, and the candlelight swayed. His palm suddenly slapped on the mirror's surface. A crack appeared on the mirror's surface. Then, the void beside black-clothed Brocade Emperor's body also suddenly cracked open a crack. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor didn't hold back anymore. He attacked with all his strength and killed the Emperor of the Immortal Court who was sent to him by Yen Zhaoge. Then he flashed and was about to rush into the crack of space. Yen Zhaoge smiled. He used the Tai fist with his left hand and the heaven-splitting halberd with his right hand. Tai beginning. The momentum of the primordial world's opening manifested and swept all directions. Black-clothed brocade emperor who had already entered the crack of space was stuck in the middle. Half of black-clothed brocade emperor's body had already rushed into the crack of space, but the crack of space and the surrounding void were suddenly shattered by Yen Zhaoge. Half of his body was in the cosmos, and the other half was in the void. Even a true immortal like him couldn't withstand the twisting and intertwining forces. This wasn't Yen Zhaoge's attack. Instead, it was the door of space that collapsed when he passed through the door. Black-clothed brocade emperor felt that his body was about to be cut into half by the distorted domain. On the other side, Wan Mingyan's eyebrows were vertical, and her expression was ferocious. Under the continuous eruption of all her strength, she finally wore down Yen Zhaoge's fist intent that was sealing her, and broke that shapeless cage. However, the moment she activated the Yin Thunder Divine Spear and broke through the cage, her vision suddenly turned black. Yen Zhaoge had already arrived in front of her, and he attacked again. Within the dim radiance, the emperor of the immortal court, who cultivated the withered tree profound art, appeared. Under the illumination of the silvery white lightning, his desperate face was reflected to a pale white. Yen Zhaoge grasped the timing perfectly. Even if Wan Mingyan was a leakless true immortal, she couldn't retract her strength in time. She pierced through her companion with her spear and nailed him to death in the void. Chapter 1237. Wan Mingyan was slightly startled as he killed a great emperor of the celestial court. Yen Zhaoge extended his arm, spreading his fingers as he directly grabbed her head. Wan Mingyan's vision darkened. She felt that she had lost her balance and was grabbed by Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge pushed Wan Mingyan's head and quickly moved to the side of the black-clothed brocade emperor, who was still stuck in the crack. After the black-clothed brocade emperor had endured the most painful moment at the beginning, he had unleashed the grand beginning bright emptiness form with all his might, confusing himself with the formless boundary of space-time. Just having stabilized his figure, Yen Zhaoge had already arrived before him. Under extreme speed, Yen Zhaoge opened his fingers and grabbed Wan Mingyan's head. He pushed her towards the black-clothed brocade emperor, who was still unable to move. Space and time suddenly distorted, and the crack was forcefully torn open again. Wan Mingyan and black-clothed brocade emperor groaned at the same time and fell into the space-time gap. They instantly traveled through space and arrived in front of Candle Sunlight Emperor and Mars Halberd. The black-clothed brocade emperor and the Sunlight Emperor had planned to use this method to meet up quickly. Then they would combine their strength to force Mars Halberd to retreat and then escape. At this moment they came, and there was an additional cold Thunder Emperor, Wan Mingyan. However, they were disturbed by the turbulence of time and space. Whether it was the black-clothed brocade emperor or Wan Mingyan, their bodies were shaking nonstop, as if they would be torn and shattered at any time. Mars Halberd ignored them and continued to attack Candle Sunlight, Great Emperor, faster and faster. Sunlight Emperor glanced around and his eyelids twitched. Yen Zhaoge grabbed the other two emperors of the immortal court with each of his hands. Then he transformed into a red beam of light. With an unimaginable speed, he traversed through the boundless void and rushed towards them. The emperor of the immortal court, who cultivated the Shu Mountain sword art and was captured by Yen Zhaoge, was filled with anger and shame. "Heretic scoundrel, watch out for my sword!" As he roared angrily, his entire body trembled, and sword chi burst forth. At this moment, just like the heavenly abyss underworld thunder spear earlier, his entire body started to explode from the inside out. An unprecedentedly bright sword light exploded within Yen Zhaoge's palm. This man had activated the secret technique of Shu Mountain, sacrificing his body to the sword. He had unleashed the strongest attack that he had never used before, and would never be able to use again. It was a fatal blow. Good. As expected of the place where the sword devil Yin Shiryang appeared. After a few thousand years, such a successor has appeared. Yan Zhaoge said, "Only it's a pity that you've all entered the heretic Tao." Amidst his words, Yan Zhaoge did not halt in his footsteps as his left and right hands clasped together towards the center. The cyclic heavenly seal, the dim, radiant 12 arts, the Taiji Yin-Yang palm, the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture, and many other supreme arts were merged together. That bright sword light that had erupted was firmly sealed within Yan Zhaoge's right palm. As for the emperor of the immortal court, who cultivated the Filiu Seven Saints scripture, he was suppressed by Yan Zhaoge's left hand. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge bringing his palms together, the other party could only watch in despair as that bright sword light exploded before his very eyes. Yan Zhaoge's suppression on him had already relaxed. He used the Filiu Seven Saint scriptures and the 7 core techniques to their fullest potential. The power accumulated by storing water became more and more vigorous, and the explosive power of breaking the dam instantly reached its peak. The torrent formed an unstoppable impact. The vast, vigorous, violent, and ferocious momentum of the torrent was vividly displayed by him. However, he was facing a great sword cultivator of Shu Mountain, whose attack was much sharper than his own. The last fatal blow was made by burning his life force. Such an attack wasn't something that a martial artist could do, even if he was willing to risk his life. It was a forbidden, secret technique of the Shu Mountain sect's sword art inheritance. Not to mention that the emperor of the immortal court, who cultivated the Filiu Seven Saints scripture, was still suppressed by Yan Zhaoge to a certain extent. Therefore, there was no doubt that there was only one result. The magnificent and sharp sword light slashed through the torrent, and then pierced through his opponent's body with its unstoppable momentum. The 5 emperors of the immortal court, who had formed the 5 elements sun-devouring formation with overwhelming momentum, all perished. Our speed isn't as fast as him. We can't even escape if we want to. Sunlight Emperor let out a sigh, and then he reached out his hand and swiped on the mirror light. There was already a crack on the surface of the ancient mirror, and a new crack suddenly appeared. The 2 cracks crossed each other, forming a cross shape. It was in the middle of the mirror, and even the candlelight reflected in the mirror was divided. However, the power of the immortal artifact didn't weaken. Without any signs, a crisscrossing cross crack appeared in the void. It tore the void in the original nebula apart and went towards Mars Halberd. Mars Halberd's attitude became more serious. The fiery red double crescent halberd showed a vague appearance of the heaven-splitting halberd, and then it slashed out. The cross crack that tore the void was destroyed by Mars Halberd. However, the chaotic void also separated Mars Halberd and Yan Zhaoge for a while. At this moment, Sunlight Emperor held the mirror light in his hand, took the initiative to step forward and attacked Yan Zhaoge. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor and Frigid Thunder Emperor Wan Mingyan also forcefully suppressed the pain caused by colliding with the space crack. They chose to attack Yan Zhaoge together with Sunlight Emperor. Even if Wan Mingyan was arrogant, she was also someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. At this moment, the 3 emperors knew that it was time to fight with their lives on the line. If they didn't try their best now, they might not even have the chance to fight with their lives on the line in the future. 3 true immortal emperors who had pushed open the immortal door had to fight with their lives on the line against a martial saint. If this was set out, anyone who heard it would feel that it was the biggest joke in the world. However, no matter if it was Sunlight Emperor, Black-clothed Brocade Emperor, or Wan Mingyan, they couldn't laugh at all. They only had one thought: take down Yan Zhaoge. Otherwise, they would be in danger. Wan Mingyan brandished the Yin Thunder Divine Spear again and exerted all her strength. Silver-white thunder flashed in the void and tore the boundless darkness apart. It was extremely tyrannical and swift. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor's expression was indifferent. He pointed the grand commencement divine finger at Yan Zhaoge. At the same time, he used his fist as a crutch and used the flat crutch art to attack Yan Zhaoge. As he turned the crutch, he actually used the Tai Fist's aura. After taking so many punches from Yen Zhaoge, he had some gains as he wished. However, these gains would ultimately become his. It still depended on the result of the battle with Yen Zhaoge and whether he could leave this place safely. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor naturally didn't hold back anymore. He displayed all of his knowledge. Among the three of them, the strongest was still the Candle Sunlight Emperor. He was the strongest when he was barehanded. Now he even had an immortal artifact in his hand. At this moment, the Sunlight Emperor didn't defend and counterattack like before. He lifted the mirror light as if it was a huge seal. He directly smashed the immortal artifact towards Yen Zhaoge. Because of the cross-shaped scratches, the mirror that seemed to have split into 4 halves. The black and white candle flames jumped together and evolved the concept of extreme yang, extreme yin, minor yang, and minor yin. The yin and yang 4 phenomena transformed into all things in the world. It was as if a world was being evolved. It descended from the sky and suppressed Yen Zhaoge. The clear, illusory true Lord's lineage combined the cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, and myriad phenomena heavenly scripture to form the supreme art of the clear, illusory true Lord's lineage. Myriad yin-yang seal, Chapter 1238. The 3 true immortal emperors put their lives on the line as they joined hands to attack Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge remained calm and composed, his expression not changing. He used his sword incantation, and a red light flashed as the celestial trapping sword appeared. The immortal trapping sword light, which combined the specialties of many space-time supreme martial arts, brought Yen Zhaoge along and instantly disappeared from the spot. However, when Sunlight Emperor's limitless yin-yang seal fell, it was as if the universe had been turned upside down. While it didn't copy Yen Zhaoge's actions, it affected space and time, as if Yen Zhaoge's figure had slowed down. As the black-clothed Brocade Emperor struck out with his hands, he seemed to be omnipresent, and inexhaustible. As Yen Zhaoge wielded the immortal trapping sword, his figure spun. As it spun, streaks of green sword light and white sword chi appeared in the dark red sword light. The azure color was the immortal slaying sword's sword ray. What was white was the sword chi of the celestial slashing sword. The prime, clear, immortal exterminating sword could destroy all arts. From a certain perspective, it was most proficient in countering the jade, clear, yin-yang heavenly scripture. The immortal end sword could destroy all things, and was most proficient in countering the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture. With a single move, Yen Zhaoge's numinous treasure, 3 swords, sword and tents fused together and directly shattered the Sunlight Emperor's limitless yin-yang seal. Then he flipped his palm upwards, the flipping sky seal against the flipping sky seal, causing the mirror lamp to float upwards. Then he struck out with a backhand palm 3 times in a row in the air. All 3 forms of the flipping sky seal were unleashed. Return to the innate realm. Turning creation. Reverse return to innate realm. The 3 moves were executed in unison, and they were intricate and varied. They warped the world and overturned creation. Amidst the boundless, forceful, and domineering power, there were extremely nimble and graceful transformations. The 2 combined, pulling back and forth as they forcibly tore apart the connection between the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's grand, clear, earlier heaven, and later heaven's supreme martial arts. For tails can move 1,000 caddies. When the strength of 1,000 jin was displayed, but with ingenious changes, how much strength could be mobilized? Even though the black-clothed Brocade Emperor had been immersed in the supreme martial arts of the grand clear lineage for many years, and had recently comprehended some of the profundities of the Tai Fist, he still felt awkward at this moment. The combination of earlier heaven and later heaven had collapsed. At this moment, however, Yen Zhaoge struck out a 4th palm. This time, the sky-splitting seal had transformed into the sky-splitting halberd. As the heaven-splitting banner descended, The black-clothed brocade emperor's already unstable concept of grand commencement instantly poured out in torrents as earlier heaven fell to later heaven, dissipating into nothingness. His reactions were extremely fast as he simply switched to the Taiji yin-yang palm. Then, spurred on by yin and yang, he executed the crutch technique with all his might, blocking Yan Zhaoge's attack. Yet, Yan Zhaoge struck once more with his later heaven prime, clear sword arts, instantly breaking through the black-clothed brocade emperor's techniques as he strode off. At this moment, in front of him was a vast expanse of white and silver lightning. The three perfected immortals worked together to besiege Wan Mingyan's Yin Thunder Divine Spear was the last. Although it seemed inconspicuous, it was insidious and soundless. It was the real killer move. After Sunlight Emperor and black-clothed brocade emperor restrained Yan Zhaoge's energy, he would launch an attack. However, in a short period of time, Yan Zhaoge broke through the attacks of the two emperors of the world beyond worlds. With lightning speed, he arrived in front of Wan Mingyan. Without giving any time for Sunlight Emperor and black-clothed brocade emperor to reorganize their attacks, Yan Zhaoge first straightened his index and middle fingers like a sword. A little white qi flashed on the tip of the sword. The sword qi of the immortal ending sword burst out and broke through the silvery white sea of thunder. Then he immediately used an extremely overbearing, cyclic, heavenly seal to attack. Wan Mingyan wanted to resist, but Yan Zhaoge's palm had already shattered the soundless rolling thunder. Then, Wan Mingyan's nightmare came again. The 5 fingers that were like the claws of a demon king came down again. The gigantic hand grabbed the top of her head and lifted her up. With one hand grabbing Wan Mingyan, Yan Zhaoge used the other hand to raise the immortal trapping sword again. Where the red light flashed, thousands of miles of the void seemed to not exist. Yan Zhaoge turned around and immediately counterattacked Sunlight Emperor and black-clothed brocade emperor. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge was going to use the same trick again, Sunlight Emperor had no choice but to take the initiative. He flipped the mirror light and the candlelight swayed. Yan Zhaoge's fist was instantly reflected, and it was used to receive the attack. Sunlight Emperor wanted to make use of this to prevent Yan Zhaoge from using his attack to kill the captured Wan Mingyan. However, Yan Zhaoge's fist shook slightly. The Tai fist's fist intent became more and more obvious. It was as if it was invisible, formless, chaotic, dark, hard to fathom, hard to describe, and hard to describe. The reflection on the mirror light suddenly became faint and then disappeared. Yan Zhaoge's fist had already passed through the mirror light's obstruction and arrived in front of Sunlight Emperor, the head of the grand cosmos' 5 manifestations before the world's creation, Tai. As Sunlight Emperor's heart sank, Yan Zhaoge's fist had already arrived in front of him. Then his 5 fingers suddenly opened, and his fist turned into a palm. The grand, clear Tai fist turned into the jade, clear, cyclic, heavenly seal, and it also came down towards Sunlight Emperor. The exchange between the 2 supreme arts was smooth, as if it was only one move. Sunlight Emperor was facing the same predicament as black-clothed brocade emperor. They weren't afraid of Yan Zhaoge's fist hitting them. However, when Yan Zhaoge really came into contact with them and cyclic heavenly seal suppressed them, it would be too late for them to escape. At that time, Yan Zhaoge would just leisurely watch Mars halberd execute them one by one. He has so many supreme arts, and all of them are quite profound. How did he do it? So many supreme arts, and all of them are interconnected with each other, changing and changing at will, and even fusing several martial arts concepts into one. Is this something that a human can do? Although he already knew that Yan Zhaoge was extraordinary, Sunlight Emperor was still inexplicably shocked after fighting with him. He couldn't run away and he couldn't hide. He could only helplessly counterattack and block Yan Zhaoge's attack. Then, as expected, dim radiance flashed in Yan Zhaoge's palm, and Wan Mingyan's figure appeared. Wan Mingyan's eyes were filled with anger and despair. Candle Sunlight Emperor's eyes also showed helplessness and hopelessness. In the void, cyclic heavenly seal against cyclic heavenly seal. Yen Zhaoge and Sunlight Emperor's palm collided head-on. Wan Mingyan, who was caught in the middle, was suffering. She was stronger than the other 5 emperors of the immortal court. Yen Zhaoge suppressed her, but she still tried to resist, and tried to resist the cyclic heavenly seal from Sunlight Emperor. However, even so, she was still hit by Sunlight Emperor's palm, and her blood stained the sky. Yen Zhaoge's immortal trapping, sword light, spread out. It attacked Sunlight Emperor first, and then black-clothed Brocade Emperor. As for Wan Mingyan, she was first hit by Sunlight Emperor's cyclic heavenly seal, and then black-clothed Brocade Emperor's grand commencement divine finger. No matter how strong she was, how stubborn she was, and how strong her body was, she would still be smashed into pieces after being hit like this. Evil heretic, you won't have a good ending. When Wan Mingyan was hit by Sunlight Emperor's palm again, her whole body shattered like porcelain. Her unwilling roar was blocked halfway, and it stopped abruptly. She was destroyed between Yen Zhaoge's and Sunlight Emperor's palms. Yen Zhaoge didn't care about Wan Mingyan's life or death. He didn't stop at all. With the help of the collision, he quickly flew backwards. At the place where the red light flashed, he intercepted black-clothed Brocade Emperor again. Every time they clashed, no matter if it was Sunlight Emperor or black-clothed Brocade Emperor, they were all forced to retreat. Instead, they got closer and closer to each other. They couldn't escape when Yen Zhaoge was attacking another person. Yen Zhaoge suddenly arrived in front of black-clothed Brocade Emperor, and then he stretched out both of his hands. The 2 cyclic heavenly seals shook black-clothed Brocade Emperor and made him fly backwards, and he landed in front of Mars Halberd. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor suddenly felt a scorching and cold sharpness rising from his back. Yen Zhaoge didn't care about black-clothed Brocade Emperor anymore. His figure flashed again, and he arrived next to Sunlight Emperor. He directly reached out and grabbed the edge of the mirror light. Chapter 1239. When Yen Zhaoge's hand grabbed the edge of the mirror light, Sunlight Emperor's expression changed. Then, Yen Zhaoge grabbed the mirror light and pulled it towards himself. The unstoppable majestic power made Sunlight Emperor lose his balance, and his body involuntarily moved closer to Yen Zhaoge. He activated his profound art and tried to stabilize his body. Dense immortal qi also flowed into the mirror light. The surging immortal qi started burning. The reflection of the candle in the mirror shook violently and instantly turned into a raging sea of fire. The sea of fire burned to the extreme, and bright golden light rose up. Then it rushed out of the mirror and poured down like a flood. Yen Zhaoge could even faintly feel that his hand that was holding the edge of the mirror light had a burning sensation. However, in the next moment, Yen Zhaoge activated his martial art. Yin and Yang reversed, and heaven and earth reversed. The cyclic heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture merged together, which immediately cooled down the golden light. Open! Sunlight Emperor's face showed a determined expression, and he shouted. The mirror light trembled and actually started to tremble slightly. Many fine cracks appeared on its surface. Feeling the changes of Sunlight Emperor and the mirror light, Yen Zhaoge smiled. I've already missed an immortal artifact spear. I can't always return empty-handed, right? On his palm, the dim light was indistinguishable, and the light and darkness mixed together lit up. Dim, radiant 12 arts, 11th art, wilderness devouring. Yen Zhaoge's hand was like a prehistoric beast opening its mouth, swallowing the heavens and the earth. The violent, devouring power spread out and started to crazily absorb the restless vitality inside the mirror light. Not only the dim, radiant sex wilderness-devouring art, Yen Zhaoge's action also integrated the evil sword Taoji's concept. For the current Yen Zhaoge, the evil sword Tao Tai wasn't of much use anymore, and its concept wasn't anything special either. However, when he used it at will, and combined it with the wilderness-devouring art, the horrifying suction that could swallow the heavens and the earth became even more unstoppable. Sunlight Emperor's eyes flickered slightly. Not only did he not stop or struggle, but he also increased the speed. He almost forcefully helped Yen Zhaoge absorb the immortal qi from himself and the mirror light. No matter how strong your martial saint cultivation is, your body will be torn apart if you dare to swallow such a huge amount of immortal qi. At the critical moment, Sunlight Emperor acted decisively. I'll send you to the immortal mortal tribulation. Both of them were in a stalemate in the air, motionless and staring at each other without giving way. As time passed, the Sunlight Emperor was shocked to see Yen Zhaoge in front of him as if nothing had happened. If it were any other martial sage, even if they could use the wilderness-devouring art to devour the mirror light's essence qi, their bodies would be torn apart by the boundless immortal qi and they would die. However, within Yen Zhaoge's body, chaos was birthed, containing all things, enveloping the devoured immortal qi. While it could not be used for his own purposes, within a short period of time, it would also not be able to harm Yen Zhaoge. How did you do it? Tai fist? Sunlight Emperor was dumbfounded. Yen Zhaoge smiled. He forcefully pulled the mirror light in his hand again and dragged the Sunlight Emperor closer to him. Then he raised his other hand high and slammed it down on Emperor Chaiyang's head. Sunlight Emperor quickly came to his senses and let out a muffled groan. The mirror light in Xiao Chen's hand burst forth with intense light again. Surging shockwaves spread out, shaking space and time. The Sunlight Emperor wanted the mirror light to perish on its own and explode to attack, Yen Zhaoge failed. He was also in a dilemma. Sunlight Emperor made a prompt decision and made another change. He directly dropped his leakless immortal artifact, which was crucial to his life. With the help of this explosion, Sunlight Emperor was finally able to retreat. However, Yen Zhaoge immediately took a step forward. His palm that was raised high above his head was still enveloping the entire universe and was falling towards Sunlight Emperor. Sunlight Emperor's heart suddenly tightened. Before this, they had been besieging Yen Zhaoge together. However, at this moment, when he was facing Yen Zhaoge alone, the horrifying pressure increased by several folds. Mars Halberd could now concentrate on dealing with black-clothed Brocade Emperor without worrying about being besieged by others. He could focus on dealing with black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Instantly, black-clothed Brocade Emperor was forced to retreat. At this moment, Sunlight Emperor was the only target left for Yen Zhaoge. Normally, suppressing an immortal artifact which didn't belong to him and would resist was similar to suppressing and capturing a true immortal. It would definitely take up a lot of energy, which would naturally lead to a decrease in his combat power. However, at this moment, Yen Zhaoge was holding the mirror light in his hand as if there was nothing there. The radiance on the surface of the mirror light instantly dimmed. It was suppressed by Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge didn't seem to be affected at all. He continued to chase after Candle Sunlight Emperor. Sunlight Emperor took the initiative to drop his immortal artifact in an attempt to gain an advantage. However, it was all for naught. Dark red sword lights lit up around Yen Zhaoge's body. He instantly arrived in front of Sunlight Emperor. As if a god descending to the mortal world, he struck with his palm. Sunlight Emperor was helpless. He could only barely resist. The power of suppressing heaven and earth made Sunlight Emperor feel unbearable. He had also cultivated the cyclic heavenly seal. However, he only felt helpless at this moment. How could a martial saint have such a deep understanding of the cyclic heavenly scripture? Even a profound immortal might not be able to do it. Yen Zhaoge's palm struck the sky and locked the void. The power seemed to form an invisible land. It pressed Sunlight Emperor in the center. Sunlight Emperor felt the despair and humiliation that Wan Mingyan felt just now. His body was pressed down continuously, and he almost knelt down. Fallen deity, you really live up to your name." He struggled to raise his head and stared at Yen Zhaoge. "It's a pity. It's a pity that you're as stubborn as exalted fire. You don't know when to stop, and you're lawless. When Heaven Emperor asked me to help him, I stayed in the void's outskirts and didn't return to the world beyond worlds. Now that I think about it, I regret it. If I had gotten rid of you earlier, I wouldn't be here today. People like you will only destroy the revival of our orthodox Taoism that we've worked so hard to achieve. The direction is wrong. The faster you run, the further away you are from the right target." Sunlight Emperor said with difficulty, "The more outstanding you are, the more trouble you will bring to our orthodox Taoism." Yen Zhaoge said casually, "Since we have different Daos, we can't work together." Sunlight Emperor, "You're being too harsh by saying this. I only hate that I'm not strong enough to get rid of you." Sunlight Emperor let out a long sigh. Yen Zhaoge smiled. "You're still talking about this now. You're really in the mood." As he said that, the power of his palm continued to increase, and a sudden change occurred. Sunlight Emperor, who was already struggling, was suddenly caught off guard. He couldn't react in time. The majestic power that could twist the universe made it hard for him to stand still. The world in front of his eyes was spinning. Yen Zhaoge extended his hand again and grabbed one of Sunlight Emperor's legs. Then he lifted his arm and directly hung the true immortal emperor, who had been famous for thousands of years in the world beyond worlds upside down. The mirror light had already disappeared from Yen Zhaoge's other hand. He used his other hand to attack from the bottom up. The profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture and the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture were displayed together. The real soil appeared. It was vast and thick. Yen Zhaoge raised his hand and lifted up a real piece of land. After that, he held the Sunlight Emperor upside down and smashed him towards the ground. As the Sunlight Emperor's eyes were about to explode, he was smashed into the ground by Yen Zhaoge. Chapter 1240. No matter how much Sunlight Emperor struggled and how unwilling he was, he could only watch the solid ground getting closer and closer to him. In the end, directly collided with his face. Yen Zhaoge clasped his hands together and directly plunged this true immortal emperor into the soil, leaving only his legs exposed. As an expert who had already pushed open the immortal door, even if he was from the immortal court, he could still easily crush the fertile soil within thousands of miles. However, the ground and the soil were formed by Yen Zhaoge's true essence. With the suppressive power of the cyclic heavenly seal, Sunlight Emperor was completely sealed inside and couldn't move at all, not to mention breaking free. Even if he wanted to speak, he could only stuff his mouth full of soil. Yen Zhaoge held up this piece of land with his palm and turned around to look at another direction. There, black-clothed Brocade Emperor was in danger, facing Mars Halberd's crazy attacks. At this moment, black-clothed Brocade Emperor didn't need to worry about being besieged by others. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor couldn't resist Mars Halberd anymore. Although black-clothed Brocade Emperor's martial arts were no longer restrained by the heaven-opening scripture, his opponent Mars Halberd was an expert who had cultivated for thousands of years. As a pure killing weapon, Mars Halberd's killing power was naturally sharp. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor could only barely resist with the grand beginning bright emptiness form and the grand plainness immeasurable body. He moved the space with the help of the grand beginning bright emptiness form to avoid Mars Halberd's sharpness. However, Mars Halberd was focused on chasing him, which made it hard for him to get away. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor's heart sank to the bottom when he felt Yen Zhaoge's gaze. He didn't feel fear, panic, or disappointment, but the hope in his eyes was gradually extinguished. Black-clothed Brocade Emperor, looking at it from another perspective, the conflict between you and I is one of helplessness. Yen Zhaoge said mildly, still, since it is an enmity of obstructing our Tao, there must definitely be an end to it. For you don't want to see the latter being killed by Mars Halberd or the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, right? Black-clothed Brocade Emperor's body was pierced by Mars Halberd's sharp edge. black-clothed brocade emperor opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black and white smoke, as if he was spitting out blood. He coughed constantly. "You and your father have been promoted too fast. My road is getting narrower and narrower. Today it has finally been broken. I and Bai Yi did not decide the victor, but with you father and son, I decided the victor. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. There's nothing much to say. White Shirt has it easy." Looking at the black-clothed brocade emperor, Yan Zhaoga shook his head slightly. "Rest in peace, your majesty." While the brocade emperor had split into two, the white-clothed brocade emperor was still present. Still, watching the black-clothed brocade emperor perish before him, Yan Zhaoga's expression was neither joyful nor sad. Sunlight Emperor followed closely behind black-clothed brocade emperor. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, 10 supremes. These words were one of his first impressions of the world beyond worlds. Not too long ago, this had represented the order and authority of the world beyond worlds. The difference between immortal and mortal made the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors even more legendary. Zhuang Xin and Taoist One Heaven had successively perished, and the most senior martial saint of the world beyond worlds, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, had even been personally slain by Yan Zhaoga. At that time, everything would be limited to the human world. To the strong cultivators of the celestial realm, the situation was still controllable. But now, as black-clothed brocade emperor and candle sunlight emperor had successively perished, the situation of the world beyond worlds might really change. The orthodox Taoism had been revived after the catastrophe. The top experts, especially the experts who had pushed open the immortal door, were very precious. In the opening ceremony of the broad Creed Mountain, female emperor Nie Jingxin, by Tao and others had attended the ceremony and also received the order of Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei to help the broad Creed Mountain. At that time, one of the tacit understandings of both sides was not to hurt the Heaven Emperor's life. But now, as the contradiction between the two sides continued to intensify, it had already reached the point where it was difficult to mediate. The Heaven Emperor was not even the core of the contradiction anymore. At this moment, it was a full-scale collision between the two sides. The death of the 5 emperors would cause the situation to escalate further, which was something expected. However, to what extent would it develop? Mars Halberd might not be particularly biased towards the dispute between the broad Creed Mountain and the Qilin Cliff before. But because of exalted fire and the conflict in the original nebula, he would not show any mercy to the Candle Sunlight Emperor who had almost caused his death. Looking at the crimson fire penetrating through the earth and the figure that was sealed within, Yan Zhaoga's expression was indifferent. Wang Zhengqing was just the beginning. Now it was also not the end. Mars Halberd's gaze towards Yan Zhaoga was full of admiration. Although he rarely walked in the world beyond worlds, he was not isolated from the news. Yan Zhaoga's fame in the world beyond worlds in recent years was like thunder piercing his ears. But only after coming into contact with it could he have a concrete understanding. First, he broke the 5 elements sun-devouring formation formed by the 5 emperors of the immortal court. If he used the method of fighting and broke them one by one, or competed with the changes of the formation to break the connection of the 5 enemies and finally defeated them, then it would be fine. Yan Zhaoga directly used his strength to attack the enemy head-on and forcibly crushed the enemy's battle formation. After that, in a short period of time, he immediately faced the joint attack of the Sunlight Emperor, black-clothed Brocade Emperor, and the Frigid Thunder Emperor of the Immortal Court, Wan Mingyan. This made Mars Halberd even more moved, because when the 3 of them joined forces, they seemed to have fewer people than the 5 elements sun-devouring formation, but their strength was much stronger. Although the Frigid Thunder Emperor Wan Mingyan was from the Immortal Court, her talent were all top-notch. Her strength was almost not inferior to the emperors of the 3 clear lineage. If she grew up under the guidance of the orthodox Taoism, Her current strength would even surpass most of the 3 clear lineage's true immortals. Although black-clothed brocade emperor's strength was inferior to before he split, his grand clear lineage's cultivation was superb. He who was proficient in one of the later Heaven 5 ultimates, the later Heaven and later Heaven supreme martial arts combined together, was even more profound. Not to mention the Sunlight Emperor, who had the immortal artifact Mirror Light with him. He was the strongest among everyone present besides Yen Zhaoge. If he activated the Mirror Light, even Mars Halberd was not sure that he could win against him one-on-one. The 3 of them joined forces and risked their lives to attack together, but in the end, they were all defeated by Yen Zhaoge. Mars Halberd knew that, even without him, the result of this battle would not change. The 8 true immortal emperors who had pushed open the immortal door were all defeated by a martial saint. Moreover, 6 of them died because of Yen Zhaoge, and Mars Halberd did not even need to do anything. Although Yen Zhaoge did not do it himself, it was not wrong to say that Wan Mingyan and the others died in his hands. Even Mars Halberd did not expect that Wan Mingyan and the others would die in such a way because of a martial saint. I'm afraid this is something that only he can do. Mars Halberd looked at Yen Zhaoge, and such a thought appeared in his heart. Human exalt? Maybe this is the real human exalt. In the human world, the strongest martial saint in history, unprecedented and most likely in the future, the one and only exalt. Chapter 1241. Black-clothed brocade emperor and sunlight emperor were killed by him. But Mars Halberd didn't care much about it. After thousands of years of war, he had seen too much life and death. Even he himself could be said to have died once. Comparatively speaking, the death of the Candle Sunlight Emperor did not affect Mars Halberd as much as the death of the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengqing. However, killing the black-clothed brocade emperor made Mars Halberd feel somewhat complicated. Senior, with all due respect, the hatred between you and the descendants of the Grand Pure One doesn't seem to be as deep as the hatred between you and the dragons of the Fire Dragon world. Now, Yen Zhaoge also turned his head to look at Mars Halberd. Back then, in the 9 underworlds, you were schemed against and besieged by the sovereigns of the heretics. Although the Brocade Emperor had not yet split up, the black-clothed Brocade Emperor could be considered as the main culprit to some extent. His Majesty, the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, may have some old enmity with you, but he would not borrow the blade of an external Tao. Yen Zhaoge said, "In the past, the senior of the Grand Clear lineage, Daoist Xuanzhong, helped the dragon race to suppress you. It is only natural that you would want to settle this debt with the white-clothed Brocade Emperor. Still, it should not be a death enmity." Yen Zhaoge did not intend to interfere in the enmity between the white-clothed Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd. "Today is the end," Mars Halberd said slowly. Mars Halberd didn't feel offended by Yen Zhaoge's mediation. Although Mars Halberd had just witnessed Yen Zhaoge's unparalleled feat, he didn't sense any threat from his words, except for his hatred for the dragons of the Fire Dragon world, which would never stop until one of them died. Mars Halberd wouldn't bother about other things most of the time. Now that the black-clothed Brocade Emperor had died at his hands, his enmity with the descendants of the Grand Clear lineage had come to an end. Of course, if the white-clothed Brocade Emperor wanted to fight again, Mars Halberd would not be afraid or evade. Mars Halberd looked at Yen Zhaoge and said, "You are proficient in the immortal exterminating sword and the Tai fist. You can stop the treasured light imbued with the power of faith of the heretics, which makes the heretics at a higher level unable to detect what is happening here in a short period of time. At the same time, it was inconvenient to communicate in the original nebula. Because of Yen Zhaoge's strength and Mars Halberd's tacit cooperation, Wan Mingyan, the Sunlight Emperor, and the others had no time to communicate with the outside world. However, 6 true immortals have gone missing for a long time. It is only a matter of time before the heretics find out. Moreover, Wan Mingyan and the other 5 were together with Sunlight Emperor and black-clothed Brocade Emperor, which attracted a lot of attention. Although they were in the same trade, they were definitely not on the same side. They would be on guard against each other. Those who knew about it would also pay more attention to it. If they disappeared together, they would attract attention more quickly. The situation in the original nebula was complicated. If someone really lost contact with him, it would be difficult for others to find him. However, as time dragged on, the other party would definitely pay more attention to it. After all, Sunlight Emperor, Ruan Mingyan, and the others didn't come out aimlessly. They had free time to explore the original nebula. They were also responsible for finding clues about Xiao Junhuang, the exalted wood luminary. If I return to the world beyond worlds with your father and the others, I might not be able to make it back in time, Mars Halberd said in a deep voice. As the two spoke, they returned to the ruins of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. In the ruins, there were cracks everywhere, revealing the appearance of the void world inside. At the same time, because of the previous battle between the two, the close distance had affected the time and space again. The void world had become extremely unstable. The Songhua divine tree was taken away by exalted fire luminary. After leaving the suppression of the divine tree, the space world was about to shatter. There were already signs of doomsday. Senior, you are right. Although the immortal court heretics and the earthly sovereign have lost the whereabouts of Sunlight Emperor and the others, it is still possible to determine the approximate range of their disappearance. Yen Zhaoga said as he walked. The time and space in the original nebula were constantly changing, but it wasn't necessarily omnipotent. If there was an expert with a high enough cultivation or a large number of people, it was still possible to find this place. Although it wasn't certain, they still needed to be vigilant. So, I plan to move the door that leads to the pill hall. Yen Zhaoga said. Mars Halberd was a little surprised. Can you do it? Such a move didn't only depend on one's cultivation. The exquisiteness of it wasn't something that ordinary people could achieve. It wasn't something that could be changed with pure strength. It's because we are in an environment like the original nebula that we don't have full confidence. That's why we can give it a try. Of course, we still have to stay in the original nebula. Yen Zhaoga answered. We don't have full confidence to find this place, so we might as well try it. Yen Zhaoga could do more things after he reached the Supreme Realm and achieved the human immortal body. That was the reason why he made a breakthrough today. After all, he didn't know that Sunlight Emperor and the others would find this place. He said to Mars Halberd, although it's hard to locate in the original nebula, if you go back and find my father will have a way to find me after I move. Before Yen Zhaoga left the mountain, he had prepared with Yen Di and left a secret method. Later, Yen Zhaoga would activate the secret method. When Yen Di found him, he would have the chance to find him. Since you are confident, let's not waste any more time. I will go now. Mars Halberd nodded. He also had a way to contact Exalted Fire Luminary Sua Mingzhang. Although Sua Mingzhang was being chased and counter-chased by the experts of the Immortal Court. Yen Zhaoga cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Senior. After seeing Mars Halberd off, Yen Zhaoga returned to the world that was about to break. A corner of the shadow dissipated and streams of light appeared. With the dim, radiant wheel as the center, the extreme Yang seal, the light Yin sword seal, the clouds circulating heavenly light sword and the evil sword Tao Tai, the 4 high-grade sacred weapons surrounded and bathed in the colorful light. As Yen Zhaoga entered, the shadow shrouded again and covered everything. Up. Yen Zhaoga put his palms together. The 5 seals that were fixed by the 5 treasures rotated together and formed a formation vaguely. Under the operation of the formation, the colorful light and Yen Zhaoga began to withdraw together. Under the cover of the shadow, the colorful light gradually became a smalled. The time and space folded and became elusive, drifting in the original nebula, and the space near the ruins finally began to collapse completely. From the outside, the colorful light disappeared. It was like a group of faint shadows drifting aimlessly in the time and space. While Yen Jiaoge was in the shadow and in the colorful light, he could still see the inside of the light passing through the time and space and leading to the other side of the void. There was a strong existence, standing there quietly. I need 5 people, but I don't know whether I can find female emperor and whether she is willing to help me or not. Yen Jiaoge sat in the colorful light with his legs crossed and breathed in the fragrance of medicine. Exalted fire luminary, Sua Mingzhang made more and more noise. No matter what they thought, earthly sovereign and sword sovereign would still stay in the void. In this way, Astro Sovereign could stay in the world beyond worlds to keep an eye on concealed sovereign and also intimidate others. Yen Di and Nye Jingxin could both leave the world beyond worlds. Including Yen Jiaoge and Mars Halberd, there were 4 people. But the 5th person made Yen Jiaoge think a little bit. Chapter 1242. Yen Jiaoge's plan required 5 people. This was not a random selection of 5 people. Rather, they had to be at least at the true immortal level. It didn't matter if his realm wasn't high enough, but he had to be strong enough. There was no need to mention Mars Halberd. Whether he was a leakless immortal weapon or a true immortal emperor, he met all the criteria. Whether it was Yen Jiaoge himself at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm or Yen Di and Nye Jingxin at the Human Exalt stage now, while they were all martial saints, they were still able to hold their own against most true immortal experts. However, there were only 4 of them and one was missing. Female Empress Jie Mingkong, no matter in terms of strength or relationship, was the most suitable candidate. Unfortunately, after they parted that day, there was no news from her. Even Astro Sovereign Qin, Xuanzong, couldn't contact her. Yen Jiaoge felt that Mars Halberd would not be able to find Jie Mingkong. Although he himself had reached the utmost Exalt realm and possessed astonishing strength, to the point where he could slap the vast majority of leakless true immortals around like balls, it was a pity that quality could not replace quantity in this method. For an immortal artifact like Mars Halberd, who was like an independent life, he was the only one here. He didn't have to count on the origin opening sword, nor did he have to count on the mirror light that Yen Jiaoge had obtained this time. Although the profound sky purple gold cauldron was good, it could not be counted on for the same reason. Moreover, in this trip to the pill hall, Yen Jiaoge believed that the profound sky purple gold furnace would naturally be able to display its unique use. Even if they could fill the vacancy of the 5th person, they would probably be affected at the critical moment, leading to failure on the verge of success. The white-clothed brocade emperor. Yen Jiaoge gazed into the sky, his thoughts wandering. All right, he's the only one left. I'll just call him the brocade emperor in the future. With the death of the black-clothed brocade emperor, the white-clothed brocade emperor's strength would naturally rise as well, returning to their previous level. The problem, however, was that no one knew where the white-clothed brocade emperor was currently. Back when the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing had planned to tie down Yen Jiaoge and the others so that Taoist Wen Heaven could hunt down and kill Xue Chuqing, the white-clothed brocade emperor had not appeared for some unknown reason. Even after Yen Jiaoge found Astro Sovereign and returned to the world beyond worlds, there was still no definite news about the white-clothed brocade emperor. Yen Jiaoge had previously had his suspicions. Now that he had seen the black-clothed brocade emperor, he felt that his suspicions had most likely come true. Back then, the white-clothed brocade emperor might have been held back by the people of the immortal court. Still, it could be seen from the black-clothed brocade emperor that the white-clothed brocade emperor should be fine. It was just that he had not returned to the world beyond worlds for some unknown reason. Sadly, I'm afraid that it would be hard to count on it now, Yen Jiaoge sighed. There was no need to consider the Sunluo emperor unless it was absolutely necessary. Perhaps this good old man did not intend to sit on the fence and sway left and right, but he would most likely not help either side in the battle between Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Capital Crag, and Chilin Cliff. This was related to his usual style and way of doing things. It didn't mean that he would easily lean towards the Broad Creed Mountain side when he was tempted by the pill hull. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge did not intend to tempt him, because there were far better candidates than him. Their relationship with the lineages of the roving Jade Heavens, Profound Sovereign, and the Dragon Spring Emperor was far closer than that of the Encompassing Emperor or even the Brocade Emperor. It was just that Yen Zhaoge was a little hesitant. Since he had never met the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, it was hard to tell his attitude towards the roving Jade Heavens. Although Yu Jinbei and Long Xingquan were of the same lineage, their relationship didn't seem to have any grudges because of the conflict between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens. However, if the roving Jade Heavens peak experts were to interfere in the world beyond worlds internal conflict, it was hard to predict what the Sword Sovereign's attitude would be. The grudges between him and the prime clear lineages experts could be written into a thick book. I can't contact Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu now. Yen Zhaoge raised his head slightly. Time is tight. If I can't find the female emperor, I think Senior Apprentice Uncle Long and the others are the most suitable. Yu Jinbei might not be unhappy about this. If there were any problems, he could only slowly deal with it later. As he was thinking, Yen Zhaoge flipped his palm, and a small bronze mirror appeared in his palm. There was a crisscrossing, cross-shaped crack on the mirror's surface, which divided the mirror into 4 pieces. Currently, there was a candle flame reflected on the mirror surface, and it was shaking slightly. Compared to before, its spirituality is a little weaker. Yen Zhaoge could see it clearly. These 2 cracks are the result of a special controlling technique. At that time, it allowed the mirror light to display its miraculous effects. However, it's still damaged. I'll have to find a way to repair it later. He looked at the mirror light that had shrunk a lot due to its lack of power. After observing it for a while, he kept it. Then, Yen Zhaoge's attention landed on the dim, radiant wheel again. After Yen Zhaoge had ascended to the Exalt's position, he already had some ideas. An idea that challenged the world's common sense once again. A martial saint refining an immortal artifact. Of course, it wasn't done by himself. The foundation came from the dim, radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia. Because of this, Yen Zhaoge had some confidence. After today's battle, his confidence had increased even more. However, he wasn't in a rush, although he urgently needed to increase his strength. Yen Zhaoge's gaze landed on the other side of the distant space where the colorful lights were connected to. The black silhouette of the hall was faintly discernible. Yen Zhaoge looked at that place and fell into deep thought. His gaze was empty, which was rarely seen. It seemed like he was daydreaming, looking at the pill hall of the heavenly quartz divine palace that was almost completely preserved. Many scenes from the depths of Yen Zhaoge's memories gushed out like a tide. At this moment, Yen Zhaoge thought of many things. As his thoughts moved, he couldn't help but recall the ice-cold feeling when his consciousness approached the hall. It was as if someone was staring at him coldly. Is there someone else already there? Is it someone who existed before the Great Calamity and stayed in the pill hall after the Great Calamity? Or is it someone who found the pill hall after the Great Calamity and got trapped inside? When collecting the profound sky, purple golden furnace, 6 immortal bridge martial saints went missing because of the pill hall. Their whereabouts were still unknown for so many years. However, that ice cold will had already existed before they went missing. If it's not someone else, then... Yen Zhaoge's pupils shrunk slightly and his eyes narrowed. He no longer emptied his mind. He focused his gaze again, and his gaze became focused. He stared at the black silhouette in the faraway void and didn't say anything for a long time. In silence, Yen Zhaoge was observing the scene on the other side of the colorful lights while cultivating on his own. Yen Zhaoge, who was in the martial saint realm, couldn't refine the immortal qi that he had absorbed and devoured the Sunlight Emperor and the Mirror Light. However, it was also beneficial to the martial artist's body if he used it. At the same time, it could be of help when Yen Zhaoge repaired the Mirror Light and could be used to nourish the dim, radiant wheel. Time passed quickly day by day. Yen Zhaoge carefully maintained the cover brought by the dim, radiant wheel. He was drifting in the space turbulence of the original nebula, avoiding the eyes and ears of the experts of the immortal court. Time flowed like water. Under Yen Zhaoge's patience, dawn finally came. He received Yen Di's message. Yen Di, Mars Halberd, and the others had already found him and were about to arrive. Chapter 1243. In the original nebula, communication was not easy. It was very easy to cause lag and delay. Yen Zhaoge received Yen Di's message, which meant that Yen Di and the others had already arrived at the original nebula. Having heard the news, Yen Zhaoge was overjoyed, but he did not get carried away. According to the time, the immortal court should have become suspicious and realized that they had lost contact with the frigid Thunder Emperor, Ruan Mingyan, and the others for too long. Their main focus was on exalted fire luminary Sua Mingzhang. However, the disappearance of Ruan Mingyan and the others meant that there were others in the original nebula. The greatest possibility was Yen Zhaoge and Mars Halberd. This would naturally attract the attention of the people of the immortal court. Mars Halberd was taking a huge risk by bringing Yen Di and the others back to the original nebula. If it wasn't for the fact that the top experts of the immortal court had gone to chase after Sua Mingzhang, they wouldn't have been able to enter the original nebula. Yen Zhaoge still concealed his aura and traversed within the chaotic, primordial space. After several exchanges, he had finally established a rather stable connection with Yen Di, seeking to meet up with him. "You're here." After seeing Yen Di, Yen Zhaoge received them into the shadowy region enveloped by the dim radiant wheel. Other than Yen Di and Mars Halberd, Nie Jingxin had also rushed over. What took Yen Zhaoge a little out of his expectations was the final fifth person. It was a tall and slender woman, dressed in a green robe. Her features were picturesque. She stood there, seemingly calm, but she was like a sheathed long sword, radiating sharpness and threatening sharpness. Yen Zhaoge was no stranger to her, just that this was his first time seeing her in person. Proud sword of the god continent, Yu Yi. After the little sword god Long Xueji, he was the most outstanding genius of the prime clear, direct lineage, alongside the sword shaking the 9 heavens Himian. Complementing the world beyond worlds, Kunlun's god Shocking Dragon. Youth's 8 sex. There was a saying that had spread far and wide in the roving jade heavens over the years. 9 heavens soaring solitary crane. Fragrant splendor fills the divine continent. The first half was referring to the current sacred court exalt, Himian, while the second half was referring to Yu Yi. The two of them were also praised by the roving jade heavens as the peerless duo. Another reason why Yen Zhaoge was familiar with her was that she was the granddaughter of the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian and the Dragon Spring Emperor, Long Xingquan, Long Hanhua's cousin and Gao Qing's aunt. The profound sovereign Gao Qingxian and the Spring Emperor, Long Xingquan, had a total of 3 children. The eldest son, Gao Xuebuo. The second was the female dragon, Xuanning. The youngest son, Long Xueji. Yu Ye's mother was Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan's second daughter, Long Xuanning. Long Xuanning and her husband got married earlier than Long Hanhua, but they gave birth later. As a result, Yu Yi was even younger than Long Hanhua. Not long after giving birth to her, Long Xuanning and her husband passed away. Yu Yi was then raised by Long Xingquan and Gao Qingxian. His talent was outstanding, and he quickly rose to fame in roving jade heavens. Everyone praised her for having the profound and vine sovereign's looks. However, Gao Qingxian believed that her granddaughter possessed extraordinary potential. Her potential was comparable to the roving jade heavens #1 sword, Yen Zhaoge's grandmother, the sword emperor Di Qinglian. The last time Yen Zhaoge had gone to the roving jade heavens, she had been out adventuring and had yet to return. Thus they had not met. According to Gao Qing and the others, before Yu Yi left the roving jade heavens, she was a late immortal bridge martial saint. Although he was as famous as Himian, because he was younger, his cultivation level was lower than Himian, who had already become a supreme martial artist. However, After meeting her today, Yu Yi had already reached the Exalt realm and possessed the physique of a human immortal. As the leading figures of the roving Jade Heavens younger generation, no matter if it was Yu Yi or Himian, there was no need to doubt their strength. Although she seemed rather ordinary and didn't seem outstanding, Yin Zhaoge, who was familiar with the prime clear sword arts, could vaguely feel that the green-clothed woman was extraordinary. "Senior apprentice sister Yu, nice to meet you." Yin Zhaoge smiled and cupped his hands. "Previously, when I went to the roving Jade Heavens, you happened to be out and couldn't meet me. It's a pity. I didn't expect to see you today." Yu Yi returned the greeting. "Junior apprentice brother Yin, nice to meet you. I heard from Uncle and Qing that you've been to the roving Jade Heavens. I also regret not being there." After greeting him, she looked at Yin Zhaoge and muttered, "Human immortal? So fast." Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. However, Yin Zhaoge was more concerned about something else. "Father." He looked towards Yin Di with a questioning gaze. Yin Zhaoge's understanding of Yi's strength remained at the level of rumors. However, as long as the senior apprentice sister Yu's strength was on par with Himian, it would be sufficient. Himian was indeed defeated by Long Xueji's sword. However, Himian had just stepped into the Exalt realm, while Long Xueji was about to push open the immortal door. Yin Zhaoge hadn't personally witnessed Yu Yi and Himian's battle. However, he knew Long Xueji's strength. Yin Zhaoge didn't doubt Yu Yi's strength, but it was a little unexpected. He thought that if Yin Di went to the roving Jade Heavens to look for someone, it would be Long Xueji. Before Senior Mars Halberd came back to contact us, Senior Apprentice Brother Gao had secretly sent a disciple to the world beyond worlds with a piece of news. He arrived right after Senior Mars Halberd explained Yin Di. "While you're opening the passageway to the Pill Hall, there seems to be some commotion in the roving Jade Heavens." Previously, the roving Jade Heavens had been paying attention to the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall and had been searching for it. After some of their fellow disciples were lost, they became even more diligent in their search. Previously, when Yin Zhaoge went to the roving Jade Heavens, Gao Qing had mentioned that the prime clear lineage seemed to have found some clues regarding the Pill Hall. From the looks of it now, after the exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang had used the method left behind by the exalted wood, Xiao Junwang, to completely open up the passageway to the Pill Hall. The roving Jade Heavens had also been affected. After receiving Senior Mars Halberd's report, I immediately asked that prime clear disciple to report to Senior Apprentice Brother Gao. Yin Di said 5 people. We're short of 1 person, so we asked Senior Apprentice Brother Gao and Senior Apprentice Brother Long to help us. Gao Xuebua and the others were still thinking about his own clan. Naturally, Yin Di wouldn't intentionally avoid them. Of course, Yin Zhaoge had no objections to this. Yin Di's expression turned serious, according to Senior Apprentice Brother Gao. Other than us and the roving Jade Heavens, there might be other people involved. Yin Zhaoge had previously gone to search for the Fire Dragon world, and he knew about it. It's highly possible that it's the demon race that had been hiding for a long time. Therefore, the roving Jade Heavens experts that were coming this time weren't just 1 or 2. The roving Jade Heavens didn't only have the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's lineage. There were also other experts of the prime, clear lineage. Indeed, Long Xueji also wanted to take action. However, in order to be safe, he went along with the others of the roving Jade Heavens. The person who came along with Yin Di was Yu Yi, who had just returned from her travels. The situation has become more complicated. However, it's still not too unexpected. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin and thought. Chapter 1244. The Pill Hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was probably preserved in its entirety. Needless to say, those who were looking for clues would be interested. For now, Yin Zhaoge, who had Xiao Junhuang's inheritance as a foundation, was still in the lead. However, The path left behind by Xiao Junwang also benefited those who had clues. The roving Jade Heavens and the demon race were the same. From Yan Di's words, Yan Zhaoga knew that the demon race he was talking about wasn't the few that were active in the Tao universe. Instead, he was referring to the great demon experts in the demon universe where the fire dragon world was. Speaking of the demon race, they were actually quite unfamiliar to the people now. Everyone was more familiar with the situation of the demon race's decline. As for the other side of the universe where the demon race lived, their understanding was extremely limited. Therefore, to the martial art practitioners with low cultivation and the majority of the people, the scattered demon race in their own world seemed to be everything. The broad Creed Mountain only got some information from the Astro Sovereign Chen Xuanzong when they were looking for Sua Mingzhang. Yan Zhaoga knew a little more. However, he only came in contact with them for the first time when he was looking for the Fire Dragon world. In the Great Thousand Worlds before the Great Calamity, top-notch great demons were actually very rare. However, they weren't extinct. Yan Zhaoga had learned from some records in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository, as well as the rumors spread among the Heavenly Court's people that before the Great Calamity, most of the demon race had been keeping a low profile and recuperating. In fact, in the early ancient times before and after the investiture of the gods' era, the demon race had been flourishing. There were many experts among them. Many of them even joined Taoism or Buddhism, and some even joined the 9 underworlds. However, as time passed, the demon race gradually declined. It seems to have started from the era of the journey to the west. Yan Zhaoga muttered in his heart. In the era before the Great Calamity, there weren't many active top-notch great demons in the world anymore. However, if the demon race didn't suffer any huge losses during the Great Calamity because they kept a low profile, they might have recovered quite a bit after so many years. However, he didn't know what was the situation between them, the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands. The demon race might also become the target of enlightenment. The key is how Niwa Sovereign is doing now. Yan Zhaoga rubbed his temple lightly. The so-called Empress Enviwa was completely different from the ordinary mysterious immortal emperors. Just like the Zhenwu Great Emperor, he was different from the ordinary true immortal great emperors. For true immortals, their emperor titles would usually consist of only 1 or 2 characters. For example, the Dragon Gate Emperor, the Heavenly Fire Emperor, the Thunder Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and so on of pre-Great Calamity times. There was also the Dim Radiant Emperor, the Bright Connection Emperor, the Brocade Emperor, the Heaven Emperor, the Candle Sunlight Emperor, and so on after the Great Calamity. The Zhenwu Great Emperor's title was actually the Zhenwu Demon Rinsing Great Emperor. He was also known as the Sacred True Lord, the Xiantian Emperor, the Demon Rinsing Heavenly Venerate, and so on. One of the 4 Imperials, the Great Emperor of Polaris, was also an abbreviation. His full name was the Heaven-Reaching Polaris Great Emperor of Polaris. Similarly, Empress was naturally not the emperor title of a certain mysterious immortal emperor. Perhaps he could change it to a more common name, Goddess Niwa. Regarding this existence, Yan Zhaoga had already heard of the myths and legends he had heard countless times. But in this world, there were legendary giants that had truly existed. However, because it was too long ago, there were very few records left. Yan Zhaoga had read through the books of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Only then did he know of some limited things. Rumor had it that Empress Enviwa was born before the creation of the world, just like the Heavenly Primogenitor and the primordial Heavenly Devil. In addition, all the non-innate born living beings in the world after the creation of the world, except for the demons of the netherworld, were all created by Empress Wa. In the distant primordial era, there was no such division between humans and demons. It was customary to refer to them as the ancient races or the 10,000 ancient races. The human clan was one of the 10,000 clans. Other clans like the Dragon Clan, Fei Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Kuanping Clan were also part of the 10,000 clans. It was only when the grand pure heavenly Lord of Tao and virtue spread the Tao that the human race rose above the masses and saw greater and greater prosperity. Of course, Taoism's legacies were also open to other races, not just the human race, especially the prime Qing Lingbao, Tianzuan, who is known for teaching without discrimination. However, looking back on history, the human race had undoubtedly benefited the most. As time went by, the other 10,000 ancient races besides the human race were gradually called as the demon race by the human race. Demon was basically the title that the human race used to call the living beings other than themselves. However, the demon race rarely called themselves in this way. Besides, the different demon races usually didn't treat each other as the same race. Because of this reason, both the demon race and the human race held the Empress Enbiwa in high esteem. However, as time went by and the Empress Enbiwa didn't appear in the world for a long time, her reputation gradually faded. According to the information that Yan Zhaoge had, the legend about the Empress Enbiwa finally appeared in the ancient investiture of the gods era. After that, the legend of the Empress Enbiwa became rarer and rarer. However, as time went by, a lot of historical information had been mixed up and left a lot of mysteries. The existing information couldn't be fully trusted. Yan Zhaoge, who had gone to the fire dragon world under the guidance of the Astro Sovereign, couldn't help thinking more at the moment. The demon race's bigwigs are also paying attention to the whereabouts of the exalted fire. As the roving Jade Heaven's senior apprentice Uncle Gao said, the demon race seemed to want to take action after resting for so many years. While many thoughts were running in Yan Zhaoge's mind, his hands didn't stay idle. He put his palms together, and the 5 treasures that were holding the colorful lights in place started vibrating together. The 5 seals started circulating, and the colorful lights were affected by it. The illusory lights became more solid, as if they had turned into a real rainbow bridge. If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's move as soon as possible. Don't waste the opportunity that the exalted with Luminary had worked so hard to get. Yan Zhaoge said to Yan Di and the others. Yan Di, Nie Jingshin, Yu Yi, and Mars Halberd all nodded and stepped on the rainbow bridge with Yan Zhaoge. In the next moment, colorful lights flickered on the rainbow bridge. The eyes of Yan Zhaoge and the others became dazzled, and they instantly passed through layers of space. They directly left the original nebula. The risk of going there this time isn't small, but time waits for no man. We have to take some risks. Yan Zhaoge used the time on the way and said to Yan Di and the others quickly, other than the demon race, we also have to be careful of the heretics. The conflict between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands had gradually calmed down after a few years. However, if the opponent revealed an obvious flaw, the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands wouldn't miss the chance to deal a heavy blow to the opponent. Currently, the Immortal Court had focused most of their attention on pursuing the exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang. As for the Blessed Lands, they noticed the commotion and stared at the Immortal Court with hostility. However, if they obtained a clear clue about the pill hall like the demon race and the roving Jade Heavens, they might be able to interfere. The value of the pill hall was undeniable. Other than that, I feel that the pill hall itself is a little weird. We have to be careful. Yan Zhaoge reminded them, solemnly. Chapter 1245. There's something strange about the pill hall itself. Nie Jingshin frowned slightly. Yan Zhaoge nodded. I'm not sure what it is currently. However, I'm sure that there's something wrong there. As he said that, he looked towards Yi. The green-clothed lady seemed to be lost in her thoughts. When the other party had accompanied Yan Di and the others over, Yan Zhaoge had already noticed that as the senior apprentice sister of his walked and shifted amid space, her gaze was not focused at all, as she seemed to be daydreaming, contemplating life. It was as if she wasn't immersed in the laws of the heavens and earth, causing her to neglect the matters in front of her. Her interest in the original nebula wasn't any lesser than the pill hall. Only when she was about to meet Yan Zhaoge and entered the dim, radiant wheel's shadow did she regain her senses and greeted Yan Zhaoge politely. She wasn't someone who didn't understand etiquette or emotions. However, when she wasn't interacting with others, she would habitually be lost in her thoughts. After greeting Yan Zhaoge, when Yan Zhaoge was talking to Yan Di, she retreated to the side. Her gaze seemed to have become empty again and became unfocused. She seemed to be in a daze. However, her sword intent was still contained, causing others to feel a chill down their spines. It was as if it would be unsheathed at any time. If it wasn't for this, people would really be worried for her, worried that this girl could be abducted at any time. When Yan Zhaoge's gaze landed on her, she felt something, and her gaze regained its focus. She didn't ignore the others' conversation just now. She was immersed in comprehending the Tao and didn't pay attention to it. Everything seemed to be stored by her. After regaining her senses, she immediately put it to good use. Senior Apprentice Uncle Tang and the others, as well as the 3 grand clear lineages, disappeared because of the pill hall. Yu Yi nodded and said, "There might be something fishy there." Yan Di nodded slowly and pondered. Yan Zhaoge had told him about what Yu Yi mentioned in the past. It was when Yan Zhaoge, the roving jade heavens, and the ingenious flying peak fought for the profound sky, purple golden furnace. When the situation changed, 6 immortal bridge martial saints disappeared without a trace. They were devoured by the mysterious ritual's power. According to Yan Zhaoge's deduction, the mysterious ritual originated from the pill hall. After understanding the situation, Nia Jingxin and Mars Halberd's expressions turned serious. Did someone beat us to it? Or was there an expert from before the Great Calamity who occupied it and used it to escape the Great Calamity? I'm not sure yet. We can only be vigilant and act according to the situation. Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, "Actually, if you ask me, that incident with the profound sky purple gold furnace back then seemed a little like a trap that had been purposefully laid down." Hearing that, everyone looked towards Yan Zhaoge, including Yu Yi. It's like a very primitive form of hunting. Yan Zhaoge said to Yu Yi, "Please forgive me, Senior Apprentice Sister Yu. I didn't mean to insult the missing seniors. It was merely an example." Yu Yi shook her head. "It's fine. I understand." She was slightly lost in thought for a moment before she slowly said, "According to Qing Er's description, if Junior Apprentice Brother Yan's guess is correct, then the other party's target seems to have been martial practitioners with relatively higher cultivation bases. At the very least, he has already ascended the Immortal Bridge?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's what I guessed as well. Therefore, it can be seen that the trap is man-made and not the pill hall's own defensive restrictions. Since the purpose of the trap is to capture and not to kill on the spot." Nia Jingxin went straight to the point and asked, "Then what is the purpose of the person who set up the trap?" Yan Zhaoge didn't answer. After coming into contact with the ice-cold will within the pill hall, he had a guess in his heart. However, he hadn't confirmed it yet. However, he couldn't tell others about this guess, because it involved too many people. Perhaps we should try to find the answer after we arrive there. Countless scenes flashed within Yan Zhaoge's mind. However, he didn't show it on his face and answered, "I hope that the people who were trapped back then are blessed by the heavens. If we go there this time, we might be able to save them." Yu Yi and the others nodded slightly. That's the only way now. The group crossed the Rainbow Bridge and continued forward. At the end of the Rainbow Bridge, the hall finally appeared within Yan Zhaoge's sight once again, from blurry to clear. However, it was different from what he remembered. The hall that was supposed to be flickering with golden radiance, as if it was constructed with white jade, was now black. The closer they got to the hall, the denser the medicinal fragrance became. It made their entire body feel comfortable. However, when Yan Zhaoge and the others got off the Rainbow Bridge, the medicinal fragrance in front of them suddenly turned into clouds of mist, which blocked their way forward. Although we have the help of the Exalted with Luminary's inheritance, we still have to use our brains if we want to enter officially. As Yan Zhaoge walked within the clouds of mist, his vision became blurry, and he couldn't tell the direction. As he walked, Yin Jiaoge felt like he was walking on the same spot. However, the ice cold from before didn't appear this time. Not only did Yin Jiaoge not feel relaxed, but he also became even more vigilant. That trap didn't seem like it was only used once. The Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's pill hall was completely preserved and not in ruins. If we only captured a few immortal bridge martial saints on this basis, isn't it a little overkill? Yin Jiaoge thought. In the human realm, immortal bridge martial saints were already extremely powerful. Other than the exalt martial saint who stood at the peak of the human realm, immortal bridge martial saints were the strongest existence. In front of human exalts, they might seem weak, but in truth, any one of them could move mountains and fill seas with just a wave of their hand and cause the heavens and earth to collapse. If they were placed in a lower realm like the Eight Extremities world, the Flame Devil world, or the Floating Life world, they could easily destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. However, that was still relative to the human realm. In the immortal realm above the 9 heavens, humans were still humans at the end of the day. Therefore, Yin Jiaoge speculated that after the person who had set up the trap had succeeded in capturing the 6 immortal bridge martial saints who had been present at the time and then retrieved the profound sky purple gold furnace, his original intention might have been to repeat the same trick and capture even more prey. Never would he have thought that Yin Jiaoge would interrupt him midway, spoiling his plans. That was why the other party had been so furious. The rage and hatred contained within that ice cold was still fresh in Yin Jiaoge's memory. You should be happy that I walked right into your trap. Yin Jiaoge mocked himself. He looked at the mist that obstructed his path. After pondering for a moment, he raised his finger and wrote in midair. The silhouette left behind a mark in midair, not dissipating as it formed numerous talismans. The talismans intertwined with each other. In the end, they seemed to have transformed into a door which opened within the mist. Yu Yi, who was previously daydreaming, turned her head around and looked at the door blankly. After being stunned for a while, her gaze regained its focus. Junior apprentice brother Yen, could the profound sky purple gold furnace have fallen into your hands? Chapter 1246. After hearing Yu Ye's question, Yin Jiaoge nodded. Coincidentally, the profound sky purple golden furnace fell into my hands. Due to how important this matter was, I kept it a secret. I even hid it from you guys. Please forgive me, senior apprentice sister. He looked towards Nie Jingxin. Please forgive me, senior apprentice brother Nie. I'm ashamed to say this. An immortal realm treasure is so miraculous. Even after obtaining it for so many years, I still couldn't utilize it. Senior apprentice uncle Yu never returned to the world beyond worlds, while senior apprentice uncle Long and the profound sovereign were always in seclusion. The profound sky purple golden furnace would play a crucial role if he wanted to achieve something in the pill hall. Since Yin Jiaoge invited Nie Jingxin, Yu Yi, and Mars Halberd, he didn't intend to hide it from them. Even if Yu Yi didn't guess it, Yin Jiaoge would explain it to them later. With his current cultivation, Yin Jiaoge wasn't too worried about the profound sky purple golden furnace being exposed. In fact, he believed that no matter if it was Gao Xuebua and the others who received Gao Qing's report, or the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yinqi who received Fu Ting's report, they would more or less suspect that Yin Jiaoge was the one who reaped the benefits in the past. Of course, Yin Jiaoge wouldn't be modest if someone harbored ill intentions towards him. However, he had gone through many considerations in selecting his companions to prevent any internal conflicts from occurring. As expected, Yi only asked. After receiving an affirmative answer, she nodded. If that's the case, our chances have increased. Then, she no longer focused her attention on Yin Jiaoge. Instead, she looked at the surrounding mist again. Her gaze gradually lost its focus, as if she was immersed in experiencing the profundities of this place. Evidently, the disappearance of her fellow disciples originated from the pill hall and had nothing to do with Yin Jiaoge. Naturally, Yu Yi wouldn't vent her anger on him. If Master returns to the world beyond worlds, even if you tell him about the profound sky, purple golden furnace, it wouldn't be of much use. Nia Jingshan laughed. Within the jade capital crag, no one is proficient in alchemy. The tranquil, profound immortal has no problem activating the furnace. The only thing that matters is efficiency. Yan Zhaoge lifted his foot and strode forward. However, let's talk about this after we've settled this matter. It was just that while Yan Di and the others hadn't gained as much as Yan Zhaoge from refining and absorbing the medicinal qi within the seven-colored light earlier, they had still benefited greatly. However, it wasn't that easy to turn it into his own. Other than Yan Di, who also had outstanding attainments in alchemy, being able to use his own body as a furnace to rapidly refine the medicinal qi, like Yan Zhaoge, the other three all needed time to accumulate their experience. Time waits for no one, so he could only absorb it for now and slowly plan his next move. Yan Zhaoge was the first to pass through the door amidst the mist, the world before him instantly becoming clear. As Yan Di and the others followed him in, the majestic great hall was already standing before them. The black palace floated alone in the void, and there were no pavilions around it. Waves of black light spread out in all directions, shaking the void and faintly forming a spatial barrier boundary. It was as if an independent world had formed with this hall as the center. It was clearly unrealistic to want to enter this world from the endless void of the universe outside without knowing the gist of it. Arriving in front of the main hall, a desolate and ancient aura assaulted his senses. Ever since the Great Calamity, it has always existed here, floating quietly until now, is it? Yan Zhaoge glanced at the faint black light. It doesn't look like it was corroded by the 9 underworlds. However, it's different from what I remember. Is it because of the Great Calamity or the Pill Hall's internal reason? As he was thinking, he turned his head and said to Yan Di and the others, "Let's go in. Our future is uncertain, so be careful. If we get separated, protect yourselves first. Remember what I told you on the way here. Those who enter first will be the first to encounter any traps." "There are pros and cons to this," said Yan Zhaoge with a smile. Nia Jingshan smiled indifferently. Yu Yi was still in a daze, and looked like she was in a daze. Mars Halberd shook his head. "Even so, those who arrive first will still have the advantage." Yan Di also smiled and said, "Since we're already here, let's just take it easy." "Yeah." Yan Zhaoge hesitated for a while and looked at Nia Jingshan. "However, we still have to be extra careful." Nia Jingshan looked back, and Yan Zhaoge said, "We're all rather special. Perhaps we're the prey that they're looking for." Yan Di and the others were deep in thought. Nia Jingshan was a rare earlier heaven nascent form, and one of the existences with the best physique. Most of the time, the word one of could be removed. In terms of physique, Yan Zhaoge's physique could be considered as above average. However, after so many years of continuous cultivation and constantly changing his physique might be the strongest human martial art practitioner's physique in history. To exaggerate, even Goddess Nuwa, the creator of the ancient era, might be surprised if she saw him. She wouldn't expect a human with such a strong physique to appear in the race she created. Yan Di's situation was similar to his, but not as exaggerated. Although Mars Halberd was a weapon, the soul sealed within belonged to the expert Yang. He was a true immortal emperor who had pushed open the immortal door. Although he had transformed into Mars Halberd, he was still a leakless immortal artifact. According to the information everyone had, he might be the first immortal realm expert to get close to the Pill Hall after the incident. In other words, he was the highest level of prey that the hunter who set up the trap had encountered so far. Yan Zhaoge's understanding of Yu Yi was limited. However, when Yan Di contacted the roving Jade Heavens to look for helpers, Gao Xuebo, Long Xueji, and the others had sent Yu Yi over. After hearing it from Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge had a rough idea. His senior apprentice sister, who seemed to be absent from work, had her nature as such. She was passionate about martial arts and didn't care much about other matters. Her style was similar to the exalted fire, Suomingzhang and Sikongqing. On the other hand, her earlier heaven-divine soul was different from others. After counting them, the 5 of them each had their own specialties in different aspects. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Everyone looked at each other and revealed a smile. They didn't look down on him, but they weren't afraid either. You can also say that you can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. Yan Zhaoge chuckled and retracted his gaze from Nie Jingxin. Actually, he was most worried about Nie Jingxin. If his guess was correct, Nie Jingxin would be the easiest target. Only, it wasn't easy to explain his guess. Therefore, it wasn't convenient to remind Nie Jingxin alone. Instead, he brought all 5 of them together, which served as a warning. As everyone was talking, they had already arrived at the pill hall's main entrance. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di looked at each other. Then they extended their hands and pushed the heaven-like door in front of them. The seemingly heavy door seemed to have no weight at all. Without any sound, it opened to the 2 sides. In front of Yan Zhaoge, there was only darkness. As he walked in, he suddenly felt the space around him changing. When the light returned to his eyes, Yan Zhaoge looked around and realized that he was the only one left. Chapter 1247. In front of him, there seemed to be a pill room. Yan Zhaoge could even see a pill furnace within his line of sight. Many years had passed since the Great Calamity. Under normal circumstances, treasures without an owner would have their spirit qi dissipate due to the erosion of time. In the end, they would return to the earth like ordinary objects. However, although the pill furnace in front of Yan Zhaoge had not been used for many years, the spirit qi within was still present. Any pill furnace in the pill hall in the past would be a supreme treasure now. Yan Zhaoge didn't hold back and kept the pill furnace. As for the other 4 missing, Yan Zhaoge wasn't worried at all. When he was shifting space just now, Yan Zhaoge had already figured out that this was the pill hall's miraculous nature and not some special trap. This change might be caused by the opponent using the miraculous nature of the pill hall to shift space, which caused Yan Zhaoge and the others to be separated. However, that was all. This made Yan Zhaoge realize the opponent's weakness. It's not appropriate to say that he's weak. Yan Zhaoge touched his chin. He seems to be busy with other things and can't be distracted. So he could only break us up and slow us down to buy some time for himself. Previously, exalted fire, Suomingzhang seemed to have brought pressure to the opponent. In order to deal with the pressure brought by Suomingzhang, the opponent was also planning something. Which step has he reached? Yan Zhaoge pushed open the door of the pill room while thinking and walked out. In front of him was a dim, long corridor. It was dim, as if it was the depths of the universe. Under the shroud of the thick, medicinal fragrance, Yan Zhaoge's perception towards the void further away was blocked to a certain extent. His perception was isolated within a certain range. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. He looked to the left, then to the right. After randomly choosing a direction, he walked out. Walking in this long corridor was like walking in the boundless void of the universe. However, not a single starlight could be seen. On the 2 sides of the long corridor, there were no doors or courtyards of other pill rooms. Yan Zhaoge looked back and saw the door of the pill room he came out from had already disappeared. That place seemed to be an independent space-time world, floating in the endless void. This place is like a brand new universe. There are layers upon layers of space-time in the universe, and worlds coexist. Yan Zhaoge said thoughtfully, "It's like the original nebula, but more developed than the original nebula. It's closer to a brand new universe." In his previous life, he had only seen the exterior of the pill hall from afar, and had never entered it. However, within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library repository, there was information regarding the pill hall, which was also an important place in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge had heard rumors about the pill hall. He had a rough understanding of this place, and wasn't completely clueless about it. Here. After recalling for a moment, Yen Zhaoge once again reached out to write numerous talismans in midair. The talismans that flickered with a faint golden light seemed to have come to life. Then these golden talismans spat out streams of purple qi, as if they had transformed into a purple mist in the air. As the purple fog shook, a clear path vaguely appeared before Yen Zhaoge's eyes. Stepping onto this path that flickered with golden light, Yen Zhaoge strode forward. However, with every step he took, he felt as if he was crossing a world. When he reached the end of the path, he finally saw a new door. Yen Zhaoge tried to open the door, but the door didn't budge at all. This is the place. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge's heart calmed down and he nodded. After observing the surroundings for a moment, he opened his palm. Thousands of golden lights lit up and endless purple qi rose. A three-legged big furnace appeared in his hand. Yen Zhaoge let go of his hand, and the three-legged big furnace's shape began to change. It looked even more mystical. It seemed to be infinitely huge and filled up the entire heaven and earth. However, it also seemed extremely small and looked like a speck of dust. It was the profound sky purple golden furnace. Within the pale hall's internal universe, the profound sky purple golden furnace that had been silent all this started vibrating. From the surrounding space, rays of golden lights vaguely extended and penetrated into the huge furnace. The profound sky purple golden furnace was steaming, as if it had just woken up from a deep slumber. A strong aura was constantly flowing out from it. It wasn't a majestic power, but it displayed a profound concept. Yen Zhaoge tried to figure out the theory behind it. He felt that, in some aspects, even the veteran profound immortal experts like the Astro Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign seemed to be inferior to it. After becoming a human immortal, Yen Zhaoge could barely touch this powerful furnace that originated from the immortal realm. However, at this moment, the profound sky purple golden furnace's spirituality seemed to have awakened. After it was about to be fully activated, Yen Zhaoge felt that he couldn't control it anymore. This was within Yen Zhaoge's expectations. So when it really happened, he didn't feel depressed. He formed a seal with one hand and placed it in front of his chest. His other hand pushed forward and pressed on the profound sky purple golden furnace. The huge furnace started approaching the door that was sealed and hard to open. As the profound sky purple golden furnace got closer, the door that didn't move at all finally moved. As the two's aura interacted, the size of the furnace started shrinking. In the end, it became the size of a seal. It was like an identification and also like an agreement. When Yen Zhaoge pushed the profound sky purple golden furnace onto the door, a creaking sound seemed to resound in the entire universe. Then the sealed door finally opened and opened to both sides. Yen Zhaoge strode inside, and the door immediately closed behind him. In front of him was a field of brilliant lights, as if he was within the sea of stars. Yen Zhaoge looked around. It was still a vast void in front of him. However, there were many clumps of lights in the void now. Those clumps of lights were like the stars in the sky. They quietly rotated within the void. Every stream of light had its own trajectory and rules. This should be the central area of the Pill Hall, right? Yen Zhaoge nodded slightly. The Pill Hall was an important place of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. It had its own universe within. Each independent world was like a pill room, coexisting within the space of the Pill Hall's universe. Anyone from the Heavenly Court who entered the Pill Hall would be received. Then they would be guided to the place they wanted to go, or they would be given a pill room to use. The place where Yen Zhaoge was currently at was the central area used for guidance. Although it wasn't the most important central area of the Pill Hall, it was equivalent to the entrance. After arriving here, it would be much easier to go to other places. The key was that there were rules to follow. It wouldn't be like walking in the dark anymore. As expected, it's the same as the rumors. Yen Zhaoge focused his gaze and saw the streams of radiance circulating within the void. Some of the streams of radiance seemed to be mixed with impurities. That was actually showing the other people who entered the pill hall. What Yanjiaoga was more concerned about was that there were a few areas where the radiance was dim, as if it was covered by a layer of black fog.